Skandama, Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause to the Maharishi Institute Choir? So at this moment, the choir has ended its rendition, but I'm getting the sense that there's a burning final song inside of them that they definitely, I can see lots of applause at the back. Gentlemen, I see you. So I'm going to defy orders. I'm going to allow you to do the final song, and then we'll take it from there. Is that okay with everyone? Fabulous.
No
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have an African way of showing our appreciation in moments like this. If you don't know how to ululate, let's give a really warm round of applause. But if you can ululate, let's give the Maharishi Institute Choir a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Maharaji Institute Choir, for opening us with such stellar energy. I did see a few people standing up, doing some of the wedding dance steps, clearly reminded of earlier days, as some of these songs take us back to those traditional moments where we celebrate the coming together of families. So a very big, beautiful way of starting the morning. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to the 19th Annual Trialogue Business in Society Conference. My name is Nozipho Shabalala, and it is an absolute privilege to be back with you once again on the Trialogue stage and to be serving you over the next 2 days as your conference chairperson. I'd like to extend a special welcome as well to our online delegates. Cumulatively, we are sitting at over 550 delegates. That's both online and in person. So if you're online, we certainly are going to be in conversation with you throughout the 2 days. But of course, if you're in person, thank you so much for making it, for braving the Johannesburg traffic to spend the next 2 days with us. Very typical of Trialogue tradition is to be very intentional about leading with gratitude and leading with thanks. And so I want to anchor our first 2 days in that moment of gratitude by first acknowledging our sponsors who make this work possible. A very big thank you goes to the First Rand Foundation. They are the Platinum Content and Registration Partner. A very big thank you goes to our Gold Content sponsors, and that is APSA, the DBSA, that being the Development Bank of Southern Africa, to MTN, to the Vodacom Foundation, and to Westgrow. You have some lovely notebooks on your tables, and these are once again courtesy of Volkswagen. And we want to say thank you for your contribution as well. And then we have a partner that contributes to the growth of NPOs and the development sector. And that, of course, is Standard Bank, and they are our NPO sponsor. And finally, but certainly not least, once again, we have the privilege of enjoying the sponsorship of our media partner, and that is Prime Media Cares. You might have already noticed that some of our sponsors have been featured in 702's Corporates That Care campaign. And of course, Clement Manyatela is also going to be here from 9 a.m. all the way up to midday, broadcasting live from our venue here in Johannesburg. And so a very big thank you to Prime Media for being here. Can we please just give a really deep gratitude sounding round of applause to all our sponsors? I'd like to take a moment just to anchor us once in our theme over the next 2 days, voices, values, vision. I'm not going to say much except to say that what you are going to experience is a very intentionally designed curation of this call to action of voices, values, vision across 6 key themes that are going to be translated into robust panel discussions, provocative keynotes, and of course our very engaging tri-talks over the next 2 days. Kathy, who's going to come up and extend her official welcome, will say a little bit more about the theme, but certainly you're going to see this surfacing throughout the 2 days in every single discussion that we have. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on stage because I do want to make sure that we have the most optimized experience possible. So I'm going to go into some of the logistical issues or arrangements for the next 2 days, so to ensure that everybody is together having one optimized experience. So I want to start off with the Wi-Fi. making sure that everybody's connected. What you need to do is you first need to connect to the conference Wi-Fi. So you go onto your Wi-Fi, the one that says Marriott Bonvoy Conference, you go there. That will take you to a web page. On the web page, you have an option of connect now and join now. Choose connect now and not join now. Once you choose connect now, it will then take you to a final page where you're going to be invited to put in a password, and the password is on your screen. There it is, BIS 2026. We want to make sure that everybody's connected. You're going to need to be connected because we want you to be on the virtual platform, and that's what I'm going to speak about next. Of course, everybody's online is already 100 steps ahead of us because they've figured out how to download, how to get onto the platform, and they are already there. If you're in the room and you haven't managed to get onto the platform, there was an email that was sent last week, Thursday, just before you all dashed off for the holidays. And so that's why I know you definitely saw it. And if you didn't get that email on Thursday, please double check your spam box. But in that email, it comes from Trialogue. There is a link that takes you directly to the platform. Once you click on that link, you're going to be asked to put in an email address. The email address is the one that you used to register. Failing which, we have a QR code up on screen as well, which you can use. And I'm really appealing to the people in the live room right now to say, you have to be on the platform because this is the only way in which you're able to claim your share of voice in the conversation. I'm not going to be enabling a roving mic. So if you have a question, if you have a comment, if you like to contribute to the conversation, I'm going to need you to go onto the platform because that's where the conversation is going to be happening. There's also polls that we are going to be running for ahead of every panel discussion. So in order for you to be counted as we look to test for the sentiments around particular issues, you've got to be on the platform. We're going to talk about the polls in a second because we're going to do a trial run together. But I do also want to highlight that the platform also allows you to rate each session. So one of the cultures of Trialogue, and I think we all know this by now, is that we are very much into live feedback in the flow, in the moment. And so at the end of each session, we're going to be inviting you to please kindly rate the session so we know what to do more of and what to do less of. I want to also then just take a moment to then take you to your lanyards, just before I forget. So on your lanyards, everybody has a QR code in the front of their lanyard. That is a QR code that you can use to connect with other delegates. So when you scan each other's QR codes, what basically happens is that you are automatically led to the email address of the person that you are scanning, that being the email that they've registered with. So it's a really easy way. If you're not wanting to be exchanging numbers, you literally can just scan each other's badges in the flow and you'll be connected in the moment automatically. I saw there were a couple of people who were already ahead of me in terms of what I was going to say next, which was, because I'm really hoping that everybody's on the platform now, I'm going to invite us, even if you're in the room specifically, if you can please just give us a shout out, say hello, we want to know who you are. And I'm coming to my second device because I really wanted to give a shout out to Theo, Bezadenhout, and Fiona, who've been high-fiving and saying hello from very early on in the morning, indicating that they're actually waiting for us to start. So a very big thank you to those online. Tracy, Gwenga, Daniels, we all see you. And of course, if you're in the room, we'd love to hear from you as well. We've got people from all over the country online, but also from across the continent. So also let us know from where you are listening in from if you are online. So let's check our ability to participate in the polls because this is going to be a key part of the experience. We're going to do a quick poll together now. So if you go to the platform and you will see a poll is going to pop up at this moment. And one of the things that I omitted to mention, and let me correct myself for that, is that if you're in the live room, so if you're here with me in Johannesburg, if you go to the top of your device and you press the red button, make sure that you are switching to live audience. That will take away the video so that you're not experiencing the lag of the video. However, you will still have all the chats, all the polls, and all the questions. Now, the important thing about when we're doing panels, if you want to ask a question, do not put it in the chat. put it in the green box that says question. That's the only way I can see it, and it's the only way I can bring your voice into the conversation. But I will remind you, our poll is up and our results are out already. So the question is, have you attended a Trialogue Business in Society conference before? And I love this moment. I always call it my weather lady moment, because I feel like I should kind of be like telling it's partly cloudy on this side of the room. And there we have it. So we've got quite a few first timers in the room. So let me give that another 10 seconds or so. 53% saying, no, this is actually my very first time, Nozi. 13% says, I've been here just once. And 36% saying, we've been here many times. Now, this is the number that I'm looking for. You might not see it from where you're sitting, but the number I'm looking for is this number right here in the corner. And that number tells me that out of this moment, only 66 people, 68 people have responded out of 550 and counting. So I'm going to belabor this, and I'm going to sound like a broken record. I'm going to ask you to I'm going to apologize in advance, but it is super important for all of us to get onto the app. So thank you very much. I see some fingers are getting into the game. We've got about 79 votes in, but that's how we're going to be running the polls. And so you can see the significance of being on the platform, because if you're not, then you don't get to participate in any of these. Thank you so much for that. Let me quickly move to the exhibitions. This is what I would describe as expanded experiences. These are the things that really make Trialogue so super special. There are a couple of things that I want to mention. One of those is the exhibitions. So there's going to be exhibitions both on the ground floor as you came in, if you're in the physical space, but also on the first floor. So don't forget to go up to the first floor, because you might miss half the exhibitions if you only engage with those on the ground floor. So during the tea breaks or during lunch, we really encourage you to do that. There's also a networking cocktail event that's going to be happening on the first floor as well. In addition to cocktails and some snacks, we've got some really interesting games and play ideas and elements that the team has designed and curated for you. So encouraging you to please stick around so that you can join us for the cocktail event. Social media is always important for us, for nothing else other than an opportunity for us to amplify the conversation and to take it out of the four walls in the physical space and on the online platform, but really to take it to the world. And so our hashtag is BIS 2026, BIS 2026. That is for our social media. You're going to see a commentary wall at some point in the day, and that's going to be a reflection of all the social media engagement that is going to be coming up. We also have a photo station for the first timers. What this means is that we encourage you to have a moment of looking at yourself and taking a wonderful picture and joining others as you do that. And of course, wherever you post that, please don't forget BIS 2026. As I make my way off stage, let me just land a few logistical announcements. The first one is the bathrooms. There are bathrooms on all 3 floors. So there's bathrooms if you go out of the main doors to your right. If you go out of these main doors by these emergency doors and you go downstairs, there are very big bathrooms there, so that you might want to access those. But also you can go upstairs and you can access those facilities up there as well. The emergency exits are on this door to the left, as I've pointed out, and the door that many of us came in through right at the back. We also have a medic on site. If you need to access the medic at any point, you need to go out through these emergency doors, and the medic is on standby. If you need parking, there is a parking code that you might need to access, and the way you get this is either on your email, or you can take a picture of it at the Trialogue stand, or you can notate it now, which is *4*2235. *4*2235. That gets you in and out of the parking without having to pay. Last but not least, let's talk a little bit about feedback. So I've already mentioned that we're going to have an opportunity to rate each session while it's still fresh. So as soon as the session ends, we're going to invite you to rate the session, to give us that live feedback. But there is a reward to this. If you are in person here in Johannesburg with us, you will find that there's a feedback form inside your program. We're asking you to use that feedback form and sort of do your assessments and your ratings as the day goes along. And we're inviting you to kindly please deposit this at the Trialogue stand in the exhibition area. And there is a prize that can be won, and that is a double-page spread in the 2026 Trialogue Business in Society Handbook. And let me just give you a sense, if you've not been here before, this is worth 110,000 Rand. So it's a massive prize. Of course, the catch is we're going to be selecting that winner at the end of the day. So you've got to be in it to win it. If you're not here, you don't stand an opportunity to win that. If you're online, we're going to be putting an online form in the chat at the end of each day. We're also going to be giving some NPO listing prizes, and this is going to be for your engagement. So at the end of the sessions, we're going to be looking at your reflections, your insights, your participation in the polls, your participation on social media, using, of course, the hashtag. And we're going to, there's going to be one response that's going to be chosen, and that's going to win a free non-profit listing on the Trialogue Knowledge Hub. Of course, if the winner happens to be a corporate, the tradition is that that corporate can gift that listing to a non-profit organization of their choosing. So please do engage, lean into the conversation, use your notebooks from Volkswagen to capture those ideas and, of course, translate them onto the platform so that we can get line of sight of them as we make that final call. Okay, so I'm really getting off stage now. And I'm going to get off with a bang, because I'm going to actually give away a prize. This is my one Oprah moment that I get at Trialogue. And that is to show that we really are interested in your engagement, and we really want to encourage your engagement. We're going to give away an NPO listing to the first person who registered and paid for the conference. And this person did this on the 29th of January. 29th of January. So talk about an early beaver, right? So the person we're going to be contacting to send them their Trialogue prize is Brian Nell from Rise Against Hunger Africa. Let's give Brian a big round of applause. All right, without further ado, I'm going to ask you to keep the applause going, because we're going to be inviting the one and only Kathy Duff, who we all know in this room, who is, of course, one of the directors at Trialogue. She's going to be extending the official welcome and, of course, thanking our sponsors and setting us up for the day. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a privilege for me to open this conference once again and to welcome our, as Nazi said, over 500 delegates online and in person. We've come back to our roots at the Wanderers Club after a few years trying bigger venues, and just looking around, I think we've made the right call there. Nazi, thanks for the introduction. I've actually just finished Nazi's autobiography. So thank you for the courage of sharing your story, and I wanted to recommend it to everyone in the room who hasn't read it. If you get it in the next day, you can get her to sign it here. And while we're in marketing mode, and I'll make this short, but I'm always surprised to see in our annual survey that lots of the respondents don't know much or anything about Trialogue's products and services. So other than this conference and the handbook which you got in your delegate pack, we also run a very rich portal of online curated insights on the Trialogue Knowledge Hub that I recommend you visit. And then we also provide advisory services based on almost 30 years of experience in the corporate social investment and corporate responsibility sectors. So these services include CSI and sustainability strategies and support with implementation, volunteering strategies, monitoring and evaluation framework development, project evaluations and reviews, and support with all types of reporting. More recently, and quite excitingly, we've launched quite a few new products and processes, including a sustainability self-assessment tool, an impact investing offering, a monitoring and evaluation dashboard development, and a sector collaborative process, which I think is especially pertinent to some of the conversations we'll be having over the next 2 days. So if any of these sound like they're of interest to your organization, grab any of us from Trialogue. We've got red labels on our lanyards. Okay, that's the marketing bit done, and I want to move on to the thank yous. This conference really wouldn't be possible without an extraordinary team. It takes so much work, and I just want to acknowledge our team at Trialogue. Firstly, to Lorato, who many of you know, for keeping our sponsor and client relationships strong. Then to Manga, who's had her first year on production. It's a mountain of work, and she's remained unflappable throughout. Michle, also her first year on coordinating registrations, payments, and a lot of the travel arrangements. Fiona and Laura on crafting the content, which you'll see over the next 2 days. Sipasihle for keeping all our conference tech running smoothly. Mpumi for helping to get everything ready and doing lots of running around. And then to Sheldon, who joined this time 3 years ago and has managed the conference since then. Also, a shout out to our Maharishi Institute interns who wrapped all your delegate packs and ushered you in this morning. They're from the same organization as the choir. Trialogue is actually 25% owned by the Mvula Trust, and the Mvula Trust supports the Maharishi Invincibility Institute, which is a remarkable tertiary education institution that I recommend you all take a look at if you haven't already. Then to our AV partners, DKSS, the team at the back, who always make everything look so professional and smooth, even if there's a bit of chaos in the background. And last but not least on the thank yous to our sponsors, without whom this conference really would not be possible. First Rand Foundation, for coming on as our platinum sponsor for the 2nd year in a row. Then to our gold conference sponsors, APSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the Vodacom Foundation, MTN, and Westgrow. Volkswagen South Africa, who've again supplied the beautiful notebooks and pens that have really become an institution for both the conference and for the sector. Standard Bank for supporting nonprofits to attend, and our media partner, Prime Media Cares, for amplifying the conference messaging, both before, during, and after the conference. Can you just join me, please, in giving our Trialogue team, our sponsors, and our partners a round of applause? Then just a note to end off on the conference itself. As Nozi mentioned, this year's theme is Voices, Value, Vision. Over the next 2 days, we'll be amplifying the voices of youth, of women, and of communities. We're proud to have entrepreneurs, students, nonprofits, and government representatives on many of our panels. In fact, this year, we have more government representatives in the audience and on stage than we've ever had before. And this is no small thing. As companies move from supporting isolated projects to working in systems, working together with government is not optional, it's essential. And so a lot of the panels will touch on systemic change and how civil society, business, and government can work together. Another theme running through most of the panels is education and skills, because youth unemployment remains one of the most critical challenges facing our country today. At Trialogue, we'll carry all these conversations forward on our various platforms, social media, the Knowledge Hub, the handbook, website, etc. But ultimately, the impact of this conference lives in all of you, our delegates. In the connections that you make today and reinforce and follow up on in the coming days. In the ideas that you jot down in your VW notebooks, and in the conversations that you take back to your organization. As Nozi writes in her book, which I mentioned, conversation is the birthplace of action. So my hope is that over the next 2 days, you find fresh inspiration, you forge new connections, and you leave ready to create the kind of change our country needs. Thank you and enjoy.
Kathy, thank you very much for setting the scene for us, for extending such a warm warm welcome and for the marketing efforts. I do appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready now for our opening keynote address under the title, When Values Lead, Business Follows. It's an absolute pleasure for me to welcome onto the stage a very well-known figure to all of us in the room and online. She is an accomplished business leader and a leading voice and convener on responsible business, sustainability, and ESG practices. We know her in her capacity now as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Business Initiative. But she extends her leadership into many areas, including chairing the World Federation of Exchanges Sustainability Working Group, as well as National Treasury's Sustainable Finance Working Group. She's also served on the strategy group of the Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance. Before she comes up, allow me to quickly remind you that for this opening keynote, we might have an opportunity to take one or two questions from the platform. So please remember to go to the green button to put your question or your comment there. And then to the best of my ability, I will try and integrate that question in the Q&A that is to follow. Please may I ask us to put a warm round of applause for Madame Shamila Subramani.
Good morning, all, and wow, it's such a privilege to be in this room today. I want to start off by saying a huge thank you to Trialogue. It's such an honor to be invited here and also to see so many familiar faces. So good morning, everybody. And of course, the weather in Joburg's not been great, so it's an even bigger achievement for you to have turned out this morning despite the storm at 3 a.m. And so let me begin firstly by acknowledging Madam Program Director Nozipo, our distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, and all of you who are shaping the future. And let's start by holding that thought for the rest of this conference, that you really are shaping the future. Good morning. I want to begin with the reflection. And it may sound simple, but it is deeply confronting. A few months ago, I visited a skills hub linked to one of our programs. I met a young woman, bright, capable, determined, who had done everything that we ask of young people in this country. She had completed her studies. She had applied for jobs. And she waited 2 years. And then she said something that stayed with me. She said, I don't need another opportunity to learn. I need an opportunity to be included so that I can grow. What she was asking for was dignity. What she was asking for was a meaningful earning opportunity. And her story is reflective of how many people we know. I would be surprised if there wasn't any of us in this room at least that knew at least one person who shared a similar story. And here we sit, and I would argue that us sitting in the room today probably represent the most fortunate 2% of the people in this population. So that stayed with me, and I want us to understand that the distinction between preparation and participation is where the real work lies, and what we will reflect on in the conference over the next 2 days. It's where policy intent meets implementation, and it brings us directly to the theme of today and for the conference, is when values lead, business follows. Because every decision a business makes is an act of world-making and future building. We are part of those decisions every day. It's what we choose to fund. It's what we choose to build or not build. What we choose to lobby for in our policy lobbying efforts in the main elements of our businesses, and what we choose to measure, what we choose to ignore. These decisions determine who participates in the economy and who remains outside of it. Now, if we step back, there's certainly real progress that is worth recognizing. We certainly have more sophisticated ESG frameworks. We definitely corporate social investment holding resilient. We are seeing greater transparency in disclosure. And we are seeing, despite some of the global challenges, that sustainability is still keeping its place on the agenda. Trialogue's work over time has come to highlight that CSI investment in South Africa has remained significant and resilient. Education continues to receive the largest share of funding, and collaboration is widely seen as essential. Alongside that progress, however, a different pattern persists. Progress on key issues such as alleviating poverty, inequality, and unemployment, halting environmental degradation, and creating real economic growth all seem to have stalled and in some cases posted a reversal in gains. And so it seems that we still struggle to translate that investment into sustained economic participation. And it tells us something important. The challenge isn't commitment. The challenge seems to be coherence. Global funding cuts have exposed the vulnerability of our civil society sector, but as I mentioned, corporate giving has remained resilient, and it creates a critical gap where business must step in with greater strategic intent. CSI should and can evolve to become a catalyst for economic inclusion, investing in the institutions and the ecosystems that enable sustained participation in the economy rather than just temporary relief. And so the opportunity for CSI2 is collaborative action for systemic change. We are missing a conversation on how these billions can converge on a set of strategic priorities that become the base of a capital stack that is intentionally catalytic. This is where, as critical in the room today, and people who are part of that economy need to work in defining the new frontiers of what it really means to blend capital. And so let's think a little bit about where values can really show up. Because values in this conversation can sometimes be misunderstood. They're not what we say, and they're not what we post on our corporate walls, but they certainly translate into what we tolerate and what we do. They show up in trade-offs. When profit conflicts with inclusion, what wins? When speed conflicts with participation, who's left out? When short-term performance conflicts with long-term resilience, what gives? This is where values live, not in strategy documents, but in decisions under pressure. If we are serious about redefining business success, then we need to move beyond the idea that profit and purpose still sit in tension. And even this statement is not new. So the real question is, do we need to ask ourselves, what kind of profit? Created how? And at whose expense or benefit? Because long-term value creation, really value depends on systems that are inclusive, stable, and sustainable. Almost anything else really is deferred risk. So I want to talk a little bit about the organization that I come from, because I was also asked to share a few examples. And in South Africa, in our case, this is not theoretical. The NBI is a 31-year-old institution and was founded on a very simple premise, and that is that business cannot thrive in a society that fails. And I have no doubt that it's that statement that has brought all of you here today, and that is what drives your purpose in the work that you do. But today, the reality is even more urgent. If we just take one data point, and that is unemployment sitting at 30% and above, and youth unemployment, depending on the age category, exceeding 60%, we're not dealing with a marginal issue. We're dealing with the structural constraint on growth, and we need all hands on deck in looking at what is the systemic change that is required for us to do that. Which means that our leadership needs to evolve, and leadership today is measured not only by performance, but by the contribution to national resilience. And it is that resilience that all of our businesses actually depend on to grow. And so what does it look like when values actually lead? It looks like moving beyond intention into implementation. It definitely looks like a young person moving into meaningful work, and in so doing into dignity and hope. And for those of you who this sounds a little bit familiar, if you were at NBI's 30th birthday, you would know why. It looks like a small enterprise entering a value chain that was previously closed and which it could not have hoped to access, but can now. It looks like dignity restored through participation in an economy. I want to share with you a LinkedIn post by somebody, a young lady who came from no employment into employment, one of the programs, and it says better than I ever could what this means. It's by Valisha Sambo, and Valisha was somebody that qualified through one of the NBI programs, and her post is titled From Assistant Plumber to Qualified Plumber, and reads, in 2022, I qualified as an assistant plumber through the NBI, a milestone that opened the door for me to step into the plumbing industry with passion and purpose. Today, I'm proud to share another major step in my journey. I have officially completed my trade test and am now a qualified plumber. This achievement represents years of learning, hands-on experience, continuous growth, and commitment to excellence. I've enjoyed building my skills, serving clients, and growing through every opportunity that came my way. And she reflects on, with little arrows, assistant plumber, field experience, trade test, qualified plumber. And she said it's a full circle moment that reflects dedication, progress, and vision. And with a thank you to everyone who's been part of that journey for your support and belief in me that have meant so much. Felicia currently has gone on to employ others and started in an industry that normally, usually, generally, women wouldn't find them in, right? How many female plumbers do you know? But has broken that barrier, and it was through the intentional impact of programs that were put together with sponsorship by business such as yours in a coordinated fashion through institutions such as the NBI, and many other stories exist, but it was intentional and it was inclusive. Those programs ensured that at least 50% of women were at least in the application process. And what we've also found is actually those that stayed the course and finished were predominantly women. And so these are where intention meets actual implementation and where you look at collective accountability and intentional inclusion. And so we've seen this through in our demand-led skills programs linked directly to industry needs, but partnering with community-based TVET colleges so that when we say community, it has a face and a heartbeat. It is not something we put in our materiality matrix in our corporate reports to tick the box of stakeholder engagement. We see through climate finance initiatives mobilizing billions into green sectors, which not only create employment opportunities into new growth sectors and create resilience in existing sectors, but quietly shape a new kind of economy while helping secure lower carbon futures with huge multipliers on building resilience and creating better health outcomes. We see it in just transition work showing up that sustainability and inclusion can and must go hand in hand, but that it requires deliberate effort, yes, valuing an outcome of fuller participation of all of our people and the benefits which come with it. And these are not isolated successes. They are signals of what becomes possible when values shape decisions. When values lead, capital can flow. When values lead, partnership certainly follows and enables. When values lead and accountability is ingrained, outcomes will follow. So let's talk a little bit about inclusion and the necessity around a shift in design. And so there's a hard truth that we need to confront in the room. And often we design solutions for communities instead of with them. And then we ask why impact does not sustain and inclusion is not a moral add-on. It is a design principle. When the right voices are not in the room, we don't just miss perspectives, but we miss the outcomes we are seeking to design and put significant effort into. And this is something that we are seeing more clearly. When inclusion happens, impact lasts longer and really creates the foundation for the long-term growth that we are all seeking. And so as we look at this and looking at CSI from spend to systemic impact, let me speak to the social investment community, because this is really where the opportunity is most immediate. We know, as I've stated already, that investment is there, intent is there, commitment seems to be there, but we also know that efforts are fragmented. Capital is not always aligned, and impact is not always scaled. These are not new insights, but what is changing now is the urgency to move beyond them. The opportunity then is for us to shift from spend to investment. And investment really needs outcomes. Those of you that work in the financial services industry, and I would argue in any business, there's always has to be an outcome to any investment, and the same needs to hold true for every rand we spend into social investment. Projects need to shift into systems and system change, and outputs into outcomes. Because when we align capital around those shared priorities, we do move from incremental impact to systemic change. And I can certainly share lots of examples of what we've seen in the collaborative action that the NBI has been able to do, and what I've seen in so many of the corporates, many of whom sitting in the room today, and are also members of the NBI, you've seen through some of those projects. And so let's look at those values as a competitive advantage and not frame them as constraints. They're not something that slows down business, but the reality is the opposite. The businesses that succeed in the future are those that are understanding better and better that trust is a competitive advantage. Those of you that follow the Edelman Trust Barometer over the last number of years would have seen over time the actual increase in trust in business. And the barometer, for those that don't know, really measures the trust levels that civil society has in each of business, government, and the media and NGOs. And interestingly, trust in businesses increased. Not surprisingly in some instances, what it also means is that the imperative for business to act on that trust and actually grow its own base is staring us in the face as an opportunity. So inclusion definitely can drive innovation, and sustainability can underpin resilience. I'm hoping that some of those examples I shared have taken that more from words into reality. And so it really comes down to competitiveness. At the end of the day, we need a competitive economy, and we need to bring all of the best that we can do into shaping the innovativeness that is required for that. And every one of you sitting in the room today is a steward over the kinds of money that can shape that. So impact is not failing because of a lack of funding, but certainly because of a lack of alignment. It is an alignment of the values, capital, partnerships, and the decision-making. And that's where the next phase of impact is going to be won. And I want to leave with a little call to action. Starting today, can we ask these 3 questions? Who's in the room when your most important decisions are made? And importantly, who is not? And if the key stakeholders are not there, why are they not there? What are you measuring when you are, and what are you ignoring because it's harder to quantify? And what behaviors are actually being rewarded inside your organization? Because these are the things that will tell you everything you need to know about your real values versus your espoused values. So connecting all of that, I really would like to call on leaders to make space for reflection and systemic thinking. It's one of the things that I have noticed in the last few years, especially in my current role, is that the biggest cry I hear from leaders is that we don't have time to think. We are in a world that has become ever more busier, ever more all-consuming, ever more consumed by doom scrolling, ever more consumed about a number of factors that honestly detract from our ability to apply our collective mind into systemic thinking. If we are not able to create the space for our thinking, how do we become architects of the change? How do we identify the opportunities that are sitting there, and how do we bridge those gaps? And so my biggest task actually is for us to create the space for systemic thinking, where we will start to think about what those values need to be. Let's use those values to build the vision for inclusive growth. All of us that sit in corporate talk about our corporate vision and our strategy, right? And the double click on that of that vision becomes strategy. But let's use the values to build the strategy that is the world we want, and let's use our voice to amplify that, and let's use our money to invest in that. Because if we don't have a clear collective vision, which is driven by the time that you need to put into systemic thinking and into being able to understand what that means and how that means you need to shift, then we will continue to lack the impact that we need to have, and we miss the huge opportunity of the significant money that we have really being an architect for the future. So let us work together with understanding what those values needs to be. And again, my provocation, make time to think. And I'm going to conclude, thank you, Madam Program Director and Kathy, with saying that one of the biggest challenges and one of the biggest opportunities right now that we're looking at is, of course, the advent of this AI world that we're living in. But one of the biggest criticisms being leveled at that is that we are losing our ability for critical thinking. So if we're not making the time for critical thinking, all of the things we're talking about today will come to naught. Is ChatGPT generating your CSI strategy? Or are you really sitting with voices in the room and asking what those problems are that you need to solve? Thank you, leaders. I appreciate the time.
Shamila, thank you very much. And those questions, I do not doubt, are still reverberating around the room. Who's in the room and who's not, and why not? What are we actually measuring? But more importantly, what are we ignoring because it's just too difficult to quantify? And then finally, what behaviors are being rewarded in your organization? Thank you so much for that call to action. And of course, for calling us out, for perhaps not making the time to think. Being here feels like you're in a space where just for a moment, Trialogue has created space for us to pause and allow ourselves to lift our heads towards that systemic thinking. I'm going to not take too much of a time. We've only got about 10 minutes on the clock, but I perhaps wanted to just circle back to an honest question. You spent most of your career building frameworks, building coalitions, all around the idea of holding business accountable to their responsibility to society. If we were to have an honest assessment of how we're actually doing, are we seeing progress in this regard, or are we getting really good at just talking about the shift while not actually doing the work?
So, Nozipho, I think the first part is that we need to acknowledge the progress that has been made, and we can start to quantify some of that.
Yeah.
But I think if we were to give a more honest reflection, is that we are in transition, but we are not yet transformed. But that also poses an opportunity because we are then architects of that transition.
Sure.
And that's where we sit at this point in time. And, to my last point, I hope we're not the last generation that is going to have the benefit of critical thinking. And that is really important for us. So we've seen the rise of frameworks and standards and, in the broader sustainability space, I'd like to call it that. But what matters, and it matters that we've created somewhat a common language, but the common vision and the taking back the power and saying, but we need to architect what all of those things are intending to deliver as an outcome is where our opportunity lies right now. So we have become very sophisticated about describing the shift.
Yeah.
We've got the right language, the right text. But when we have to ask about outcomes and create the linkages through and really describe the theory of change that we're looking for, that's where I think the huge opportunity lies right now.
Yeah. And that's quite interesting that you highlight that we've mastered the language, we've mastered the description, but perhaps the next invitation is to really think about how do we master the collaboration, the actual action, so that we don't talk about common vision, but not be able to act common vision. I want to maybe go a little bit deeper into the E in ESG, and that's the environment, because I think that's potentially where we see the rubber really hitting the road, where we see almost a deviation between what business says about climate and then how business acts with regards to climate and the kind of decisions that business will follow through on. What does that say about the values that inform the kind of decisions we bring into the climate conversation and climate action? And if there is a gap, in your view, how do we close that gap?
That is not an easy question, Nozipho. So I think we often see that, climate protection, I want to call it that, is not consistently treated as a core value in decision making. And it's often treated as a constraint. But I want to question whether that should be a value in the first place. And I'll leave that open to everybody. Because what we are finding right now is that it's a business imperative. And that's usually where it's an easier conversation in the boardroom. When you can start to see the risks materializing, or at least your risk systems are able to see that, it finds its way in the boardroom. And I think that's the challenge that we have often as corporates, is that how do I find this conversation in the boardroom? I might see myself as a sustainability practitioner or otherwise, but am I in the periphery? And how do I want this to become mainstream?
Yeah.
And, Nozipho, my background is actually a corporate strategist. My background is strategy and finance. But sustainability was always, for me, really, really interesting from a strategic perspective. And I think is why it's the field that, I found needs the most attention to. And so my experience as a corporate strategist is to get it on the boardroom table. It needs to make rands and cents.
Yeah.
But there absolutely is a space for the conversation on leadership around values. So I want to talk a little bit about why we often find that there's a gap existing when the values are tested in the trade-offs that we spoke about earlier on. And climate doesn't always win in those trade-offs. And it's not surprising. And I'm just going to refer to my notes because otherwise I'm going to say it inarticulately. And this is something that anybody who knows me knows I've said for a long time, is that our way of measuring in success in business and financial markets was never made to safeguard environmental and social outcomes. This is the constraint we're living with. The financial system was never premised off protecting those things.
Yeah.
And so we continue to be measured and try to measure and force fit into a system that was never created to measure that. And so it has to be a deliberate intention about understanding that that's where we live and taking the right decisions in spite of that constraint. It means an entire re-articulation of their journey with your board to understand differently, to actually instill, I'm going to call it a bit of a moral compass, and maybe that's a bit heavy,
Sure.
but to actually say, I need to value that. But I also need to start having conversations for all of us in the room that stop a siloed way of thinking. If you grow up in marketing, you think marketing. If you grow up in accounting, you think accounting. If you grow up in economics, traditionally, you think traditional economics. Put us all together in the boardroom, and that is never going to protect the environmental and social outcomes. So we need to shift that conversation, which means that it is imperative of all of us in the room to begin systemic thinking and become articulate in those areas that are outside of your norm. Because you're going to have to put that conversation together in the boardroom. You're going to have to convince a CFO why he needs to care about the environment. And not just through sustainability reporting, and I'm going to make that point very quickly. We're in a point in our country right now where there's a conversation happening about potentially making sustainability report mandatory, and there's a roadmap discussion that is underway. That is potentially going to be quite a costly exercise, because with that comes the kind of resources you need to put into reporting, the kind of resources you need to put into assurance, and those sorts of things. Who is protecting the outcome and the intent of such reporting? What is it meant to drive if we are putting so much effort into it? And so this is an open invitation to all our leaders in the room today. Please be part of the conversation. And if we're saying that the country needs to solve for poverty, inequality, unemployment, the outcomes for a just and equitable transition, surely those are the things we need to be measuring in those frameworks. Because you measure what you treasure. Do we even know that the process is underway? Because it's probably the single biggest thing right now that is going to drive some of those outcomes. And it's an opportunity, because once it's on the boardroom table and it's mandatory, your CFO will care. Your risk manager will care. But what are you asking them to care about?
Sure. I think you use the language beautifully. You speak about a complete reorientation. And a reimagination of what it is that we actually value and what it is that we actually protect and treasure.
And Nozip, it's a question about stewardship.
Sure.
And each of us actually has a responsibility as we're thinking about that. As a business community, ask ourselves in 10 years' time when you look back, what do you want to have put your hand up and said that you were actually an honest steward of? And where did you take those decisions?
What will you be judged on when the history books are being read? I just want to squeeze in a question from Marshall before I get to my final question in our last 3 minutes. And then just a quick reminder is to say, don't put your questions in the chat. Please put them in the question box. You've got to go to the bottom to the green box and put them there. So Marshall, I did wade through the chat and found your question, which I thought was a good one, because you started off by speaking about the amount that is actually invested in education. And Marshall says, with so much money channeled into education via CSI investments, in your view, Shamila, why do we continue to experience such low outcomes at national levels? Do you think the issue is that we're not investing at the right level, or are we just getting it wrong altogether?
Marshall, can you ask another question? Where's Marshall? Is he online? Hello, Marshall. So I think that is a question we all need to concern ourselves with. And I mean, it's absolutely appalling when we look at the situation in relation to basic education. There is a systemic overhaul that, again, we need to look at. But I think it's also about accountability. There's a huge discussion around accountability. I don't even want to wade into the conversation around corruption and misspent money. And I think that is another conversation that we need to have. And so where we're investing absolutely matters. Thank you, Marshall. And it's driving those outcomes and accountability. So that, again, is a conversation I think that corporates can weigh in on quite substantively. Because the product of that education system is what we're employing in our companies. And so let's look back and think about what we would like that to look like and how we can shape that. And we sit at an intersection where corporates really have the privilege of having the ability and the money to look at that, be forward thinking, think about what's shaping the future, but then use that power to reverse engineer to saying, how can I meaningfully and constructively support the discussion on what that system needs to look like, and hence what it needs to invest in.
Fantastic. I've run out of time, but I'm going to just ask you in the last 30 seconds to speak to what is the one thing that you think the organizations in the rooms, the people in the room, sitting with budget responsibilities, with mandates, with influence, what is the one thing that they could do differently to make the calls to actions that we've made today a little bit more real? What is your call to action so that even this doesn't become a really good exercise of articulating the issues without acting on them?
So I know it's not an easy one. And I mean, I could give quick wins, but I think I'm really going to ask the uncomfortable question is that, are you making time to think about what system you want to change and how you're going to do that? And it really requires time, but it requires time to also make sure you bring the right voices into the room, even the ones that make you uncomfortable. Those are the ones that are going to provoke the thinking. Make those voices, but bring them in early on. Don't say, this is my strategy or this is what I'm doing, and then effectively go look for endorsement of it. It's bring the voice earlier on to shape the conversation, but I want us to take it a level higher. We need to think about the systems we want to change and where's the opportunity for us to bring that money together to literally select 2 or 3 systems, including the education one, and say we need collaborative action. Because we do, as corporates, have the tendency to approach things for what can I affect in my space. But these challenges require systemic change.
Sure.
And so the bringing together of that money is going to be critical, but it needs the time to think and the platforms to collaborate.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give Shamila Subramani a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you so much, Shamila. And I think that final call to action should not be lost on any of us. Are you including people because you're looking for their endorsement, or are you including them because you actually want to go on a journey of co-creation together? And the two are fundamentally different. And thank you for raising that provocation. I'm going to invite us to go onto the app now. You will be given an opportunity to also rate this session. So let's please do that. We, of course, really love the feedback that you give us. And so I want to just encourage you. It's a 5-star rating. It's popped up on your screen already. And you can very quickly just give that rating there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our very first topic of the first day. And this topic is presented with the First Rand Foundation. It is mobilizing leadership, employees, and partners around a common purpose. We're going to start off with an executive address, and thereafter we're going to transition into a panel discussion, which is going to be preceded by a poll. And that is the pattern that we're going to hold for each of our topic areas. And so to extend the sponsor introduction, it's my pleasure to welcome the head of social investing at the First Rand Group, and that is Madame Kone Gugushe. As she comes up, we're reminded that she oversees First Rand's social impact investment and philanthropic activities. She's a chartered accountant with over 20 years experience spanning the financial services sector as well as development finance. She's also served as the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. Let's give Kone a big round of applause, please.
I remember one year when I lost my shoe.
So Kone is reminding me that last year her shoe fell off as she got onto your stage.
Thank you very much, Nozipho, and certainly a gracious introduction, and thank you for steering this program over this next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Kone Gugushe, and on behalf of the First Rand Foundation and the First Rand Group, it is my privilege and my pleasure to welcome you to the Trialogue Conference of 2026. Allow me to acknowledge our distinguished speakers and partners. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Trialogue, led by Ms. Kathy Duff, to you and your team. Thank you very much for curating another impactful conference, and we look forward to the engagements that are going to happen around these rooms and the further collaborations that we will be able to strike. Certainly, I'd like to acknowledge our esteemed keynote speaker, Ms. Shamila Subramani, who's the CEO of the National Business Initiative, and I must say, a proud partner of the First Rand Empowerment Foundation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a marathon, or whatever you want to call it, of a consecutive 2 long weekends. And I hope that all of you have found time to relax and found time to take advantage of what we call sometimes take 1, gain 4 days type of weekend. But now it's time for us to refocus back into full work weeks, and what better way to start that than this 2-day conference. And so your attendance in this conference is going to be certainly worthwhile, and I'm hoping that you will be as genuinely excited as I am about the topics that we are going to discuss today. And certainly the topic that we are seeking to talk about that highlights the importance of mobilizing leadership, the importance of facilitating and enabling co-creation, the importance of harnessing what we all have as corporates, which is our people. Mobilizing employee volunteerism and really gaining the beauty and what is within our employees and the skills that they possess. The First Rand Group has long recognized the imperative of delivering meaningful social impact across our continent, our nation, and our communities. And this comes from our stated purpose, which is to create a future of shared prosperity for our clients, our employees, and certainly the societies that we serve. And this ethos runs through everything we do, from our philanthropic work through the First Rand Foundations to the commercially driven initiatives across our business footprint. And central to this strategy is our nearly 50,000 strong employee base, who maintain the closest understanding to communities that they serve. And of course, these are communities from which they come. The proximity that they have gives us direct insights into the needs of our clients. It gives us the resolution to systemic challenges. And of course, it gives us the ability to future-proof our business through innovation. And so when we are talking about employee volunteerism, and we're talking about volunteerism in general, I came across a study that was undertaken by Statistics South Africa that really gave interesting insights around the levels of engagement in our society. And this study covered the 10-year period between 2014 and 2024. And I was really impressed and happy to note that overall volunteering in South Africa, and when we're talking about volunteering, we mean those people who do give of their time free of any compensation to certain causes that are close to them. Volunteering over this 10-year period grew by an impressive 42% to 3.1 million individuals that are actively volunteering within our nation. And this gives us a national volunteer rate of 6.9%. Total volunteer hours of close to 450 million, estimated at a value of 17.5 billion. Now, this is effort that is given into the economy free of charge. 17.5 billion of time, of effort, of energy that is given by ordinary people throughout our economy. And of course, the majority of volunteers participated through direct activities, but at least 42% of them participated in organized activities. And employee volunteering programs drive much of this growth. In 2025, Trialogue told us that 96% of their respondent companies have employee volunteer programs. So everyone is involved and everyone is mobilizing their employees to do something. 61% run fundraising activities, and at least 58% of those that responded do give time, paid time from their employees to come and do volunteer activities. Now, from what we heard from Shamila, and I really don't want to take anything away from our male counterparts, but it is clear that women are the majority of those that contribute towards volunteerism. But gentlemen, we appreciate your time and effort, and we encourage you to lift up your socks. Now, when we talk about employee volunteerism at First Rand, this is really something that has become a powerful instrument for us in furthering our social impact strategy, attracting values-aligned talent and empowering employees to deploy their skills for meaningful social change. And a year ago, the First Rand Foundation launched the CEO Volunteer Accelerator Program, and this is the program that we are going to be unpacking here today, that really has marked a shift from how we were doing, episodic, sporadic, ad hoc volunteering activities to a more structured, leadership-driven model that delivers measurable outcomes. And this program brings together multidisciplinary employees, social partners, segment CEOs, all in an effort to co-create and find practical, sustainable solutions to complex social challenges. And that element okay, great, thank you. And that co-creation is very important as part of the CEO Volunteer Accelerator Program. This program was conceived in response to three foundational insights. One, that complex social challenges demand sustained strategic support and not ad hoc interventions. And two, that employees seek meaningful ways to apply their professional skills with intention and depth. And that three, visible leadership is consequential. Active CEO involvement signals that social impact is core to how we as First Rand operate. And so as we unpack this program today, I really invite you to interrogate and maybe even give us your insights and comments around how you, in your own spaces, are mobilizing the co-creation element. And as I draw to a close, really, I want to speak not as foundation executive, but rather as a person who has witnessed firsthand what happens when good people show up for the benefit of others. So behind every statistic that we've talked about, the 3.1 million volunteers, the 17.5 billion contribution of value, at the core of it, there's a mother in a township who received support that they did not expect. There's a young person who saw a professional from First Rand sit beside them, listen to them, and maybe say, how can I help? There's a social partner organization that, for the first time, had the strategic backing to turn a fragile idea into a long-lasting solution. And this is what this work is about. Not programs, not frameworks, just people choosing people. When our CEOs sit in a room with their teams and community leaders, not to direct, but to listen, something shifts. When employees bring their expertise, not because they are asked, but because they feel called to, something endures. And when our partners trust us enough to share their most difficult challenges, we know that we have earned something that no balance sheet can measure. And so I leave you with this, that shared prosperity is not a destination that we arrive at. It is a promise that we renew every single day, through every hand we extend, and through every life that we choose not to walk past. And of course, on a lighter note, volunteerism remains one of those KPIs. In fact, it's the only KPI where smiles per hour really matter. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Kone, thank you very much. The the only time when smiles per hour really matter. Thank you for setting the scene for our very first conversation. I'm going to introduce my panelists now who are going to join me up on stage for us to have a conversation where we begin to deep dive into this question of how do we actually mobilize leadership, employees, and partners around a common purpose. I'm joined on stage by Zibu Ngala, the CEO of Points of Presence. Zibu leads Points of Presence, which is responsible for the execution of strategic drivers, continuously reviewing and future-proofing sustainability for customer growth and retention throughout their financial journey. And this is out of FNB. Thank you, Zibu, for being here. You can come up. Dr. Almarie Pereira is here with us. Almarie is the co-founder and CEO of Memeza Shout NPO. She is a South African GBV activist and a community safety leader. And Memeza Shout works through private and public partnerships to support the most vulnerable communities. Thank you for being here, Dr. Almarie. Dr. Mantiba Palane is also here. Dr. Palane is a director responsible for public-private partnerships at the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. And she oversees the partnerships unit with a focus on fostering public-private partnerships for inclusive crime prevention initiatives. Our final panelist is Colleen Magna. Colleen is a Director of Innovation and Practice at Rios Partners. Thank you, Colleen. Colleen she's a co-founder there, and she focuses on evolving Rios offerings to amplify impact. Now, before we sit down into the conversation, one reminder and then one action from us. The one reminder is, remember to go during the conversation into the question box so that I can integrate your questions as best I can. And then the first thing that we are going to do is we're just going to get a reading in the room by participating in a poll together that really sets the tone for the conversation we're about to have. So you should be seeing a poll popping up on your screen right now. The question is, what most helps to get leaders, employees, and partners working around a common purpose? So what most helps? Is it clear agreement up front on goals? Is it about getting well-defined governance structures and communication mechanisms in place? Is it just about a question of trust and making sure that your relationships can carry trust? Is it visible leadership, commitment, and follow-through? Is it about listening properly to partners and acting on their feedback? Is it about involvement? And in particular, involving employees in practical, useful ways? And is it about ensuring that you have simple ways to track what's working and learning from it? So I'm going to let that poll run. I will come back to the results of the poll and potentially integrate them as best as I can into the conversation. We do have a monitor in front of us that shows that we still have quite a few people participating in the poll. So we'll have a look, and we'll pause at some point in the conversation to have a look at that. But maybe, Zibu, let me open up with you and perhaps invite you to describe a little bit the First Rand Volunteer Accelerator Program and your involvement in it as a starting point. But what I'm really looking for is what you've learned about mobilizing internal teams and external partners around a common purpose, that bridge between the internal and the external.
Cool, thank you. So I think for me, the First Rand Accelerator Program is very much around how an organization actually partners with the NGOs to make sure that we come up with these sustainable solutions that actually solve for real community problems. One of the things that's very critical, I guess, in our environment, and I mean, I look after the branch and ATM network at FNB. So a lot of our people and our staff members come from the communities that we work in. So they partner with the NGOs to enable them to really just understand what are some of the core challenges that are in those particular communities. I think the important thing, though, is not just to get there and to dictate solutions because we think we know it all, right? It's about deeply engaging and deeply listening to the communities and what it is that they want to solve. And then being able to then identify how, as an organization, we can partner effectively, bringing cross-divisional teams together,
Okay.
providing different skill sets to enable these solutions to come to light. So my role has really been around just sponsorship, as well as mentorship, and then galvanizing teams, across the different divisions within First Rand to provide those skill sets to enable and to create an enabling environment for the solutions to essentially come to light. So, I mean, it's quite structured. We've got like workshops. We enable them to come up with strategies. We support, we assist, and at the end of the day, also provide funding to ensure that they're able to execute on the solutions. I think the important thing for me is ensuring that the ownership obviously sits with the community, but our partnership is felt, is seen, and is heard when we essentially then going through the implementation of those particular solutions in the communities.
Zibo, I think that's a really strong distinction you make there at the end, to say ownership sits with the community, but partnership is all of us. And I think that I also found it quite interesting that some of the things you listed, and I'm keen to see what that poll looks like, actually touches on some of those elements. You're already talking about really understanding the community, really stepping in with the posture of listening and wanting to engage meaningfully. But also, to Shamila's earlier point, you talk about cross-divisional teams, and so making sure that you're tapping into the tapestry of what's available. So I think it will be interesting for you to see what that poll looks like. But let me go to Almarie next. And maybe, Almarie, let's go to your organization, Memeza Shout, which I understand very much works at the intersection of community. But I want to maybe ask you to describe your organization's involvement first in the First Rand Volunteer Accelerator Program. I'm keen to understand your involvement, but more than anything, how would you describe the impact to date?
Thank you so much, and Zibo, and thank you so much for First Rand Empowerment Foundation and Trialogue for having this important discussion today. And it's quite a special discussion to me, because the work that I do today started in volunteerism. A decade ago, I was given the opportunity to work for a non-profit organization, which is Memeza, after the loss of my sister due to gender-based violence. And that opportunity of volunteerism changed my life. So it took me from caring about a social problem to taking responsibility for the social problem and doing something about it. So the work we do with First Rand Empowerment Foundation is focused around gender-based violence, building safer communities, connecting stakeholders and partners at a community level to improve the response on gender-based violence. We work closely with our government partners as a force multiplier in these national programs that we deploy, and through the First Rand Empowerment Foundation, of which I'll hone in on the CEO Accelerator program now, we've reached over 38,000 gender-based violence victims. We've created over 90 community-based GBV response network jobs, and we've proven up to a 30% reduction in gender-based violence in the communities where we deploy the program.
Sure.
So the key focus for us on the CEO volunteer program has been early pregnancy prevention. And it has been such an interesting journey to work with the CEO volunteers, because it's not just looking at a problem and finding a solution. First Rand Empowerment Foundation really took this initiative, and through a process of mapping out the problem, with the volunteers actually being involved in mapping out the source of the problem, going to the source of that, going through a prototype and innovation, education process, coming up with a solution, and then testing that solution. So this is not just normal volunteerism. These volunteers are actually getting involved and getting their hands dirty. To me, the program is really unique because it does not just create volunteers. It creates leaders who understand social impact.
Yeah.
And we could see how lights went up in the workshops that we had with these volunteers. And the topic that we address is quite a diverse and serious topic. So it was very interesting. And I think the game changer for me in the CEO Accelerator program is that these young leaders will take what they learn through this program today back to their industries and
they will then use this to influence how solutions are designed in the future, which will have a big impact on, the social challenges that we face in South Africa.
Yeah, Anne-Marie, I think there's two things that are just so powerful in what I've heard. The one is that the volunteers are actually involved in understanding and sourcing the problem. And so back to Shamilia's earlier point that it's not about an endorsement of an existing strategy where you found the problem already and all you're looking for now are hands on deck, but also that you highlight the impact on the volunteers themselves. And in these conversations, it's very easy to look at the impact only through the lens of how does it impact the beneficiaries or the victims. And I think it's really powerful that you talk about how volunteers themselves were changed. And I think that's a very important part of the conversation. Let me go to Dr. Manthiba next because I'm going down the line. And so the unique opportunity we have with you, Dr. Manthiba, is that you bring a public sector perspective into this conversation, especially as your role as Director of Public-Private Partnerships at the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. The question to you, though, is what role can structured partnerships with business and communities realistically play? And more than that, what conditions do you think need to be in place for those partnerships to really thrive?
Thank you so much for being here. Just to get straight to the point, the biggest impact of partnership here is in the voices and the vision of communities and the vision that the public-private partners have. The foundation out of that is policy implementation at community level. I think most of the times we struggle with the policy implementation and the impact thereof. However, we tend to forget in our hushed plans to put up policies or to ensure that there is some form of implementation. We forget the main beneficiaries and the main holders of implementation, which is the voices of communities for the outcry against crime prevention and violence. So through the First Rand Foundation, from the public service perspective or from a public-private partnership, it gives the ability of not only it's about signing MOUs or signing working agreements, it gives the ability to take policy implementation into the hands of the community and ownership thereof through the innovations of partners such as MEMESA and other NGOs, in terms of focused and structured programs that are looking at crime prevention and protection of vulnerable groups. Communities are given an ability to see beyond crime that is affecting their daily lives. You know that when I'm with this partner or when we are together as a group of NGOs discussing the vision that we want to see in our communities, which is a developmental state that the country is. We know that a structured partnership that is supported by funding, proper funding for that matter, not short-term, but long-term to afford implementation to have impact.
Dr. Manthiba, thank you very much. And again, I'm just going to lift two things. One of those, of course, you talk about the importance of the structure and the focus that comes when there's an actual policy that can be embedded and anchored in a community. And I think that's really powerful because oftentimes we can think about volunteering programs as this sort of nice to have little, engagements that pop up on Mandela Day every now and then. But what I'm hearing you say is that where there's structure and there's focus and there's a policy, there's an empowerment that happens for the community there. And then, of course, I think we all heard that last comment. It's not just funding. It's proper, long-term funding is what Dr. Manthiba is calling out for as one of the core conditions that need to be in place. Colleen, let me come to you before I come back to the poll, which I'd love to beam up on the screen once again, please. You work with organizations who are really trying to collaborate across sectors, and they're doing this around complex issues all the time. What, in your view, distinguishes those type of partnerships that I would describe as consequential. They actually move things. They have real impact versus partnerships that one would say could be superficial or surface level at best.
Thanks, Nozipo. And actually, a lot of the answers have already come up in this discussion, which is a real example of partnership with impact. And, you know, in RIOS, we've worked for over 20 years across sectors on bringing and convening and designing collaborations towards some kind of systemic impact. So there are some clear indicators for what makes for successful partnerships. But I just want to focus on one, which sounds quite simple, but is actually quite difficult to achieve, which is that you're not just measuring the effectiveness of working together on addressing the challenge. You're actually measuring for not working together, but changing together. So what that means is what happens to those organizations, the people that are involved in their learning and understanding about the problematic situation, about the diverse others' experiences and problem-solving abilities outside of your own organizational paradigm. And collaboration is difficult. It requires stepping across difference in how you know how to do things in your own sector. And so the most sustainable way to actually see it through is after that partnership.
Yeah.
And that is in the changes that have happened in organizations, which is a strategic change to think more systemically, to solve problems more systemically, to be able to understand when to collaborate and when to be in conflict, and you have to do both. And that's been the big learning. And I'll give you two quick examples completely outside of this example here. During COVID and just before COVID, we worked with an alliance of civil society organizations in Sudan that were looking to contribute to the rebuild of the country while they were in transition. Then the war broke out in April in 2023, and it wasn't safe enough to work with them. Many fled and were diaspora or refugees. And so we continued to work with them outside of Sudan in building the capacities to continue to collaborate, because civil society is hugely fractured, particularly in a country like Sudan, because there's political allegiance. And it's in their ability to understand each other's perspectives that when the war ends, which it will, there is an infrastructure, a civil society infrastructure that can support. A more recent example is here in South Africa. For the last couple of months, together with NASCI, we are bringing together NGOs that work with ECD to help the Banapele initiative. And the purpose is to build trust and understanding of what different NGOs bring towards access to ECD. And it's in this trust-building infrastructure that can support DBE in its rollout in a number of ways beyond the next year that we'll be working together.
Yeah.
So that's really the essence, is changing together.
Sure. It's not lost on me that you say that the ability to measure that change is after. And again, in a world where measurement is everything, and not being able to measure something in the moment, in the flow, and having that patience to understand that the real strategic change that we're looking for is actually after, and it's what happens within those organizations. I love your points around building a trust infrastructure as well, because I think when we think partnerships, we're thinking just the strengths of what everybody can bring, but we forget about the residual collective of trust that's left in the room. So thank you, technical team. I did see you put up that poll. I'm going to ask for it once again so we can just have a quick look at it together. And then I want to say to the audience, thank you so much for your amazing questions, which I am seeing on the app. So I'm going to try my best now after this poll to transition to those questions. The question was, what most helps to get leaders, employees, and partners working around a common purpose? We had almost a number here, about 160 people participating in this particular poll, and about 20% says actually it's about clear agreement right up front. So when you talk about workshops, Almarie, I can imagine that a huge part of that work is being clear about what is it that we're trying to do. A small number says it's about well-defined governance structures and communications mechanisms, which must be interesting to you, Dr. Mantibe, because a policy is a governance structure in a way, and yet the majority of the room is saying, well, we actually don't think that is a necessary precondition for the ability to work around a common purpose. 37% says visible leadership, commitment and follow through. A small number, Zibu, saying, no, Zibu, only 9% of us actually think it's listening properly. which is really interesting. You know, based on what you've said, based on what Shamila said, 9% says listening properly to partners and acting on their feedback. So, you know, that's an interesting insight that is coming through there. And then the smallest number, which is 4%, says involving employees in practical, useful ways. Am I reading these numbers right? And 6% is saying what helps most is simple ways to track what's working and how we learn from it. And Colleen, you would find that interesting because you've just brought the aspect of how we track and what we measure and so forth. So I'm going to leave those findings in the room, right? I don't want us to try and explain them away because the whole purpose of the exercise is to get a reading on what people think in the room. So I have another round of questions, but I also have some really compelling questions that have come through on the platform. So I'm going to defer to the ones on the platform. So apologies if you've not seen the question. And this, of course, comes both from our in-person and our online audience. I'm going to say to our audience, try and keep your questions sharp, short, concise, and to the point. Because if it's a big paragraph, I'm going to skip it. Because it just makes it difficult for me to read, and I get worried that I might trip over something. So Henry Sabata, please repeat that question. So Nompumelole says, this is for Almarie. Nompumelole says, as a community-driven organization, how do you balance grassroots needs with corporate expectations when mobilizing around that shared purpose?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, that is a difficult thing to get right, I think. But I think really the time needs to be spent understanding the grassroots problem before you involve business to try and solve it.
Yeah.
And I think that has been the key thing, and organizations that, you know, have been around for a long time, and there's a lot of NGOs here that's been around for a long time. Amesa has been around for about 13 years. A lot of that time was spent understanding the grassroots problem. And then the next step is now to find your partners that align with how you want to solve those problems.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy feat, and it takes a long time. But I believe once you've done that, you can really show your partners and your investors the impact on the ground. And most importantly, the people that you are serving, your community at the grassroots, can feel the change.
Yeah.
And can attest to that.
Yeah. Am I correct in understanding that it's an intricate balance that you're having to, that you a tightrope, if you will, because it is about the voices on the ground really being heard and feeling that they're being centered in the process. But at the same time, those who hold the purse strings also want to feel that there's an alignment to what it is that they're investing in. So, Zibu, let me bring this question to you. This is from Coletta Simungu, and Coletta says, as a private equity investor involved in driving impact at community level, one of the greatest difficulties is going into societies to identify, and she uses inverted commas, the right voices to understand what the needs are and what work is needed. The question is, how do we go into communities to understand who should be spoken to and which issues must be prioritized? And here's the kicker for me, without causing factions and divisions. Because you are walking into a space that has got its own tapestry of power, its own hierarchies. So tell us a little bit about how do you think about that?
So I think one of the things we do quite well is when we start engaging with communities, it's not a once-off, right?
Sure.
Because I think, as it was said a bit earlier, volunteerism can also be one of those, you touch once, you leave. So I think when you actually get in there and you spend time getting to know and understand the community that you are operating in, understanding who the influencers and I guess the main voices in that community are, spending time with different parts of the community. So, I mean, obviously as a corporate, you've got certain priorities that you want to invest in, so whether it's education or this or that. But the fact of the matter is that you first need to understand the lay of the land, spend enough time with the different community leaders and people in that community to actually get to the core of what are some of the things that you need to be involved in. I think it's important to listen to different voices, because the loudest voices aren't necessarily always the ones that are going to give you the meat that you are essentially requiring. So for me, it's about time spent, and it's about being deeply invested in those particular communities to get to the crux of what some of the challenges are that the communities are grappling with and are trying to solve.
Yeah.
And then it's about engagement. Because I think, once again, it's not about a hero complex here. You're not coming in to rescue.
Yeah.
You're actually coming in to partner, to understand, and to see what is essentially going to build sustainability and capability for that community to be able to move forward and sustain themselves.
Yeah.
So listening to different voices, spending time, and I know the audience said that listening deeply is not necessarily the most important thing. It's leadership visibility. But it's one thing to be visible. If you don't understand what it is that you're solving for, then I find that useless.
Sure. Yeah.
So for me, it's a combination of those things.
Yeah.
And then it's actually then identifying small and big initiatives, getting the community involved in the things that they're wanting to solve, and partnering to get to the outcomes that are going to serve both the community.
It's about time spent. And the thing that you've also said, you said it's about listening to different voices. And one can imagine in a community with its different power structures that you have to even approach that sensitively, yes. Because who you're seen to be talking to and who you're seen to be engaging can in itself be problematic to another grouping within that community. And so the sensitivity around that. There was a question from Gribelo saying, very quickly for Zibu, what do you do in communities where you don't have an active branch, like deeply rural communities? Do those just fall outside of your purview?
So one of the things we've been spending a lot of time doing is actually expanding our points of presence. So we've got partnerships in the different communities with retailers. So you may have seen that we've partnered with Pick n Pay. We've got some points of presence in Pick n Pays. But we also have an initiative that's very close to my heart, which is Agency Plus. Okay. So what we do is we partner with small businesses that then get onboarded as agents of the bank to enable us to provide these banking services like withdrawals, deposits, purchasing airtime and such. So we actually then have a partnership with those particular communities and those particular business owners. We continue our relationship with them and the community through those businesses as well. So we are definitely working very hard to ensure that we are where our customers need us to be, and obviously at their convenience. So we spread our reach using other points of presence, I guess, as well.
100%. And I think that's a practical question, Gabel, and it's really good to hear that there's an out-of-the-box thinking that also comes into play. Dr. Mantiba, let me bring you back here into the conversation. I'm keen to understand from your perspective, what do you think are the behaviors that undermine trust?
The behavior that undermines trust
in partnerships,
mostly in a partnership. The first mistake is statistically aligning solutions by throwing money without listening to the voices of communities.
Can we just pause, Dr. Mantiba? Can I get that poll up again? I just want to double check that number. Okay, it now says 10%. Listening properly to partners and acting on their feedback. Thank you, technical team. That was just me being salty. Dr. Mantiba, but continue. So the first mistake, you say,
Yes.
is not listening properly. Continue.
Communities always know their problems. What they need is assistance, and they always have their solutions. They need assistance to apply and ensure that they put together solutions that can help their own. For instance, when the ICVP, as the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, says all of us are involved, does not mean corporate only. It means also the community that is the recipient of the very same corporate assistance that we are looking for. However, central to that, I spoke about voices and vision. The voices need to determine the altitude, the engagement, and the impact of the vision that is set through the funding by First Rand or any other corporate, as well as the partnership that is established through MEMESA and other NGOs focused on the issue is focusing on a common vision, which in this panel is crime prevention and protection of vulnerable people.
Dr. Matibe, thank you for that. I want to bring to you a very quick second question before I make my way back to Colleen. Komala is asking if you can say something about the challenge of creating dependency when supporting communities. Have you seen that? Where a community then becomes dependent on a funder, on a particular program, on an initiative, and even those that do have the agency to act then step back and no longer do that.
The agency instead is the beginning of turning the tide around, of ensuring that voluntarism is aligned or is supported through a stipend or some form of income to ensure that even those that are volunteering or even those that have interest in begging do not back down and fold their arms because there is nothing that they're benefiting. The issue is we need a community that sees the bigger picture, but the same bigger picture must be seen by corporate to show that with this funding or with this plan of action, is there an impact that will be made in community?
Thank you, Dr. Matibe. So, Colleen, I see you are you're making these very, very serious notes. So, the first thing is I want to know what you've just written now as your first comment, because I think that's a direct reaction to what I'm hearing what Dr. Matibe was saying. But I also want to bring you a question from Mandla. Mandla says, if visible leadership is the most important thing, what burden must these leaders then carry to deliver on this common purpose? Over to you.
Okay, so what I just wrote after Matibe spoke was one of the biggest roadblocks to building trust is not naming the power asymmetries that exist in any situation. And let me use working with GBV as an example, because we've worked on a number of different partnerships to address GBV. And what I actually wrote in here as the biggest contributor to that power asymmetry is that there is trauma in the room.
Sure.
And you cannot assume, and this is true for many social problems, it's not just GBV. These are lived experiences, communities know how to address them, and the sensitivity and real care to listen and to balance those power asymmetries is almost the most fundamental thing to do up front. And to the point about the burden of leadership, I smiled when I saw those results, because in some ways I'm not surprised. It is very important for visible leadership to show up. We are leader-led organizations, so that is the world. And how those leaders show up is back to the point about what are they demonstrating as change in the beginning, and the ability to be vulnerable, to not have the answers, to model the listening that's required, actually speaks then to all of the other things that are required too. And I mean, maybe I can just add one more block that has also come up here that I've seen in other contexts, which is when you really listen to different perspectives and interests,
Yeah.
there is often a conflict of what the problem is. And it is really important to hold the framing of what you're trying to solve quite lightly until you listen to what the system is actually saying is happening. Because sometimes in that reframe comes the innovation and comes the way that you address them. So, yeah.
Yeah. And
Could I maybe add
Zibo just wants
something?
to add very quickly to that.
Yeah, so maybe just to the previous point. I mean, we, as part of the accelerator program, we worked with an ECD, so my business unit. And it's a young team of the NGO is a team of young people that are trying to help other young people through, helping them with aftercare, helping them prepare for exams, helping them with looking for jobs and such. And a lot of what we had to do throughout the year was just around how do we transfer the skills of, building your strategy, building a business case, putting forward and convincing, the corporate that this is essentially a worthy cause that you're trying to do. But also in the execution and implementation, it's not us doing it. So we are supporting and helping, but they need to be at the forefront of it. So I'm going back to this ownership thing around, ensuring that the community takes ownership, because this dependency comes when you do and you don't enable. So I think it becomes really important to ensure that they know you're there for the long haul. They know you're behind them. You've built the trust. So they know that even when there are challenges that come up along the way, you are in the trenches, there to solve, but once again, co-creating the solutions as you move forward. So I think that's been a really big lesson that I've learned, just in terms of engaging with them and making sure that they come up with the solutions. It's really your role to then guide and mentor and move forward.
And I can appreciate that, while at the same time appreciating that sometimes people carry a mandate that's been approved by board, a framing that's been approved by board, and suddenly the system says something different. And the system says not this, but that. How do we resolve that tension? How do we find our way when we're hearing something different from what we had already begun to solve for and actually set aside funds for? So I think this conversation has been really incredible. We've got 3 minutes on the clock, and what I'm going to ask you to do is to give me almost like a billboard. So I want you to think about a billboard. Because this is a First Rand Foundation partner session, First Rand will pay for your billboard. So think about a billboard sponsored by First Rand, and this billboard really speaks to one thing, and that is, if you could change one thing about how an organization approaches stakeholder engagement, what would that one thing be? Now, remember, it's a billboard, so it's not an executive summary, it's not a board pack, it's a billboard, right? So it's got to be short, sharp, concise, and to the point. What's the one thing that you could change about how organizations engage their stakeholders? And it's now 2.5 minutes, so even less time. So what typically happens is that the most confident person looks me dead in the eye. It's Dr. Mantibe right now. So you get to go first. And then, depending on where the other gazers are, we'll make our way down the panel. So, Dr. Mantibe, what does your billboard say?
With the background of community, the message would be voices, understanding, and funding. That is the foundation for what a community-based long-term project should look like. And what I want to say just lastly is never underestimate the power of community awareness about the problems and the solutions that are relevant to them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mantibe. The billboard says voices, understanding, and in big font, funding, right? Because we said it must be long-term and it must be proper. That was your initial thing. Thank you so much. Let me see where am I going. Okay, Zibu.
No, I was just kind of thinking you were going to skip over me, but okay.
What does your billboard say?
So mine says shift from transactional to relationship building and co-creation.
Shift from transactional to relationship building and
co-creation.
And co-creation. So it's a double funding, First Rand, because it's a double billboard. It's quite long. Thank you very much. Anne-Marie, let's go with you. What does your billboard say?
Perfect. So it leads on to that billboard. And it would really be that we need to move from consultation to co-creation.
I love that.
And I think to just highlight what we saw through the CEO volunteer program specifically to that is that it builds an understanding before taking action. It brings people into the process of finding the solution, and it allows the solutions to be shaped collectively.
Consultation to co-creation. I think it's a fantastic billboard. Thank you, Elmarie. And then, Colleen, the last person, the billboard has got to be the best one, right? Because the pressure of having to go last. So what does your billboard say?
Are we going to vote?
Oh, wow.
No, we won't vote, I promise.
Okay. To design the system for tomorrow, the most important thing is to understand your system of today.
Oh, wow. To design the system of tomorrow, the most important thing is to understand the system of today. Ladies and gentlemen, my panelists, please, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And that's a very big thank you to Zibu, to Dr. Elmarie, to Colleen, to Dr. Mantibe. Thank you for those insights. Allow me to transition us by inviting you to rate this session. So that 5-star rating is going to pop up on your screen very shortly. And let's make sure that we take an opportunity to rate that question. But also, after every one of these sessions, it's quite important for us to just create a little bit of a moment to pause and to consider, what is it that I'm taking from this? What is my big insight? What is the thing that has stayed with me? That's what the notebooks are there for us to be able to notate and capture those moments. But more than anything, to also please put those onto the platform. So especially if you're online, if you're in person rather, oftentimes the online audience is really good at this because they'll just put it in the chat. But if you're in the audience, we'd love to know, what do you think about what has stayed with you, what has been important for you in this particular session, and you can put that in the chat. It's your own personal reflection and what it is that you are taking away. I'm going to transition us now to our first tea and exhibition break. I want to remind all of us that there is an exhibition on the first floor as well, so ground floor as well as the first floor. I'm going to make this request. It is now 10:28, that we are all back in the room at 10:50. And that is in time for our very, very first Try Talk, which is going to be speaking to the question of inclusion and the business case for vision. That is inclusion and the business case for vision. This is our first Try Talk of the day, and our Try Talks are absolutely engaging and such a highlight of our experience. Allow me just to say thank you so much for your excellent engagement on the Q&A and sending those questions. And let's keep that going over the next 2 days, both in person and online. Do enjoy the tea break, and I'll see you at 10:50. Thank you so much.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We did this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot. But after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are hearing my voice, and hopefully my voice is carrying out into the overflow area, we are ready to resume with our program, and this is an invitation for you to kindly please make your way back into the main hall. We're going to be resuming with our program. This is your invitation to make your way back into the main hall. Our online audience is standing by and ready. And so if we're in the physical space, let's please make our way back into the room. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, calling on all of us to kindly please make our way back into the main hall. Our online audience is standing by and we're about to start with our program once again. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope we've all had an opportunity to grab a cup of coffee and a cup of tea. As you come back into the room, might I ask you to kindly, please, quickly take your seats. Thank you very much. Might I invite us to please quickly take our seats? I do appreciate that. I'm going to start off with just a few announcements to get us started. May I please have the Wi-Fi slide back up on screen? Thank you very much. And we're going to follow that up with the QR code shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can kindly ask you to kindly, quickly, please take your seats. And thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you for your kind attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for the Wi-Fi, the code is up on the screen. Just a quick reminder that you first go and get the Wi-Fi, the conference Wi-Fi, which is the Marriott Bonvoy conference Wi-Fi. That will take you to a web page. On that web page, you will be invited to either join now or connect now. What you want to do is choose connect now and then use the Wi-Fi code up on screen. That's BIZ 2026. And then I'd like to put up the QR code for the platform for those who might have arrived after we'd beamed it earlier on in the morning. And there it is. That is the QR code that will lead you to the platform. You will be invited to put in an email address. That is the same email address that you used to register with. Thank you so very much. And then may I kindly ask for the technical team or anyone at the back to assist by closing the doors so that we can limit the noise from outside to allow us to start. And closing the doors is a really great signal to those who are still trickling in any event. It works wonders. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. If you've just made your way into the room, may I kindly ask you to quickly find your seats? And allow me to welcome back our online audience. Thank you very much. I know if you have been online, you've also had the benefit of watching some of the videos from our sponsors and our exhibitors. And we will continue to do that throughout the breaks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move now into our first Tri-Talk of this Trialogue Conference of 2026. And speaking to the question of inclusion and the business case for vision. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome Hein Wagner, who is a motivational speaker and founder of the Hein Wagner Academy. This is a nonprofit that is dedicated to enabling the visually impaired to become economically independent and socially connected. And they do this through education, training, sports, recreation, and the arts. Hein has been dubbed the blind man with vision. And yet he has never allowed his disability to prevent him from achieving any of his goals. He's run the Antarctica Marathon. He's sailed the Cape to Rio yacht race. He's set the world blind land speed record, and he's done that twice. And he's completed the Ironman Challenge. He is also the global and local ambassador for several social upliftment and environmental causes. I'm going to ask us, out of respect, to really give Hein a massive round of applause as he comes up to address us. Thank you.
Yeah, the podium right in front of you. You've got the mic.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Nazi. I got to be honest.
I have never, ever, ever seen so many good-looking people together in one room. Yeah, you look amazing. Especially those latecomers at the back, you know. Welcome. So I get asked, Hein, how does a blind skydiver know when he's close to the ground? Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite simple and easy because you can feel the slack on your guide dog's leash, you know. Anybody can sponsor me a Jack Russell for next year's trials? Just kidding. I was born blind, but I've never, ever, ever allowed that to stand in my way of living a full and adventurous life. And as I was rehearsing that very line at home for a virtual keynote, my daughter, who's 9 years old, chirped me and said, "Sure, Papa, but you keep walking into things all the time." They get very clever, very young. So I was born blind, but I do not know when I found out that I'm blind. I was probably 6 or 7 years old when society pointed it out to me. Before that, I was just living this life at home in a normal home, and I could choose what absolutely everything looked like. And I chose already then to see the beauty in it. And when I discovered that I'm blind, and when society pointed it out to me, the only thing I wanted to do, I wanted to be like all of you. I just wanted to be sighted. And what did I want to see? I wanted to see absolutely everything there is to be seen in this world. And given the opportunity today to see for just a split second, what do you think would I choose? Of course, I would choose to make eye contact with that same little 10-year-old of mine, that little daughter that keeps chirping me when I'm prepping for a virtual keynote. What I want to do today is I want to share with you 2 universal laws that have generated more light into my life than sight can ever, ever begin to do. And it also helped me to conquer the one thing the sighted fear most, darkness. So I was born with a condition called Leber's congenital amaurosis. And at the age of 5, I experienced my single most traumatic experience. My parents sent me off to the Worcester School for the Blind, Pioneer School, dropped me off in a place of unknown total darkness. I was so lost I couldn't find my way to my bedroom. Some days in boarding house, I couldn't find my way to the bathroom in time, but at least I've got an excuse. I can't see where it is, so it helps a little bit. I also soon realized that all these blind kids are walking up and down the passage, clicking their tongues, making funny noises. I phoned my mum. I said, "Ma, is this a school for blind children or mull children? Why are they clicking their tongues?" Soon I realized if I don't click my tongue while I was walking down the passage, all these blind buggers kept walking into me. So, of course, I started making a noise. The only thing I wanted to do in blind school was go back home. Go back to my normal life with my sighted friends, the kids whom I knew since I was in my diapers. And I had to wait 5 long weeks before that first weekend and my parents can pick me up because the teachers told them, you cannot remove this kid after 2 weeks, at least 5, he's not going to adapt. So I got into the car, super excited, jumped out in front of our house, and I was about to join my sighted friends, the kids whom I knew since I was in my diapers. And I got completely, totally rejected by that little playgroup. And as I stood there, I'm thinking, but why? Why? Nothing has changed. I was blind when I left 5 weeks ago. And I realized that for me to be reintegrated into this tiny little group, I have to do or mimic what they're doing. And all of a sudden, they got bicycles. They're on their bicycles cycling up and down the road. And I'm thinking to myself, they will accept me back in if I can show them that I can ride a bicycle. Now, blind children, 5-year-old blind kids do not own bicycles. Unless your parents are fairly sadistic. You're not going to own a bike as a blind 5-year-old. My brother owned a bike. I took it out the garage. I pushed it up and down the driveway. 2 hours later, the tears are running down my face as I realized this is impossible. And I was about to throw that stupid bicycle as hard and as far as 2 5-year-old arms can possibly throw a bike, when a tiny voice in the back of my head said, take 4 more steps. Within those 4 paces, I could hear the reflection from the bicycle's chain bouncing against the pavement dancing back into my ears. And I realized I can use that tiny noise to cycle in a straight line. 2 weeks later, I was going up and down the driveway. 3 weeks later, going up and down the street. 2 months later, I challenged all these sighted kids and said, come on, guys, do you want to dice me? I promise I'll keep my eyes closed, won't cheat. So back at school, we had physiology, not biology. Took me a while to work this out. The teachers told me, Hein, the only reason for this is we couldn't find a strong enough microscope for the blind guys, so that's why we're doing physiology. Now, sitting in the back of the physiology class, the teacher is discussing the functionality of the eye. Chapter 14. There's 15 blind kids sitting in front of her. I'm thinking, where do they find all these sadists? Who cares about the iris? Who cares about the eye? But some things he said in that classroom that morning brought up a question in my mind. And that question was, how many kids are born with my eye disease, LCA? And I thought, whoa, what a neat idea. So I sneaked out the classroom, made my way to the library to go do some research. By the way, our physiology teacher was also blind. She never saw me leaving. It was incredible having blind teachers who could easily pull the wool over their eyes. 15 of us in the classroom, 10 would sneak out for a cigarette, and the 5 that stays behind goes, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I dusted off a number of Braille books because, believe me, if you try and read a Braille book under the dust, it becomes an incredibly long story. You never get to the real point. But that morning, I discovered that just one out of 80,000 kids are born with LCA. I had a choice that day. I could either see this as the most negative thing that I've ever discovered, or I could own it, embrace it with everything I have in my being. So hang on high, and the fact that you're different to 80,000 kids is the most unique, the most special, and the most positive thing you've ever discovered. Let me be brutally honest with you, the single most difficult decision I've made to date. But the one thing that I've learned in life, my friend, if you make a decision based on your gut feeling, that feeling from deep within, do yourself a favor. Stick to that decision, because it might just be the best one you've ever made. And thank you. So I finished my school, my matric in Worcester. I moved back to Cape Town. I enrolled for every single computer training course which any institution would allow me to enroll for. But at school, I realized that the bridge that I have to cross into this world that wasn't designed for me is held up by 2 pillars: education and technology. And I fell in love with tech. And I decided that I'm going to make a career in IT, no matter what it takes. So there I was, enrolling in various courses, doing this programming course, doing that computer networking course, CV looking good. All my sighted friends has landed the jobs, gone to university, they're all working. I'm still living at home. Sending out another CV, another one, not a response, not a letter of regret. One morning in my bed, sitting up a few years down the line, I realized, but Hein, what's going to happen to you for the rest of your life? And as I sat in my bed that morning, I realized there's a huge mistake on my CV. It's only 3 words. It reads, blind since birth. So you know what I did? I deleted it. I'm done. Gat vol. No more. Remove those 3 words from that piece of paper. Send it out again within 5 days. 4 interviews lined up in the CBD of Cape Town. And I felt quite chuffed about it because none of those people knew it was a blind dude on his way to the interview. I soon had to replace those words. It didn't work so well. However, I did land a job in IT. I moved on to work for MWeb in a tech environment, eventually working for Mark Shuttleworth's company in internet security back in the day. And I guess the pinnacle of my IT career was being appointed as brand ambassador for the global IT company SAP out of Germany, helping multinationals to deploy ERPs through change management within their organization. Because anything you believe is impossible is not true. The last 20 years, I've had the privilege of traveling the world, speaking to audiences around the globe, 5, 10, 15, 20, 15,000 at a time. Doing what? Inspiring people to turn huge obstacles into major opportunities, because that's exactly what I did with my blindness. And on this journey, I was in Mumbai, India. And after my talk that morning, the host said to me, Hein, on the cusp of one of the biggest slums here in Mumbai is a tiny little school, 22 million people living in the slum. There's a tiny school with 40 kids. I'm like, but that's not a solution to education. He said, no, Hein, these 40 kids at this school happens to be deaf and blind. I just want you to contemplate for a moment implications of not being able to see and at the same time not being able to hear. I remember at school we had a few deaf-blind kids. I didn't pay it much attention. But there I was, arriving at the school, meeting one of their teachers. He's been at the school for 55 years. He's completely deaf and blind. He's been there since an 8-year-old. He went on to achieve a master's degree in education, and he's educating fellow deaf-blind children at the same school. The man sits in front of absolutely, what a giant. He sits in front of an ordinary-looking computer with a huge screen in front of him for your benefit that you can look over his shoulder whilst he's typing on a normal touch-type keyboard. Below his fingers and his keyboard, a tiny braille display that projects in real time. So for me and him to communicate, we simply swap hands. Now, given the opportunity to type on this giant of a man's keyboard, with his master's degree in education being completely deaf and blind, what do you guess was my question to him? Sir, in capital letters, how on earth did you achieve a master's degree in education? We swapping hands. He start typing. I touch the braille display. He says, humble reply. You must understand, Hein, that a deaf-blind person's world begins and ends as far as his or her fingers can reach. And within that, we have to educate. I'm swapping hands with him. But how do you do this? Well, we developed a tactile sign language where the kids physically hold hands by moving their fingers and writing in one another's palms. They can understand one another. They can communicate. And by the way, would you mind talking to the kids for 10 minutes? I'm like, they can't hear me. He said, but that's not a problem. We sorted that out. The first person can hear. They're sitting in a circle, 40 of them holding hands. The first one can hear me, relating the story to number 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. 4 to 5, 6 to 7, 9 to 10. Takes about 13 and a half minutes for the last guy to catch the joke, but he who laughs the longest, even at the deaf-blind school in Mumbai. And that brings me, ladies, thank you. That brings me to the first universal law that I want to leave with you. And that, my friend, I always get asked, Hein, if you had a choice, I never had one. But if you had a choice, would you want to be deaf or would you want to be blind? I can truly, honestly not answer you, but I can tell you this. The one thing that I do know is I do not want to be both deaf and blind. And my friend, the law that I want to leave with you is the law of appreciation. Appreciate what you've got, because I promise you, there are hundreds, thousands, in fact, millions of people out there are less fortunate than we are. And remember, the things that me and you, the things we take for granted, someone else right now is praying for. So yes, I have done a few adventures. I've climbed mountains, done Ironman, raced fast cars, do all sorts of crazy stuff. But my single biggest achievement to date is unconditionally accepting my blindness. Because what it did, it moved me from being blind to being blinded by possibility. And thank you. And a few years ago, I had the opportunity, because technology plays such a huge role in my life, in my daily life, I had the opportunity, among a few other dear friends who's now become colleagues, to start an academy for the blind called the Hein Wagner Academy back in Worcester, here in South Africa. What do? Among other things, we train blind people to become cyber security analysts. And this is impossible if it wasn't for the CSI partnerships. Now you might go, cyber security analysts. Our academy is one of the only, it is in fact the only academy in the world that offers cybersecurity for the blind on the level that we do. And the success of our partnership with Prime Media and APSA is on many levels. But not only did APSA and Prime Media say, yes, we'll get involved from a CSI perspective, but we'll go one step further. We will, of course, employ your candidates on merit. So last year, when the first cohort finished in cybersecurity, APSA Bank had the highest percentage of cybersecurity analysts in the cybersecurity SOC in the world, who happens to be blind. We also, as part of this, I just want to find the podium. There we go. As part of the conference, we are on the first floor. We've got to stand ourselves, Prime Media and APSA in the academy. So please find the steps, find the lift, come upstairs, come say hello to us. We are launching a little booklet, Inclusive Employment in Practice. So this little booklet is specifically designed to help you as employer. It's written from the blind person's perspective, from the employee's perspective, and a lot of very helpful ideas, concepts. You could literally read it in a couple of, I would say, half an hour. You could be through it. There it is. So please come around and grab yourselves a copy to help you, to assist you, to facilitate the employment of the visually impaired. Because if you give a little bit of what you've got, you will get more than you can ever imagine. Even if it's just a little bit of your most valuable asset, your time. Now, speaking of which, I was just going to start flashing me cards soon. I think my 15 minutes are almost out. But I just want to take you back to my second most traumatic experience. Standing in that driveway in front of my house after 5 weeks in blind school, where I literally every night cried myself to sleep as a 5-year-old because I just wanted to go back to my sighted world. And the only thing that stopped the tears in that bed was that I believed in my 5-year-old mind that this school that my parents dropped me off at, they're going to teach me how to see. Of course, they didn't manage that, but they gave me a lot of tools to help me to navigate the unknown. And standing in that driveway, being completely rejected by that group of sighted kids, you know, how much of that was in my head, I don't know. How much was true, I don't know. But 47 years later, I can still remember how it made me feel. And I was walking that bike up and down the driveway, and I turned to throw it away and walk away from it. And if I did throw it down, my life would have probably turned out differently. But you know what? I took those 4 steps. I urge you to take your 4. Think about the things I had to deal with staying safe in that bicycle saddle, oncoming cars, parked cars, pedestrians, lampposts, trees, you name them. We had these 2 huge flower pots on either side of our driveway, and I could hear them when cycling past them because the clickety-click noise, the frequency went up. I could fly between them, stop 10 centimeters in front of the garage door, look at me. I can do what you can do. And for me to stay safe in that bicycle saddle, I only use 4 senses. I dare you to just try and use all 5 yours on a daily basis. We all have challenges. Mine some days a little darker than yours, and I do not know the answers. But I can tell you this. The day that I started looking at my obstacle, blindness, from a slightly different perspective, it became the greatest opportunity that I could ever dream for. Because if you change the way you look at things, I guarantee you that the things you look at will change. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am blind. Exactly what is your excuse? I thank you.
I'm here. And Hein, that was a standing ovation.
Oh, thank you. I thought I saw it out of the corner of my eye then, I wasn't quite sure.
If you're not moved in this moment, I don't know. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. Thank you so much for the gift of you and the gift of what you've shared with us this morning. We don't have a lot of time together, but I thought we might use this opportunity just to maybe double click on a few things. You describe founding the academy as potentially the most rewarding thing that you've ever done. And I think about that in the context of the fact that you've also achieved so many physical feats, but you've also built an institution. Now, I'm keen to understand what's the most difficult thing about building an institution, because it's within institutions where lasting change becomes possible. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, it is, I just want to start with the rewarding part.
Sure.
Because I want you to just visualize this. You are blind. You are walking in a township with a white cane, which you could barely afford. Try and do just finding your way in a township, being sighted, or add the complexity of being blind. That individual, somehow, through radio communications, through a partnership in CSI Comms and Prime Media, finds out, because radio is still the blind man's best friend, science guide dogs and a few other things, and technology, that there's an opportunity that you could go study in various courses at an academy back in Cape Town or in Worcester. Go through the education, and you end up working for a corporate in South Africa. Nothing, you know, looking in on that and playing a small part in making that happen, because I've got a phenomenal team on the ground who's actually doing this. And without the support of Corporate South Africa, CSI initiative, this would not be possible. But knowing that that individual has not only broken his own cycle of poverty, in the end, he's broken the cycle of poverty for his entire family. So it's a challenge out there, because you're just convincing people that blind people can work a computer, the basic things. It takes time, and that's why we feel, and that's why I'm so chuffed about this partnership with the book that we put on the table and say, hey, we've walked that way. We can guide you. We can show you how to navigate the unknown.
Sure. And you're taking us into a reality that I think many people in this room can connect with, the idea of being a young boy, young girl in a township, trying to navigate the password that gets you out of those conditions of poverty. And so thank you for making that real. I want you to take us back to the moment where you talk about going into these many interviews. Because the next question for me is that while we might see a lot of companies that invest in disability-focused programs, we also find in the same breath their boardrooms, their senior teams, their supplier networks largely remain inaccessible to people with disabilities. In your experience, what is the disconnect between corporate intent and meaningful inclusion? And if you could suggest one structural change that companies can make, what would that be?
Sure. So I find that the successes I either personally had or through the academy is when the CFO or the CIO or the CEO or the chairman of the board of a national or multinational organization has got direct access to a family member with a disability, whether that be blind or whatever. The door is already almost wide open. Now, that doesn't have to be the case, but when you are an advocate, and I've devoted most of my life's work to promote the abilities of the blind, I go for the low-hanging fruit, because I'm not going to try and break down the door where there's zero entry.
Sure.
But if I know that there's a link, it's easier. But what happens is when one organization does this successfully, it starts to mushroom. You know, our biggest challenge in the academy is not, we would love to work with as many corporates as we can, of course. But the only thing is, when do we start really seriously market that we don't disappoint the people on the other side that we can't help? You know, you can only help so many, and we're going to strive to do more. But what we've also done, to answer the rest of your question, is we are soon be rolling out accessibility products where we can help you as an organization to make sure that your application, your conference app, your banking app, you're tested by our students, by the blind, help you to make those applications, your web interface accessible. Why am I mentioning it? Because that, in many cases, is the entry point for the blind person who wants to apply for a job at your organization. But if your website is not even compatible or accessible, how is he or she going to get through the door? So that's another service, a layer of service that we add to the academy services to help corporates to make sure that the environment, the technical side of it, at least, is accessible.
Yeah. So, Hein, what I'm hearing you say is that perhaps there is a personal challenge for us to think about where are the doors of our organization, whether the door being the website being, or whether the door be the way we build our supplier network, or the way we think about our hiring processes, but the idea that the door becomes a proxy for the invitation to be a lot more inclusive. And I love the fact that you use the website as an example.
You know, with 97% of the blind in this country still being unemployed, we've got a lot to do. Can you imagine if that was true for any other demographic?
Yeah. It's a sobering thought. I've got a final one before we wrap out our conversation. I want to bring the theme of the conference back into the conversation: voices, values, vision. You've spoken about what it means to have vision without sight in this moment and other moments. But now you also have an opportunity to speak directly to organizations in the room who have resources, who have relationships, who have influence. If there's one thing that you would want them to see, what would that be?
I think that what most organizations easily can do is just take the risk on the blind, because it's not that big. It's extremely, extremely rewarding. Technology, to give you an idea, for 53 years of my life, or almost, I've always been fascinated by visual arts, and it was always been inaccessible to me. But now, just simply using my phone, I can take a picture, use AI, it describes the painting to me, or anything for that matter, better than the sighted world can do. Now, if AI, for example, can open my eyes to possibility, to see things, I don't think the sighted, you have any excuse to just look slightly different through your lens. And it's worth taking the risk on the blind. We deserve it.
Oh, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Hein Wagner. Thank you so much, Hein. I think we can give Hein another round of applause. And isn't it sobering, ladies and gentlemen, that even in that call to action, take a risk on us, that there are so many people who are just waiting for us to take a risk on them. Hein Wagner, thank you so much for that moment. Before I transition us into our second topic, I'd like to just quickly shout out two people who've been absolutely amazing in terms of their insights, capturing their reflections and putting those up on the platform as well. Remember that we said we're giving away NPO listings for your engagements, for sharing those reflections and insights. And so let's just remember that the Trialogue team has your details, so they will be reaching out to you. But there are two people I'd like to shout out who are going to be the recipients of those NPO listings. The first is Bertha Makoke. I'm not sure if it's Makoke or Makoke, my apologies. And Bertha says, communities are experts at defining their issues and have a feasible, often viable solution. Our role is to bridge the gap between the problem and their solution. And Bertha is from the African Children's Feeding Scheme. So massive congratulations, I think, to Bertha. And then Tabile from Data Tech, Tabile Mandane. Tabile says, as funders, our financial and capacity building resources give us an unfair advantage to conversations that should be better led by partner NGOs, beneficiaries, and their proxies. Responsible partnership requires knowing when to step aside and let those voices lead. Thank you so much, Tabile. I think that deserves a round of applause for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our second topic of the morning still. The topic, building beautifully from where Hein had left us, is building futures, pathways to economic activities activity, that is building futures, pathways to economic activity, and this is in partnership with ABSA. As per our pattern, we're going to start off with a sponsor introduction. We're going to be hearing very shortly from the Group Marketing and Corporate Affairs Head, also responsible for strategic transformation and partnerships at ABSA, and that is Clement Mutale, who's going to give that introduction. And once Clement has given the introduction, we then transition to our panel. Remember that we're also going to kick that off with a poll to get a reading in the room of where we are. I did want to just also very quickly pick up on a comment that somebody made around the poll. That's Ida. Ida says, my comment is this: the poll was a trick question. All of the choices are valid, especially if we're taking a systems thinking approach. There may be priorities, and so once engaging the system, different factors will be more important than others during the process. And so the key, says Ida, is to be open to feedback to the system as the interventions take place. Ida, thank you so much. And with that, can we give Clement Motala a big round of applause as he comes up? Let's give him energy as he comes up. It's always great to get good energy. Thanks, Clement. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel I said to Nontanza Makakula just to out her. I thought she liked me. And clearly she doesn't. You know, how do you put me after Hein? Like, really? If you liked me. And my assistant said to me, you're going to meet a bunch of really, really powerful people who make a really meaningful difference in society. You must wear a suit and tie. And this morning I woke up and I thought, geez, like, I can't imagine people who do what you guys do that in suits and ties. I would look so odd in the room coming in a suit and tie, so I decided to look the part. So I hope I'm not overdressed, for the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Clement Motali. The introduction and my title was very long. That's not it, but I take it and I receive for the future. I might just get there. Colleagues, inclusion in its many, many forms is the single biggest challenge and issue of our time. When we speak about financial inclusion, particularly when you talk about, when we talk about it in financial institution circles, it is often framed in terms of access to banking, or banking accounts, to credit, to financial services. Whilst all of that actually really matters and the progress we've made really matters, it's only one part of a much bigger picture. The more important question is not simply whether people can enter the financial system, but rather whether they can meaningfully participate in the economy once they're there. And I think the biggest challenge is we see it with graduates. We get them through a system, and then they just can't get through the next part of of that system. And I think that's kind of what we need to think about. Across the continent, social pressure and economic constraints are no longer separate conversations. Youth unemployment, inequality, and limited access to opportunity are converging and reshaping what sustainable growth looks like. And in this room, we might be thinking about it from a South African perspective. We're a Pan-African bank. We, aptly think about it from a Pan-African point of view. So for us at ABSA, the question is simple. Can economic growth be sustained without meaningful inclusion? Our view is that it cannot. So these questions become even more urgent when we consider the structural nature of youth unemployment in South Africa and across the African continent. We know a lot more about it because we are based here, but actually we've got operations across the continent. The challenges are the same. And youth unemployment is a scourge that we all have to deal with. It is deep. So this is a short-term challenge that shall not resolve itself, with time. It is deeply embedded. And it shapes not only economic outcomes, but how young people see themselves in relation to available opportunity. And Hein spoke about, how one sees opportunity and how one kind of gets through that. It is within this context that entrepreneurship becomes a critical part of the solution, not as a catch-all answer, because sometimes we can focus on one thing as the solution, and certainly not as a romanticized alternative to employment, but as a practical and credible pathway into economic participation. Entrepreneurship at its best shifts individuals from being passive participants in the economy to active contributors. It creates space for agency, for problem solving, and ultimately for value creation. This is where entrepreneurship becomes not just relevant, but essential. And that's why at ABSA, we clearly focused our attention on entrepreneurship as a core for how we would actually drive meaningful change. The work is not only about producing more startups, although that is certainly part of the ambition. It is more fundamentally about equipping young people with the capabilities that hold real economic value. The ability to recognize opportunity where others see constraint. The confidence to solve practical everyday problems. The discipline to think commercially, and the resilience to navigate risk with maturity. You can tell, this speech was written by a banker. There has to be risk somewhere in there, So at ABSA, our approach is grounded in a simple but important understanding. Entrepreneurship is not a single moment of intervention. It is a journey, and like any meaningful journey, it requires different forms of support at different stages. That is why our strategy is structured around a 3-tiered model, allowing us to engage across the full continuum of development. So I'll talk to those fairly quickly. Firstly, at a foundation level, the focus is on early exposure, creating pathways within the education system, where entrepreneurial thinking can start to take root. Here we demonstrate the importance of identifying a need or an issue to be solved for. Because, as I said to somebody else, entrepreneurs don't go into this for money. They go into this to try and solve a societal problem or an issue, right? So in this context, we are trying to make sure that people understand what the real need is or the real issue is that needs to be solved for. To consider solutions of solving that issue, in essence, developing a problem, solving skills. We are teaching our youth to be solutionist in their approach to life. Secondly, in the second tier, this is where we position entrepreneurship as a potential career choice. I wish when I was in school that this was a path provided to me. I was only told I must go varsity and work, and I wish I had this choice. We target youth in higher education and training institutions to ask the question, where to post your qualification? Here, the emphasis on developing practical skills, strengthening confidence, and deepening business understanding to increase the intent of youth to start their enterprises. And lastly, last year I was exposed to a number of those initiatives that we partner with a number of organizations on, where these kids are going to leave university already, and having started to create jobs, and that's what we want, given the challenges that we have in this country. And lastly, the third tier is where venture support becomes critical. This is the point at which ideas meet realities of the market, and where access to funding, mentorship, and networks can determine whether a business is set up to grow sustainably and thrive or not. So the intention behind this model is deliberate, because if we only intervene at the point of funding, we have arrived too late in the journey. So if we limit ourselves to early inspiration without sustained support, we leave potential unrealized. This approach is not theoretical. So just a couple of proof points. I see you looking at me like, give me something to hold on to, proof points. So just a couple of proof points. In 2025 alone, at ABSA, we invested over 373 million in corporate citizenship initiatives. So that's not a small amount. Fully focused on youth and women, and particularly driving entrepreneurial intent and action. And we've reached over 366,000 people across education, entrepreneurship, and financial inclusion. More than 74,000 young people were supported through education and work readiness initiatives, one of which is called Ready to Work, including over 5,000 SMEs, mainly youth and women-led enterprises, where we provided access to markets, finance, and mentorship. Our financial education initiatives reached over 237,000 people with measurable improvements in financial competency, from just over 15% to more than 85% amongst participants. So importantly, the work does not sit alongside our business. The work we do does not sit alongside our business. It's embedded within it. In 2025, we mobilized across the entire ABSA ecosystem 53.5 billion rands in sustainable finance to drive economic and social outcomes. So it's a big number, you know, in this country. So to close off, Sisi, our ambition is firmly Pan-African, recognizing that the structural challenge of youth unemployment is shared across the continent. Through partnerships such as the Allen and Jill Gray Philanthropies, the University of South Africa, and the Department of Basic Education, we are working to influence not only individual outcomes, but systems themselves. You will hear about some of the work during the panel sessions from my colleague, Nonhlanhla. For us, the test of our contribution will never be the scale of our commitments. We're a bank. We can commit big numbers, but that's not the story or the end of the story. But whether our investments help build futures that are resilient, inclusive, and economically viable over a period of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Clement. And I think a lot of what you've said is given us pathways for a much richer conversation that we're about to have now with our panelists as we really now double click on this question of building futures and looking at pathways to economic activity. Please, may I welcome my panelists to kindly please join me on stage. Nonhlanhla Makakula, the head of corporate citizenship programs at ABSA, joins us. Welcome, Nonhlanhla. Zimkhitha Peter, the Chief Executive Officer of Allen and Jill Gray Philanthropies, is here as well. Dr. Edwell Gumbo, the Director of Entrepreneurship at University South Africa. And we wrap up the panel with Lerato Tladi. Lerato is the founder of Hunadi Air Conditioning and Refrigeration. She is an entrepreneur. She's also the winner of the Allen and Jill Gray Philanthropy ABSA-funded TVET Inter-College Competition for 2025. Edwell, I'm curious about that seat change, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. For now, though, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off with our poll, just as a way of anchoring ourselves into the conversation. It should be popping up on your device and online now. And the question is, when you think about what young South Africans most need to become successful entrepreneurs, what young South Africans most need to become successful entrepreneurs, what do you think is the most critical ingredients? And so I want to make sure that I can see it as well as it pops up, and it should be up on the app very shortly. It is there. There are a couple of options. I'm going to lower this. I do apologize. There's a huge sticker that says, "Do not touch me," but I cannot see past you, so I will do that. And there we have it. We have our options. What is the most critical ingredient? Is it an entrepreneurial mindset and self-belief? Is it practical business skills and startup resources? Clement speaks about wanting to see more startups, but that not being the end goal on its own. Is it about access to finance? Is it about supportive networks and mentorship? Is it a more enabling regulatory and market environment? Is it access to markets and potential customers? Or is it exposure to entrepreneurial role models? As always, I'm going to let that run. And what I'll do is that I'll integrate it back into the conversation in a short while. But at the moment, I've got about 75, 79, 80 fingers participating in that poll, and I'd love to see that number rise a little bit. I know that we are close to 400 people here in Johannesburg, and of course, we still have hundreds online as well. So if I can implore you to lean into this invitation and participate, it makes for a much richer reading of those results. Thank you for making the time. And of course, a quick reminder, green button for your questions so that I can integrate your voice into the conversation. Nonhlanhla, let me start off with you. You've witnessed entrepreneurial education from several institutional perspectives. In your view, what, if anything, has most meaningfully shifted in the entrepreneurial space? And what does that evolution tell us about what it is that we need from entrepreneurial education right now?
Thank you, Nozipho, for the question. Afternoon, colleagues. I think where I want to start is where Clement left off. I think when we talk about financial inclusion through entrepreneurship, we're not saying every young person must be an entrepreneur. I think we realize that it's not a silver bullet. We realize that entrepreneurship is not necessarily for everyone. I think it's important to start there, because when you say, yeah, they are entrepreneurship people, they want every young person to start a business. That's not what we're saying, right? And I mean, when we say financial inclusion through entrepreneurship, we speak about delivering entrepreneurship education. So when we talk about entrepreneurship education, we are saying we are wanting our young people to show up differently, right? We are saying we are wanting a generation of young people who've got agency, young people who say, I've got a couple of choices before me. How do I pick the best choice? We are wanting young people who are not hampered by the challenges and the problems that they're facing in their communities, but young people that say, actually, what is in my hand and what can I do with it? Which is what Hein reminded us this morning. So that's what we are trying to do, to say whether they then go start a business or whether they then go into a workplace, they show up differently. With that being said, Nozipho, in terms of some of the shifts that we are seeing in the space, which are quite key, one, we are seeing that a whole lot more funders are in the space. I mean, I saw it Dumeling here from SAB. You know, we are together in these streets of entrepreneurship. Yeah. And what it then means is that, you know, different funders are seeing it as a potential way of including young people into the space. What it means is that there's great opportunity for collaboration as well. The second shift we are seeing is a move from almost this, okay, I just do skills development, or I just give funding, or I just do X, right? Where funders are saying, actually, there's an ecosystem that's important in supporting this young person. I mean, if you look at the model by Daniel from Babson College, I mean, it speaks about a number of components that are important to enable thriving entrepreneurship, right? Access to funding, access to market, access to networks. There are various components that are critical, and a critical shift is saying, but I can't just start here. What happens to the rest? If we don't support and we just give funding, then are we enabling thriving entrepreneurship? So that's another key shift that you are seeing in the space. But a critical one is that we have shifted from outcomes, from inputs and activities to outcomes. Yeah. Right? And I think it's a challenge to the colleagues in the room, and not just about entrepreneurship, but saying how funders are funding, are saying, okay, great, you're going to train and then what? Right? You're going to deliver these activities and then what? Yeah. Right? Because at the end of the day, we want to know that what we are investing in is translating into these young people being integrated into the economy and being meaningful participants of the economy. So I'd say those three things, Nozipho, are key in terms of what we are seeing in this space.
And I hope, Nonhlanhla, that we get an opportunity to speak to some of the complexities that then that introduces, because those are not easy evolutions. I mean, if you talk about just the first point, to say, you know, it's not about every entrepreneur setting up an enterprise. It is about thinking entrepreneurially, sometimes even within the context of employment. How do we then measure that if it hasn't directly translated into an enterprise? And so I think there's a lot of complexity that comes with, but I think those evolution points that you raise are very, very well noted. And also just the emphasis that the end that we're looking for is meaningful participation in the economy, in whatever form that might look like. Zimkita, let me bring you in here. And I know this is a little bit of an unfair question, because it's always the nature versus nurture question. It's the chicken and the egg question. Which one do you do first in entrepreneurship? And so I'm keen to understand from you, how do the Ellen and Jill Gray Philanthropies programs navigate the choice you need to make between identifying and investing in talented individuals for whom you're already seeing entrepreneurial possibility, versus bringing entrepreneurial skills and thinking into a space where it is evident that they may not exist at that point? So which do you do first, and which do you prioritize?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question, and good morning, colleagues. Someone was once asked, are entrepreneurs born or made? And the answer is that I've never met an unborn entrepreneur. And funny enough, we don't ask this about any other profession. So maybe first just discussing, there are three things that are important in entrepreneurship development. The first is the person themselves, their thinking, their mindset, their agency, and all of that. There are a couple of things that I do think are innate in certain people. I think this gets asked about sports.
Yes.
Can you train all of us to be Chetly Claw, or does his lungs have a bit of an advantage that maybe the rest of us? I think we ask that when it comes to sports. Do people that excel in sporting activities, are they like that because they train better or do better things than the average person, or is there some natural? So I think we'll forever sit maybe in one way or the other. The second one is the process. That means the process that the person does to start a business and to grow a business, the process that they follow in doing that. Do they have mentors? Do they have networks and all of that? And then the last one Nhlanhla was also talking about is the ecosystem itself. Sure. Because the kind of environment, social, political, economical, that will place that young person, the policy environment, all of those three things matter: the person, the process, and that. So I think what we have tried to do at Ellen Gray is to understand what are the competencies or the mindsets that a young person needs to potentially have, and which one of those can be developed through the program. And then say what kind of exposure do they need to have. Yeah. And Nhlanhla was talking about outcomes, that we can have three outcomes. The first outcome can be if this young person can, through this process, develop an entrepreneurial mindset that at least allows them to make a difference wherever they are, whether they start a business or not. But I think all of us, wherever we're employed, we understand the importance of this mindset. Sure. We understand how it's important in your own career trajectory. And if then the second outcome, if they decide to start a business, but I do think that the most important thing is to give every young person who aspires to be an entrepreneur the chance, at the very least, the chance to be able to start and to succeed in that journey.
And what I'm hearing you say, Zimkita, is that part of the opportunity then is to make that chance accessible.
Yes.
For those who want to step into that opportunity. And I think even as you're speaking about the ecosystem, when Nhlanhla had raised it, I put a note to say, must reference back the poll, because the ecosystem in itself kind of says that it's everything in the poll that has been listed, and that needs to be part of the ecosystem to create that chance and to create those conditions for young people to step into entrepreneurship. And so Lerato, I'm going to come to you last, because I think the beauty of having you on the panel is that you get to test and give me an honest reflection whether all these people on the stage are actually telling the truth or not, because you're able to give us an honest reflection as an entrepreneur. So I'm going to go to Dr. Edwell next, because there's a lot of research about the potential for formal entrepreneurial education. And there's some research that would argue that it creates those pathways, and other research says it might fall short. I'm keen in understanding, Edwell, from your perspective, what is the evidence telling us in particular about how we should be thinking about the design of entrepreneurial education in formal institutions for it to really have the impact that we envision?
Yeah, thank you so much, and good afternoon, colleagues. I think firstly, the evidence is clear that formal entrepreneurship matters.
Okay.
But let's not overclaim what it can do and what it cannot do. It will not automatically produce entrepreneurs. But what it can do is, on a skilling path, it will help with entrepreneurs or young people to be able to recognize solutions. Firstly, identify problems and come up with solutions that are aligned with those problems. It will also build confidence. Like, for example, think about an entrepreneur who comes from a very technical background. What they know in their world is a laboratory. But now when we talk of moving into entrepreneurship, you're now talking commercial language, talking to investors, and even talking to clients and markets. That's a different language altogether. And this is where entrepreneurship education comes in. So evidence is clear that there is value for entrepreneurship education. And what we have seen at EDHE, Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education, is that we are very much aware that we're not going to produce entrepreneurs immediately, but it's on a journey, a trajectory of training, of embedding entrepreneurial thinking into the mindset of the university students, that by the time they graduate, some would already have businesses, some actually enroll at universities with running businesses. Some will start running businesses as university students, trying to supplement the little income that they get. And those businesses start growing, they start employing people. Some will graduate and go into the workplace, but they will have the entrepreneurial mindset and competencies that later on in life they can actually tap into to run entrepreneurial ventures. And my last point then will be, I think what we also claim to do, or in terms of entrepreneurship education, we also measure wrong outcomes. We're looking for short-term solutions. Even if you look at the short-term KPIs that most of the organizations set, short-term in nature, but they're not looking at a long-term venture creation. That is a long game instead of a short game.
I want to double click very quickly before I move on, Edward. I love the clarity on yes, it matters, and the sober-mindedness around, but we're not going to overclaim what it can and cannot do. There's always the underlying current of when does it matter most? And I know we're speaking at a university level now, but there's also an argument that says we should be introducing formal entrepreneurial education a lot earlier to young people. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes. Let me give you a scenario. The common language that says entrepreneurs, the top entrepreneurs, started their startups in a garage, for example. How do I see a garage? If you look at even the world-leading entrepreneurs, what was the garage? It's available facilities with access to resources and tools. And most of our young people don't have access to that. Yes, it's important that we embed the entrepreneurial thinking right from basic education. But where I'm coming from, education space, higher education, we train teachers at our universities. So we want to embed the entrepreneurial thinking to teachers, that by the time they go to they go to schools to teach, they themselves think entrepreneurial because they have an influence. Traditionally, our education system, unfortunately, has been designed in such a way that you go to school, you work hard, you pass, you go to university and you get a job. And that has been it traditionally, but we're changing that by embedding entrepreneurship in the teaching of any subject that the teachers in basic education teach, as well as our academics at our universities.
And well, that's really useful, and I'm glad that we went there because I think it allows us to close the loop on that conversation. So, Lerato, as I bring you in, I want to take us back to some of the language that Clement used when he started, which I thought was important. And he spoke about us not thinking that entrepreneurship is a catch-all, that we don't romanticize entrepreneurship as an alternative to employment. Nonhlanhla added to this, where she started by saying it's not a silver bullet. And so my question to you is, from the outside, entrepreneurship can always look like a package, like opportunity, like financial freedom, like all of the beautiful things about entrepreneurship, but not always getting the real experience of what it actually takes to run and sustain a business. My question to you is, let's talk about the programs you participated in and the extent to which you feel they have effectively prepared you for life as an entrepreneur. What worked? What didn't work?
Okay. Greetings to the house at large, and thank you so much for the question. The programs that I participated in is Alan Gray Entrepreneurship Inter-College Program. So I was a student when I applied. In the books, but in my mind I said, I have to do something about what I'm learning. And then again, the program was funded by ABSA. So these two programs gave me a clear sense of understanding about entrepreneurship. They give me their realistic understanding, because as soon as you are an entrepreneur, yes, we look at you as someone who has money and automatically you owe us. And then another thing is that it prepared me mentally, because entrepreneurship is filled with setbacks, a slow progress, it's filled with constant problem solving. So I'm gonna paint you a picture of what they've done to myself. I used to run my business in a sense that I ran a business of air conditioning and refrigeration. I used to walk past the building. When I see an aircon, I knock. I can do that. I can service. I can do that. That is how I used to do it. And if there's no business, I type a CV. That is how I used to. But after the program, I've learned about strategic management, which is something I was taught from Alan Gray to say, you have to have a skeleton for your business. You're giving your business a structure to say, come what may, come what happens, this is the skeleton for your business. And you wake up every day to ensure that you know what are your threats, you know what are your opportunities, and you wake up every day to work on those things. So whether or not there's something that is coming up, you have to have resilience. They told me the most important aspect, which is financial management. It is cash flow, it is budgeting. I had a golden saying from ABSA saying, I'm just going to mention them a lot of times because they took me from Andazi to I know. Yes.
From Andazi to I know. Nice slogan. From Andazi to I know.
To be quite honest, they gave me a golden rule to say a good business must be able to sustain itself. That is where you are able to depict whether you need a grant, you need a loan, or you need to work hard. Because most of the businesses fail. The entrepreneurs fail from the early years. Why? Because there's a loan, they rush to apply for a loan. They later fail to pay back that loan. You see what I'm going. And then again, I was taught an aspect about compliance and governance. That alone opens opportunities. Because you go to a tender portal, you have to be compliant. They look at your SARS filing, they look at your tax clearance. Opportunities are opened. And when we come again to the governance part, we are looking at the fact that do you have policies that protect your business and your clients? Because a client comes to me and say, okay, I just paid that 20,000 rand for the aircons, please bring them. And I'm driving to them to give them their aircons, only to find that I was given a fraudulent proof of payment. So I need to draft a policy to say, I firstly have to see this in my account. I'm giving you this amount of time in order for me to deliver the service or the product. So I'm having rules, regulations, I'm having the epilers to say, I'm not going there unless this happens. So you're drafting policies to protect your business and your clients. So those are the things that I've learned from the programs. And the other last aspect that is most important is how do you push your sales? How do you market your business? Because a business that is not spoken about is more like no business at all. So they went as far as teaching us about the AI tools. I know the AI has gone us by storms, but fortunately on my side, there's no AI that can install an aircon, I can assure you.
So
that is why I love the fact that one of the speakers, I'm very sorry I forgot the name, said something about skills development. Yes, skills development. You know that if I have this skill, there isn't no way AI can take this away from, can do this for me. So they give me the applications that I can use to administer my business, my invoices, how I put all those social media advertisement for me to market my business. They gave a voice to my business.
Wow. So Lerato, let's give Lerato a big round of applause. So Lerato, I want to do two things. I want to pull the poll back up because I want to see how the poll matches with the things that you say are important. Because I don't want to get in trouble with people anymore. And then I'll tell you what the second thing is. So if you can't see there, I'll tell you what the results are. Remember, the question was, when you think about what young South Africans most need to become successful entrepreneurs, what do you think is the most critical ingredient? So Lerato, what the audience has said is that, well, actually, 21% of the audience has said what they need is an entrepreneurial mindset and self-belief. That's 21%. Another 21% says, no, what they need is actual practical business skills and financial literacy. perhaps let me jump to the biggest one, which is 26%, which says, no, what they need is supportive networks and mentorship. Then we get to 13%, which is saying access to finance and startup resources. 8% says they need a more enabling regulatory and market environment. 8% access to market and potential customers, and 4% exposure to entrepreneurial role models. When you look at that poll and you were to give that an assessment, is that an accurate reflection of what you needed the most to have the story you've just shared with us now?
Okay, I like to paint pictures of what I talk about, so it doesn't seem like I was just told what to say.
Yes.
I registered my business. I registered my business in 2019.
Yeah.
Can I share a background of my business?
Yeah,
Go
for it.
So I registered my business in 2019. And then why did I register my business? I was the only female in a male-dominated industry, an air conditioning company. And then my boss said, Lerato, you are a woman. You have to wash the cars. You have to clean the office. You have to make sure that the storeroom is okay. So when the technicians
you
come...
You lost me at wash the cars. Sure.
And mind you, I have a background of electrical engineering.
Yeah.
Yes. And then I pushed that 12 months doing those things. And what I did is when the technicians come back from site, I would ask them, what did you do? How did you do it? You can never refill a gas from the vocal point of, I don't know how you call it. You have to be practical.
Yes.
And then with the rate of unemployment, I resigned because I know my value. I cannot continue to wash cars. I'm not belittling that.
Yes.
But I was angered by the fact that he told me that this is a male-dominated industry, you cannot do it. And then I registered my business out of anger, to be quite honest.
Let me pause you there. So can we flash up that poll? Because there is a place for anger here. Mindset. It's that 21%, right? The entrepreneurial mindset that says, this is not my portion. The washing cars is not my portion. And then number two, it's the self-belief to say, actually, I am capable. Yeah. So, Lerato, thank you so much. Before I move on from you, just very quickly, if you have an aircon in your office, please put your hand up. There they are, Lerato. There they are. So when we talk sales and marketing in the flow, that's what we mean. Thank you for that. And I'm grateful that you took the time to share your story, because therein we actually get the granular understanding of what actually matters the most. Mm-hmm. So I have a round of questions, but my second device is literally buzzing because there have been so many questions that have come through for all of you. So I'm going to try my best to integrate these as best as possible. So I'm going to go to the newest ones. All right. So Nonhlanhla, let me double click first here and then I'll come back to you for this one, because I think this is quite important. When we think about the APSA model, it's built on this idea that there is a progression that can happen from mindset to intent to action, just as we've heard in Lerato's story. But we also know is that young people don't always follow a very neat developmental arc that kind of follows our theory of change and all of the things we speak about. In practice then, how do you design and deliver programs that have enough flexibility in them to meet young people where they are, and then for the theory of change to meet them at that point?
Yeah, thanks, Nazipo. I think it's important to still note that there's a progression pathway.
Yes.
Right? To say mindset development is critical. From mindset development, then you drive or increase intent. Research says what the difference between mindset and action is actually increasing intent. Intent speaks to decision-making.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to acknowledge that that pathway is important, because going back to what Zamkita was saying, you are developing various entrepreneurial competencies as you go throughout that pathway. So that's important to acknowledge. But in terms of the APSA model, our execution framework, we speak about meeting young people where they are. We recognize, just going back to the points that you were speaking to Dr. Kumbapao, to say there's young people within a schooling context, right? We meet them where they are. They are in school. We are not saying every young person in school must go start a business. So there it's about entrepreneurial mindset development. We are teaching them to have the agency that Lerato has taught us about now, to say, I actually made a decision to say, this is not for me. So there we are saying, show up differently. Is an issue in your family, is an issue in your school, is an issue in your community, is an issue in your country. Begin to think broadly beyond saying, okay, there's a problem here, but to then say, how do I think broadly about solutioning for those problems? Then we say there's a young person who's in higher education or training, so we recognize that they're different, they're in different spaces. Higher education and training, we are saying positioning entrepreneurship as a potential career of choice. We are saying you are about to exit the higher education and training space, whether it's TVETs with the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies entity, whether it's universities with the University of South Africa EDHE program, you are about to get a qualification. And the question is, are you prepared to be an unemployed graduate? And we're saying that can't be an option for you. You're about to get a qualification that can unlock earning opportunities for you. So there we are saying, think about entrepreneurship as a potential career of choice. So we increase intent for them to pursue entrepreneurial action. Then lastly, we say there are young people who are not in employment, education or training. For them, you don't have time to say, oh, mindset development, and then you are saying they need to get into economic activity now. And the question is, how do you then equip them to go on a journey of entrepreneurial action? So there we upskill them. We're saying you're needing a skill. What kind of a skill are we giving you at this point so that you can show up and go earn an income? So we, for example, partnered with the David Tlale Academy, where we are teaching them in terms of the textile industry. We've partnered with Legends Academy, where we are teaching them barbering. Some people can think, oh, barbering. Why would you want to teach young people barbering? I want you to go research in terms of how much money barbers actually make, right? And I mean, look at how successful Sheldon actually is just from starting a barbering business. So there we are saying, give them a skill, but it's important to take that skill side by side, still teach them about entrepreneurship, because as Lerato was highlighting, the various skills that you are needing to be able to manage a business, you teach them that, and then you say, here's money, go start. Because it's important to then capacitate, give them a skill, and then you give them the resources to be able to start. So we look at it, we say, yes, there's a pathway, it's important, but also we recognize that there are different seasons of their journey. Therefore, it's important to meet them where they are.
So that flexibility is built into the approach, because you will find young people at different parts of their own journey. I just want to bring this quick follow-up question to you. It's from Nompumelelo Jack. Very quickly, and I think this is quite important, because Nompumelelo is asking, how is ABSA leveraging inclusive finance and other support structures to help entrepreneurs, especially those from underrepresented communities, to scale their businesses and to contribute to broader economic activity? And if I were to paraphrase, this is, for me, is saying, how are you leveraging across the group to support entrepreneurs, not just to become entrepreneurs, but to really scale? So we start talking about moving beyond national markets and so on. How does ABSA show up there?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So when I spoke about an ecosystem, we look at both the internal ecosystem as well as the external ecosystem. We talk about shared value delivery and how we deliver the work that we do as corporate citizenship. And what that means for us is amplification of social impact, but also unlocking commercial value. So in unlocking commercial value, we're saying, how do we utilize the entire, or leverage the entire ABSA ecosystem to enable an amplification of social outcomes, but as business strives, you're also able to invest more money in terms of social investing. Going back to how we leverage the ABSA ecosystem, we talk about moving from pathwaying young people into entrepreneurial action, which is what we do within the corporate citizenship area, or your typical social investing area, or your typical corporate social investing department. Then we've got a conversation with our enterprise development colleagues. We're saying we can't get these young people to start businesses, and then what? Who's then going to back them up to ensure that the businesses that have now been started are on a journey of success? From enterprise development, we are saying, but do we have a value proposition for a young entrepreneur, for a woman entrepreneur, a product that speaks specifically to them? So business banking, SME, becomes critical in the conversation to say, but what's your youth CVP, youth entrepreneur CVP, your woman entrepreneur CVP, to ensure that you are giving them the relevant products? Then we are having a conversation about access to markets. Speaking about access to markets, the ABSA stall is dedicated to a young person who's selling honey. Please do go and support that young person. So to the business, we're then saying access to markets. We're then having a conversation with our corporate and investment banking colleagues to say, we've got all these CIB clients. How do you then bet on these businesses, then we're having a conversation with procurement to say we're spending so much money on procuring goods and services. We've got these entrepreneurs. If we are not their first backers, then who's going to support them? So it's an entire ecosystem that was worked together to ensure they thrive. I mean, we can set them up, but we can set them up for failure as corporate citizenship if we don't unlock the various support mechanisms within the business.
And I think that's quite important because the commercial lens also means that you have a vested interest in their sustained success. Otherwise, it's actually money thrown away for the most part. Thank you for that, Nonhlanhla. Mkita, let me bring you back into the conversation. One of the comments that Clement made just as he left stage, he spoke about the importance of really looking at things at a systemic level. And so I want to bring this question to you, is that when we look at the Inspire program, you've managed to expand this from just a focus on technical and vocational education into a system-wide approach. My question to you is, what has this broader reach revealed, and how has that sharpened your thinking and the organization's thinking about how we land entrepreneurial education that can have systemic impact and system-wide impact?
Sure. Thank you so much. I think, maybe if I can broadly first is talk about what the Inspire program does. So what it aims to do is to look at entrepreneurship education across the value chain. I think earlier you spoke about why can't we start early? So why can't we start at primary school? What does that look like? What does it look like at high school? What does it look like at TVET colleges? Shout out for TVET, they can't be replaced by AI. What does it look like at TVET, and also what does it look like in higher education? So it was sort of from a philanthropic perspective to say, how do we see that sort of across from beginning right up to the end of the value chain? And as we've sort of been working in the system and thinking, how do we move from programs? Programs are important, but programs are limited in their reach.
Yes.
Our resources are limited, the problem is big, and if we're honest, most of our funded programs in this space, they tend to be in Gauteng and the Western Cape. They don't include other provinces where even the unemployment is much worse than it is in Gauteng as well in the Western Cape. So part of what this has surfaced for us, firstly, is the importance of partnerships. Partnerships are critical. You hear Ellen Gray's in partnerships with APSA. We're in partnership with some of the people sitting in the room. In some instances, we're providing funding to other organizations. So firstly, it's told us that it is incredibly important for all organizations that are in this space, especially in entrepreneurship education, to collaborate, to partner, to share resources, to share knowledge, so that these resources can scale to other provinces where sometimes we're not necessarily represented. The second one, especially for funders and philanthropists like ourselves, that sometimes these short-term commitments that we get to give, we understand we've got accountabilities, but unless we are committing into this system and we are committing into it for the long term, we will have programs where we start and stop. We never see the entire value of them, or some of the implementing partners have to spend year in and year out fundraising, year in and year out fundraising. So it requires us to be able to think about this entire problem at a systemic level and a collaboration level. And I think thirdly is the importance of government, is the importance of the Department of Education. Most schools, education is a government priority. They are a very important stakeholder. And there's a place where philanthropy, CSI programs can play in de-risking solutions, in going first, in creating proof of concept. However, for a systemic uptake, you need government to be at the table and to partner with you systemically. And I think that this is what has taught us. And as Edward was saying, you can't have impact tomorrow. You're going to have early signals, and those early signals are important to tell you whether you're going the right way or you're going the wrong way, and where you need to adjust your program.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's quite a comprehensive response that helps us to really appreciate what it takes to evolve to systemic impact. And what I want to do is, you've thrown the baton to Edward. I want to bring him in on this. And Edward, it's a two-pronged question. The question for me is that if we think about university-based programs, for the most part, the target is students who are already in some sort of formalized institution, right? They're in a system, they're in an institution. What happens to those who make up a much larger part of the population of young people in the country who never make it to university? Do you think there's a role for university in terms of a broader reach into the ecosystem outside of their own sort of boundaries of their institution? So that's the question. But the reason I say it's a double question is because I want to bring this question from Kelly to you as well as you think about this response. Because Kelly says high schools, TVETs, universities, she says these are all formal pathways and they only work for a percentage of a youth, which is kind of the point that I'm trying to land with this question. But Kelly goes on to say, what is your view on micro-credentials? And I want to paraphrase that and to say, is the thinking behind micro-credentials taking root? And are universities opening themselves up to that as an alternative way of thinking about broadening the reach of people who can get access to formal entrepreneurial education?
Yeah, thank you. I think, firstly, let me start by saying, there is the concept of the quadruple helix. That looks at the ecosystem that consists of government, civil society, the academic sector, the university, as well as corporate, which is business. So these four work together to achieve economic outcomes. So talking about the university, yes, only a few of the youth actually make there a privilege to get a university education. Currently, our 26 public universities have around 1.1 million students at any given year. What's the population of the youth in the country? So that's a very small population. But what is the value of universities in the quadruple helix? What is the value of the universities to society at large? Universities create knowledge. I think that's the background of universities. And so the key thing is, what do we do with that knowledge? We cannot keep that knowledge confined within the universities, because traditional universities used to be there, only a few will make there, and even what comes out of there was also confined to academic journals that are read by academics. But we have debunked that. We've actually changed that. University, the 21st century university is actually changing. And what's the change? Even when you talk about entrepreneurship education, we are not talking about a course that is taught maybe in the faculties of commerce, law, and management. No, we're talking about skills that are embedded, cutting across all the faculties. So we're talking about a skill. So we see entrepreneurship as a skill. That when these university students and graduates then have got that skill, they don't exist in isolation. They are members of community. They are part of society. Then they use those skills, the new knowledge that they've generated. For example, there are some of your researchers that come up with very innovative products, but have no interest in commercializing, because that's not the interest. The interest is only focused on research. So the value of the university, through even the university incubators, through the tech transfer offices, is to open up that new knowledge that is generated at university. Say, how do we commercialize it? Share that knowledge with entrepreneurs outside of the university sector. Now that's stepping into the community, into the social part of the quadruple helix. And then in terms of the question to say micro-credentials, actually there is a huge uptake. Most of our universities actually see that education is changing. I think even in the next 2 decades or so, or even a decade, we'll see a huge shift in terms of education. Questions are being thrown through research to say, is there a value of someone going to one university for 4 years, studying the same thing? What about you do a micro course here, micro credentials, you package it there, because what you need is a skill. And you can get that skill through micro credentials. And those micro credentials, what happens is, even thanks to COVID, because it also opened us to opportunities that people can actually study in different places. Students are able to register for these micro-credentials outside of the university. Because what you need is a skill. Maybe you want to learn about innovation, maybe in the health sector, for example. You can actually take a macro-credentials course in microbiology, etc. That opens up.
So thank you very much. I think Kelly will be happy with that as well to hear, because we've been hearing the conversation on micro-credentials for a while, but it's good to hear that the uptake has been positive. And that universities are actively supporting the incorporation of micro-credentials in the learning journey. But also the points you make about universities always having been part of the social tapestry and the fabric, and always thinking beyond just their university walls, especially universities that have physical structures, always locating themselves in the broader economy. So in the last minute or so, Lerato, when we spoke earlier, you spoke about all of the gifts, if I could call them that you'd received from the program that you had gone through, and how that set you up for your entrepreneurial journey. What I'm interested now is that once you had stepped into your journey, if you could highlight a singular challenge that you think keeps rearing its head, is a stubborn challenge that the people in this room who have a deep interest in supporting and understanding entrepreneurs, if that's where they could focus, what is the one lived experience challenge that you really wish could be solved for entrepreneurs?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. The challenge is that I have a business, I've registered a business, I want to empower someone, but I cannot afford to pay for that intern. That is the challenge that I was facing, to pay for that intern. What I can do is to upskill them. So when I'm giving them the skill, they can be able to go and register their own business or continue to work for me. So the program didn't just leave me with all those key aspects of running a business. They funded me. So after funding me, so with that amount that I got from APSA, they said, go and apply these aspects that we've put in you. So I was able to grow it. I didn't blow it, I grew it.
Come on, come on. And I just want to say, if you didn't get that joke, you need to go back to being a South African 101. Go for it.
So now I was able to actually have that technician that I rely on, because before I couldn't have a technician that I work with. Remember, I get a job, I don't get a job. It's up and down situation. I call you, don't come, don't come. So after being able to get the funds, I was now focusing on the bigger projects, because I was able to purchase all those tools that I needed. And after purchasing the tools that I needed, I was no longer redirecting my business. I'm no longer redirecting my business. I'm doing business myself. And then with that amount, I'm able to pay for that technician, and we are working together.
Sure.
Not to say, I used to work with technician A. When there's no job, he goes to look for a job somewhere. Now I have to go to train another one and work with that person, and it's time consuming. So now I'm able to have that one that I rely on to say, you are working with me now. We are together in this thing. So the challenge that I had was that I was unable to afford a person that I should work with.
And what I'm hearing you say, and I thank you for that, is that in this moment, we frame the challenge as I was unable to afford a person that I needed to work with. But as we talk about scale, one can imagine that the conversation becomes, I'm unable to build a team. I'm unable to build the capacity that I need to actually tap into the market opportunities and. So I think there's a broader conversation around how do we then support entrepreneurs, whether it's plugging in with the seaters, or just what is the hiring insights that we could give them so that entrepreneurs actually fulfill the ultimate ambition, which is to create jobs in the economy. Now, as you can all see, the monitor is flashing red, telling us that our time is over, but I'm not going to let you go without a billboard. We need a billboard, and then I'm going to release you as we all go to lunch. So here's your billboard. One thing that you think could improve the success rate of a generation of entrepreneurs. So one thing that could improve the success rate of a generation of entrepreneurs, and it's a billboard. Right? You can look away, Edwell. I'm going to come to you in any event. It's a billboard. So Nonhlanhla, I don't know if that's a side eye or it's a looking straight on, but I'll take it. So you can, I can even help you. So your billboard will start with our next generation of entrepreneurs, and then you complete the sentence. Our next generation of entrepreneurs, you complete the sentence. Don't let you go.
You know,
it can't
no,
start there.
okay, so for us, we talk about where talent meets opportunity.
Yes.
Right, and I think for me, it's still kind of a billboard kind of positioning, because just like Hein was saying, you know, all they need is opportunity. So our young people are incredibly talented. All we are doing is unlocking opportunity.
So what's the billboard?
Talent meets opportunity.
Talent meets opportunity.
So that's self-belief, to know that they're incredibly talented. All they need is just the opportunity to unlock their next I grew it moment.
Thank you. Talent meets opportunity for an I grew it moment. Let's give Nonhlanhla a big round of applause. All right. Zimkita's actually looks excited for this. Okay.
No, I don't have a billboard. I was excited by the needs. To say needs are not a homogeneous group, by the way.
Needs.
Yes. People know it. There are doctors that are needs, lawyers that are needs, there are graduates, undergraduates, and I think as a sector, when we talk about people not in employment, training, education as needs, if we treat them as a homogeneous group, we're going to miss it. We need to segment them well, target them well, and support them well.
So that's a really good point and a very defiant posture to the billboard. So needs are not a homogeneous group, and we need to think about them in their various differences.
In this entrepreneurship journey as well.
And your billboard?
My billboard, I'll borrow from the words of Mr. Alan Gray, and I will say that business can be used for social good.
Love it. Business can be used for social good. Let's give Zimkita a round of applause. The most important person in any panel always goes last, right? So Lerato, I'm going to come to you last. Dr. Edwell, what's your billboard?
I think my billboard, I'll follow you, what you say. It said, our next generation of entrepreneurs, I think they need market access.
Market access.
We can talk all we can provide all the funding, all the loans, all the equity funding. If we don't open up the market for them to sell their products, we will be back to point zero. So our next generation of entrepreneurs need market access.
Needs market access. We'll take that. Lerato, you can use my beginning, you can use your own, but it just needs to be a billboard. EPSA checkbook for the billboards, right? You're paying for all of these. What is your billboard?
Okay, can I please come back to the billboard? Can I just say something, even if it's flashing? Can I say something?
I've never been defied so much as a moderator. But you go ahead. Let's give you 30 seconds.
Entrepreneurship, let's treat it like a learning institution, because it's a practical aspect. You are most likely to teach 100 individuals about entrepreneurship during a 3-day workshop, but only one out of them can do it. What I wanted to say to the entrepreneurship program is to say, open up applications, please. Open up application for the people that have the mindset, so you know that you are working on someone who already knows what they want. When you open up that program, you take them through an incubation program. You say, if your target is to empower 12 entrepreneurs in 1 year, take them 12 as they are. An idea or an existing business or a smaller business, take them as they are. Instill those skills in them. Halfway through the line, fund them. And then you are able to get a helicopter view of all those individuals to say, this one is weak here, this one is stronger here, I can instill something here like this, other than generalizing entrepreneurship to all of them. They have their individual challenges, personally and in the respective businesses.
Got you.
That is what I just wanted to say. It's a lot to say, but due to time, can I say my billboard?
Okay, but you can't duck the billboard. I'm still waiting. What's the billboard?
The billboard says entrepreneurship is a problem-solving aspect. You look at a problem, you solve it, and then solving that problem, you ensure that the ecosystem is okay, and this is my billboard. Now I'm done. My billboard says, we know what problem to solve. Please give us the skills and the fund.
There we go. Thank you very much. Let's give my panelists a big round of applause. We know what problems need to be solved. Please give us the skills and the funds. A very big thank you to our panel on who really spoke to the question of pathways to economic activity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for lunch, but before we go, a couple of reminders. Please rate the session on the app. Remember, very quick 5-star rating. I also want to remind you, please don't forget those NPO listings are open to give away. All I just need to know is a reflection, an insight, a key thought that you're leaving with, not only for the online audience, but for the in-person audience as well. And then don't forget that as you go for lunch, the exhibition is both on the ground floor and the first floor as well. We're going to take an hour's lunch, and so I'm going to ask you to kindly be back in the room at 1:30 on the dot, because from there at 1:30 we're going into our third topic for the afternoon, which is how do we move from policy to practice and how do we enable thriving youth entrepreneurship, and that's going to be presented with EduInvest powered by Wesco. I think those are the announcements for now. Thank you so very much. Do enjoy your lunch. I'll see you later at 1:30.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot. But after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Punkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our lives. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with Absa.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows the learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot, but after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our lives. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with Absa.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling, because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. and private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot. But after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotic class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our lives. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with Absa.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling, because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education. Powered by Westgrow and in partnership with the Western Cape Education Department, we are focused on making every education investment count. How do we do it? 1. Investment opportunities. We facilitate private sector investment into education with a focus on affordable low-fee school development and important education services such as teacher training. 2. Focusing CSI spend on education. We increase CSI spend on education by sharing intelligence, and by making it easier for businesses to deliver their education initiatives. 3. Public-private sector collaboration. Working together is essential to meet the exciting growth being recorded in the education sector. EduInvest, powered by Westgrow, is ready to partner with you to make an impact. Contact us for seamless investment support and let us help you invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet.
I am the principal of Dr. W.F. Nkomo Secondary School. We predominantly take care of learners who come from the disadvantaged community. Through the partnership, we were able to have Vodacom assist us revamping the ICT center. The entire school is wired in terms of connectivity and fiber. Learners get these things for free. They don't have to spend.
Now we have better internet access for us to learn about things that we do not know, like robotics and coding.
We are the only school in this township that is doing robotics and coding.
Coding and robotics has benefited our learners and teachers through the collaboration with the learners. For instance, right now, we have actually various models here, so the learners know how those things actually are built in a smaller prospect where they can actually imagine it in a bigger prospect. Oh, this is actually how it's done. We need this and this, so it prepares them for the future skills.
I've seen a lot of change in myself because before robotics, I was a lazy person. I did not like to work a lot. But after attending the lessons, I became more energized and my work becoming more effective.
There's been a significant improvement in engagement and the collaboration of the learners and also with the teachers.
I grew up wanting to be a doctor, but now ever since the coding and robotics class had begun, I was thinking of becoming an IT expert.
It's easier to actually work with learners that are interactive, and also there are platforms on the virtual classroom where you can actually give learners a real-time assessment and feedback.
Just last term, we had the ICT team from our department inviting other schools to come here, use our facilities for the department, not only for my school, training other educators in other schools for the entire district. We can accredit that to Vodacom. I think Vodacom has done a good job.
We are very grateful for the program they brought to us because it really did a big impact in our life. Now I have improved my patience skills and our creative thinking skills, and it really shaped my personality. For that, we are very grateful, and we love for them to continue doing this for all the future kids that will be learning at Dr. W.F. Nkomo. Thank you.
The vision is still the same. This is only the start of everything.
Welcome to the iGrid Show with ABSA.
Talk about why do you need to register your business.
CIPC isn't just paperwork. My name is Nomusa Kambule and I'm the founder of Ilanga Coils.
What does it mean to be a force for good? It means to care. It means to believe for things beyond you.
DBSA builds infrastructure, but that's only the start. Real development reaches people where they learn and where they call home. It begins with the youngest. Early childhood development centers, built safe and enabling because every foundation matters. Then come the years of becoming, where curious hands explore emerging technologies. For aspiring professionals, DBSA creates the spaces where possibility meets reality. Development is a cycle, not a transaction, and it grows in every space we nurture.
One teacher, 40 students, one pace. Some children fall behind and never catch up, not because they're not smart, but because the system wasn't built for them.
It incorporates a lot of visual aids. By doing it at home, it encourages them to just want to work harder. It encourages the love of math,
which allows a learner to develop at their own time.
So it's a nice way of learning visually as well.
Say I'm more confident and I can feel it too.
Using artificial intelligence, deep learning, data analytics, etc., is to make it possible for these children to learn on an individualized basis, where it's user-friendly, where they can get prizes like Sparkies. And what's equally exciting is how wonderfully it is leveraging the capabilities and the energies of the teacher.
With EduTech, every child can.
Are you looking to invest in a province that embraces innovation? Do you have a CSI strategy focused on delivering impact in education? Invest in education in the Western Cape, where investment, innovation, and impact meet. With a growing demand for education, independent schools are already investing in the Western Cape. Cape Town is Africa's tech capital, with a vibrant education technology ecosystem, improving access to education. Our province is home to world-class universities and business schools, solving global problems. The Western Cape Department of Education is investing billions into new education infrastructure. And private businesses are playing their part by directing their CSI spend towards education initiatives. With the number of learners attending school in the Western Cape growing each year, the opportunity is even greater. Introducing EduInvest, a public-private partnership that's driving private sector investment into education.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Welcome back. I hope you've had a good lunch. Might I kindly invite us to kindly please take our seats and try and get settled as much as possible. Might I also ask for assistance for us to begin to close the main doors so that we can signal our intent to start? Could we close the main doors, please? If you're in the room, might I kindly ask you to please take your seat? Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm going to get us back into the program. As you know, our online audience is already waiting for us. So welcome back if you've taken a break at home or wherever you may be watching from in South Africa and across the continent. And of course, if you're joining us here in Johannesburg, I hope you had an opportunity to break bread and really connect with others over lunch. I'm going to get us quickly on the way, but before I do that, I want to maybe start with the lost property announcement. There's a pair of black-rimmed reading glasses that have been misplaced. If anybody has picked these up, can you kindly please just deposit these at the Trialogue stand? It's a pair of dark-rimmed glasses. And you might remember Colleen from the earlier panel. It's Colleen's glasses. She was sitting right at the end, and she has misplaced those glasses. If we find them, if we could please hand those in. I'm also wanting to give away an NPO listing so that we can also make that giveaway now. Remember, the NPO listings are based on your reflections and your insights, and the team at Trialogue are consistently scanning these throughout the day, and they pick up one that is a standout comment or a standout reflection, and they share that with me. The one that is going to get an NPO listing this afternoon is from Kiurapetsi Mukwena. Kia, I hope you're in here. Kia says, many businesses are started from a place of urgency rather than strategy, which makes sustainability difficult from the outset. While skills and financial literacy definitely matter, without networks, mentorship, and market access, they are just not enough. The real gap is how disconnected these elements are. And I think that's an incredible reflection that touches on many of the issues that we're speaking about today. And I think what stands out for me is, again, the interconnection of issues, the interdependence of issues. And I think Kia has done an incredible job of bringing these all to light. So Kia, the team, I hope you're in the room. Are you in the room? There we go. Okay, there's a big wave. He's got a big smile. Can we just give him a round of applause? There we go. Mr. Mukwena, thank you so much. All right, so I also just want to extend an apology. So to all of those who arrived a little after the starting time and couldn't find a place to sit, we definitely apologize. There was an error in the number of seats that were supposed to be in the room. We were 50 seats short. And so we've now added 50 seats in the room, and what that means is that there's more seating right up front. We've added tables right up front, and we've also added some tables at the back. And so if you've been uncomfortable for the first half of today, again, our sincere apologies. The venue has owned this and apologizes as well, and we hope that now everybody is sitting comfortably, and we endeavor to keep that comfort throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow. So thank you so very much for your kind understanding. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving swiftly now into topic 3 of 4 for today. And this is where we shift the conversation from policy to practice. And we begin to ask the question, what does it take to enable thriving youth entrepreneurship? The session is presented in partnership with EduInvest, powered by Westgrow. We continue our holding pattern, and that is we start off with a sponsor introduction. Thereafter, that's followed by a panel, but we all bring ourselves into the conversation through the poll before we continue with the discussion. And so to lead us in the sponsor introduction it gives me great pleasure to invite the Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer at Wesgro. And this is on a talk titled Education, Investment, and the Case for Catalytic Capital, and which, of course, is presented in partnership with EduInvest, powered by Wesgro. Please help me welcome Russell Bruton to the front. Oh, so I just got a note to say it's a video instead, so Russell's not in person. We can still give Russell a round of applause in absentia. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Russell Bruton. I'm the Chief Marketing and Strategic Partnerships Officer at Wesgro, and it is a pleasure for Wesgro to be a supporter and partner for this important engagement today. Just for some context, Wesgro is the official tourism, trade and investment promotion agency for Cape Town and the Western Cape. And one of our strategic focus areas is on attracting investment into priority sectors. We also have a focus on replicating our catalytic delivery model so that we can have the biggest possible impact in the Western Cape and for South Africa. One of those catalytic projects is EduInvest. EduInvest aims to attract private sector investment into the education sector in order to improve access for learners. It also helps to facilitate corporate social investment into the sector, trying to make it as easy as possible for those corporates who want to give back to do so in the province. And thirdly, it looks to develop private sector partnerships, because we know that in order to attract investment into the province, we need to collaborate with and work together with the private sector. So EduInvest is proudly here today representing Wesgro, representing the Western Cape. And we look forward to engaging with you, to learning about your projects and your initiatives, and to find out more about how we can help support you in landing your investment in Cape Town and the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell Bruton. Short and sharp and to the point, but more than anything else, setting us up for a conversation on education, and in particular in the investment into education and the case for catalytic capital. And so joining me now to lead us in a panel discussion, I'm going to invite the panelists. I'm going to invite Wendy Viljoen, who's from EduInvest, powered by Wesgro. So Wendy is a senior manager for EduInvest, powered by Wesgro. She's an education specialist and brings over 17 years of experience in learning theory and methodology, educational strategy and technology into the conversation. Her expertise focuses on creating accessible, innovative learning experiences. Wendy, let's give you a big round of applause. There she is. Let's give her a round of applause. And Tafatwa, you might not need to sit down anymore. Please join us. Tafatwa Nyagano is the Chief Financial Officer at the African Venture Philanthropy Alliance. He's a finance and accounting professional who is deeply passionate about Pan-African development. Let's give Tafatwa a big round of applause. Thank you. Elmarie Cunha is with us. She's the Head of Transformation and Strategic Partnerships at UXI Empowered. She is a learning, transformation, and strategic partnerships leader with over 20 years of experience in building capability and education initiatives. And then last but not least in this conversation, we're joined by Jana Duploy. She's Chief Executive Officer at Apex Education. Let's give Jana a big round of applause. Thank you. And this is an organization, ladies and gentlemen, that aims to make high-quality education accessible to children from low-income communities. Now, again, as we get ready to participate in the poll before we transition into the conversation, I'm going to ask us to turn to our devices as we look at that question. The question this afternoon at this point is, where is catalytic capital needed most right now to unlock education investment at scale? Where is it needed most right now to unlock where's catalytic capital needed right now to unlock education investment at scale? So we know we've got a couple of options, and I'd love to see that coming up on my comfort monitor as well, technical team. But the options there for us are, is it early childhood development? And in particular, infrastructure in that regard? Is it school infrastructure? Is it teacher development and instructional support that we're looking for? Is it blended learning, like EdTech-enabled delivery? Is it student finance and affordability mechanisms? Are we talking about data, measurement and outcomes verification? Or is it about building a stronger pipeline of investable education operators? So I'm going to give you 30 seconds to a minute just to participate in that poll. I'm going to grab my device, which I've seen is on the side of the table as well, so that I can keep track of that. And as per usual, thank you very much, sir. We will turn to the outcomes of the poll and integrate that into our conversation. Allow me to also remind all of us that if you'd like to participate through the questions, you've got to go to that Ask a Question green bar at the bottom of your device, and that's going to allow you to ask, to integrate your voice into the conversation. So there we are. We have an immediate read, but as of now, we've got about 46, 48, or 50 people who've participated. I'm going to let that run in the background while we get into the conversation. So, Wendy, I'm going to invite you to kick us off, because if we take a look at your work, which is largely around facilitating education investment,
Yes.
where do you see the biggest blockages between good intentions and money actually flowing into education? And I'm keen to hear what do you think needs to shift in order to unlock that blockage that you observe?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think you are tasked with asking all the loaded questions today, so that's great. So my role is to basically bridge the gap between high impact education interventions and the capital they need to scale. Now, given that, I mean, you asked where the biggest blockages are, and my experience is that it's not the lack of will. A lot of people in this room, if you ask them if education is important, will agree. A lot of people will say, yes, we need to do more in that space. So it's not a lack of will. But what I do find is that there is this blockage around perceived risk of investing in education.
Okay.
And not just the perceived risk, but also the outcomes of what this could mean. And so there's that natural push and pull. And if you put that into perspective, if you invest in education, it's a long game. So it's a long wait before you can actually see the impact in the work that you are doing or the implementation partner. You navigate very complex regulatory hurdles throughout the way, because the biggest custodian in education is, of course, the departments that is operating there. So you have to, at some point or at some level, engage. And sometimes that regulatory environment also offers a blockage. And if you bring that all together, that basically puts education, because it's so complex, there's such a lot of moving parts, you have to wait long to report on actual outcomes, then there's a risk for corporates. And so when, in my line of work through EduInvest, we often talk about the business of investing in education. And the reason for that is because we are past moving in the line or in the direction where education is just a social concern. Let's do good. But from a corporate point of view, there's so many things strategically that needs to be put in place when a decision is made to invest in education. So why don't we flip the tables and ensure that the opportunities that exist for investment is not only investment ready, but is investor friendly. And so when we look at the biggest blockages there, it is around how do we de-risk education interventions for businesses.
So Wendy, I'm going to be difficult because I think what you've landed for us is just so important. I moderate a lot of conversations around investment, and in particular, let's say, investment in large-scale infrastructure.
Yes.
So at a national level, we talk about investment in transport, in bridges, and so on and so forth. And the language you use is the language they use there.
Yes.
That it's the project pipeline, and we have to make sure that everything is investment ready, and that the environment to invest is friendly. But it's almost, nobody's actually naming the risk that you're naming now. And I want to test that I'm understanding that the risk actually sits in the regulatory domain.
So yes, a big part of that is in that domain, because it dictates how we go about all of this. And I think the other big risk that we too seldomly talk about is who's the beneficiary of this. And that's the learner. That's the students, that's the youth. And a lot of the times decisions are being made for them, around them, but not including them.
Yeah.
And that's also a risk. We heard in the beginning about for the community, by the community, and the same can be said about education. And so, yes, the regulatory part is fickle. I've been in this for a while, but I still learn every day. And it's finding the gaps so that we can operate in that space. But for me, how we mitigate some of that, and I hate to use the word PPP because it's got negative connotations and people have got their own experiences, but it's through strategic collaboration. That's the word I want to use. So if you are a corporate, you're investing in education, you can't do that by yourself.
Sure.
If you are MPO and you're working within the education space, you're not doing that alone by yourself.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, how we mitigate the risk is through strategic collaboration and partnerships.
And I suppose we do. I mean, the entire morning is actually really centered around that very question, to say, how do we actually work together better so that this will that you say is in abundance actually can translate into investable opportunities and the kind of outcomes that we're looking for. Tafatwa, let me bring you in because you bring the lens of catalytic capital. It's another sexy word that's a phrase that we've been using a lot more, especially in the development finance world. But perhaps just help us to understand, Tafatwa, how do you know that catalytic capital is genuinely attracting and unlocking other capital, or is it just replacing existing capital? What is this distinction between the two?
Thank you. So I think maybe just to take a step back, we recently launched an AI tool that tracks impact investment on the continent. Not only is it globally, but on the continent, the investments in education and healthcare are attracting the least capital. And for a continent that's bringing to life about 4 million kids per month, I think South Africa is 1 million kids per year, to have such little investment in education and in healthcare, it defies logic. Now, we also know that the private markets have so much capital. So you can imagine if pension funds were to invest in education. I have my own theory that says Absa is investing because they've realized if they don't invest in education or in entrepreneurship, no one will be banking in the next few years. So now, this is where catalytic capital comes into play. Catalytic capital, by its nature, it's meant to unlock private capital coming into this space. Now, I think we judge catalytic capital from additionality. Does catalytic capital help investments go where in themselves they wouldn't go? I think earlier we heard that I think it's Gauteng and Western Cape that are attracting the most investments. Now, how do we get capital to move into other provinces?
Yeah.
Right. So I think by its nature, it's meant to be temporary and transformative. So when you say it's not only substitutive, we're saying if someone started an educational enterprise in Senton, I don't think they'll struggle to attract capital. But if they went to Alex, can they attract the same capital? Now, catalytic capital needs to come in and make sure that those sort of investments are still as attractive. I think once we get the corporate, the private capital providers to look at investment in education as good business and not just an impact-first element, that will unlock the true value of catalytic capital.
And I think that's exactly where my follow-up question was going to be, and that is, how easy or difficult is the conversation of getting, whether it's pension funds or other, whether it's financial DFIs as an example, to step in now that the catalytic capital is in place, to step in and actually make the large investments that we're looking for? Is education a sexy asset to sell? Is it an investable asset? How difficult or easy is that conversation?
So currently it's not an easy conversation because there are governance elements, the structural elements that we still need to address. But I think there is sort of gradual understanding. We can even pin it on a capacity sort of basis. So at ABPA, what we've also done is we're trying to address the capacity gap. You'd find we've launched a catalytic capital training. How do we get the people that are sitting in these offices to understand the role of philanthropy, for example? Because philanthropists would have given grants to most of educational enterprises that are playing within the education space. So how do we repurpose some of the grants that we're currently giving to entrepreneurs so that they're more catalytic in nature? Right. So I think the conversations are starting to happen, which is a good first step, if you ask me.
Tafasa, thank you so much. And I must say, I'm still reeling from that statement you made at the beginning to say the investment in health and education is comparatively low. I think the narrative that the ordinary person hears on the street is the over-investment in education, and yet you don't see the outcomes of that. And to hear that actually that may not be the case is actually quite interesting, and perhaps just speaks to a need for a re-education of society around how are we really taking a bet on education versus just speaking it rather than actually doing an interrogation of actually even national budgets, even before we come to corporate involvement. Almarie, let me bring you into the conversation as an investor in education. And in particular, the question I want to bring to you is, I think this investment conversation can sound very theoretical and sort of inaccessible. What makes education investable practically? What are the things that you're looking for, that you're wanting to tick off for you to say, this is an education project or program or initiative that is investable, this is what we're looking for? So that's the first part of it. But I'm equally interested in what are the things when present as an investor make you back away?
Thank you. I think the first thing that I want to say is that education is never a soft investment. And I think that is something that we all need to understand, and maybe that's been a misconception in the past. It's not a soft investment, it's an economic infrastructure. And if we start looking at our investment in education in that lens, it gives us another way of looking at why I would invest and what would a good investment look like. So for me, there's three things that is important to me when I look at an investment, and I call it the 3 Ps.
Okay.
So it is, there must be sufficient proof that the model works, that the model can deliver, that it's going to lead to employment, that it's going to lead to enterprise. So there's evidence that needs to be given to each of these investment models that I want to invest in. There must be a very clear pathway for my investment. So if I look at a learner, it's not about access to the opportunity. It is about what is the learner journey, how sustainable is that learner journey, and how am I going to ensure that that learner is not just passing, but also competent and ready to enter. So the investment should not just be giving a bursary funding, because that is not an investment. That is just giving capital to somebody. But if we see it from a different perspective and we look at the whole pathway, so when we look at an investment, I want to see clear milestones, clear outcomes, and what is the expectation at the end. And then the last one, which is my favorite, and I've got some colleagues and ex-colleagues in the room, and maybe it's just the nature of me, but that is protection. So what is the protection of my investment? And that protection is always underpinned by governance. So if I want to invest, and when we talk about investment in education, like Wendy said, it's slow, it's a lot, it's large, So how do I protect that? And we can only do that by good governance.
Yeah.
So if we look at our investment, we want to look at everything from the data, the systems, the reporting, what is the student report, what is the employer linkage.
Yeah.
So all of those things gives me a view of what this investment would look like. So when we put something in front of an investor, we need to show them not just the good intent. We need to move beyond that because we're talking about an investment. So capital or money understands structure. So when I want somebody to invest, I need to give them the why, but I also need to tell them, how is this going to benefit me? Because at the end of the day, you are still a funder and you still want that investment to be
Return.
long-standing and sustainable.
So the second part of the question, would it be correct for me to then assume that in the absence of proof, in the absence of a visible pathway that is over and above access, in the absence of protection, so the absence of governance, that those three things would make you step away from an education deal immediately?
It would definitely raise red flags. And sometimes it just needs more probing. Sometimes people don't always understand when they approach investors. How do I? So it's not to say that it's not there, but it's not clear. So I think maybe the clarity of what is it that I'm bringing to the table, what is the mutual expectations. And I think sometimes that is also the issue, not just that it's a lot of intent but not structure. Sometimes we just don't put it. When we want people to invest, we're not clear about what they can expect. So it could be any one of those, and it can be red flags. I think one should always investigate a little bit deeper, just to see if there's not maybe a mismatch between the presentation and the actual model. So that's also the other thing that I think. And I think when we link it back to our catalytic investment, what I love about that is that we then strengthen with that type of investment, this system, the student, the support. So when we talk about catalytic investment, I think it absolutely bridges that gap, and it sort of creates a middle ground where we can link all of this to make sure that the good intent has got a very good outcome.
So that's going to make the outcome of that poll very interesting for you as well, Elmarie, as you look at where we think catalytic capital should be flowing and where you see the bridges of opportunity for catalytic capital to close so that the deal becomes sellable to the investor community.
Correct. So if we think about the first question you talked about, and I said maybe it's red flags.
Yeah.
Shall we not look at this and say it's a very good institution? It's a very good purpose. The community is ready, but there's a red flag. Why don't we fill that gap or make the red flag a green flag by investing in the right things to support and sustain that project over the long time?
So, Yana, as we bring you into the conversation now, I think it's quite important because as an education operator, you really bring the voice of the kind of partnerships that you actually need in order to meet your own ambition, which is one, making sure you're able to give quality education, but also to continue to do that at an affordable rate. What type of partnerships and what type of capital do you think education operators most appreciate that would allow them to do the job of meeting those dual outcomes?
I always say to other nonprofits, be very careful who you take money from, because that might be the one decision that you end up regretting most. I think for us in how we look at funding partnerships is exactly in that word partnership. And so we try to link up with organizations that have a shared value system. So all of our main funders currently are successful business people or organizations who have, with basically the foundations of business principles, looked at this philanthropic endeavor. And so I think there's a shared value system around excellence.
Okay.
There's a shared value system around believing that education is going to significantly improve South Africa, that is going to contribute economically. There's a shared belief that the education system in its current shape is not delivering those outcomes. And there's a shared belief that just sharpening the pencils is not going to change that.
Yeah.
And so I think you need to find people and align yourself with people that really believe in that. But that doesn't mean that, you let go of the accountability or the outcomes that you need to achieve or the returns that you need to deliver. It just means that there's an agreement into what those are. And I think once you're aligned on that values level, the conversation shifts significantly. Because now we're all trying to achieve the same thing. And some people bring money, and some people bring skills, and some work operationally, and some works in governance. But we're all working towards the same objective.
So this idea of almost rallying around a common purpose has been the key theme throughout the day. And you're bringing it back, Jana, this idea that there's a shared value system that you're looking for. You're looking for shared belief, a shared conviction that education is important and that we should be investing in it. I want to follow up with a similar question I gave to Almarie, because your opening statement said, be careful who you take money from. Mm-hmm. So I want to go there. I want to go there. Who do you not take money from? And the reason I asked is to say, what are the flags for you that would say to you, this is not, outside of we don't share the same values, because we've established that, but this is not the kind of partnership that is going to allow me to deliver on my mandate of quality and affordability. What makes you step back?
Look, so everyone here will know, all funders have their own mandate, right?
Yeah.
And so some people's mandate is maybe to work wide, but maybe only lift the tide with 2%. Mm. Okay, so for instance, that's not what we do. Some people will philosophically have an objection towards technology in schools.
Yes.
We lean very heavily on technology. So I think those real fundamental questions are the ones that you have to understand. We believe heavily in the use of data and analytics in schools. Very few schools share that belief, for instance. So I think, I always say, Apex is not for everyone, and that's okay. Mm. And I think in my conversations with funders, if I understand that the funding mandate will be, they like the Apex model, but they want to implement it maybe in a different way or in a different place, then I think it's better that we just say no and rather say, is there a different way that we can help each other?
Sure. So we may be adding another P to Almarie's P's, because we have proof, pathways, and protection, but maybe there's a philosophy, P, that needs to be in place, because if that philosophy, there isn't alignment in that philosophy, Jana's not taking that funding and would probably want to go look elsewhere. I think it's an interesting way that we've opened the conversation. So maybe let's go back to the poll. Let's just remind ourselves where we're at in terms of the collective thinking online and in the room about where we think catalytic capital is needed most right now, if it is to unlock education investment, but specifically to do that at scale. So this is what the numbers, I'll read them out because it might be small for my panelists, but the big standout number here is 32%, where the vast majority of the audience say it's actually early childhood development infrastructure. So if we put catalytic capital towards infrastructure and ECD, that's where we're going to realize the greatest impact. That's at 32%. At 27% is teacher development and instructional support. Then at 15%, we're saying building a stronger pipeline of investable education operators. And I'd love to hear what you think about that, Jana, as you reflect on that as well. At 9%, we're saying, before I get to 9, let me go to 12%, which is general school infrastructure. So without an emphasis on ECD, just general school infrastructure. At 9%, it's blended learning approaches. So EdTech-enabled delivery as an example. And then this last two, which are, for me, probably just the same, 2% and 1% is the same thing. At 2%, we're saying student finance and affordability mechanisms. Almarie, you'll have a view on that, because what I was hearing you say is we've moved beyond just access, funding for the sake of access, and just for the sake of affordability. We need to be looking at the journey more holistically. And then now at 2%, which is really interesting for me, data, measurement, and outcomes verification at only 2%. Now, if we're not putting money towards the data, the measurement, and the outcome, and Almarie wants proof, I mean, that for me feels like a massive disconnect in the conversation. So let me then try my best to literally balance the voices on my knee, on my second device, and the questions that I still have. And let me see if I can bring the audience voice in a little bit more into this conversation. All right. So, Wendy, let's come back to you. So you made a comment and you said you don't want to use the term public-private partnerships glibly because different people have had different experiences with PPPs. But the question that we had here for you is, can PPPs help to reduce the risk in education investment? And if that is a positive outcome and PPPs are able to do that, what needs to be true of that PPP arrangement for it to translate into a real risk reduction?
Yes, so many P's on this, panel, right? Yes, so the reason I made the distinguishment is, and because of the past connotation of PPPs, right? Many people, when you throw PPP out there, they're thinking MOU with a department in some way, shape, or form. But it really stretches beyond that. And to answer your question around how can it reduce the risk and just the roles that we each play, it really comes down to what Almarie and Jana were saying, is the right kind of partners for the right goal, a shared goal and vision, and what role they play in that equation. Yeah. So when you look at how a partnership can de-risk the investment, there's a few things. If you're working with a public entity, definitely around policy certainty.
Yeah.
Is policy, regulation, procedures hindering the progress we can make, or is it supporting?
Yeah.
And I'll leave that question there, because that tells you exactly about some of the things that needs to move and shift when we're talking about partnerships.
Sure.
The other thing is, and I think you all had some version of it, is risk sharing.
Yeah.
Right? In other words, there is a mutual ownership that we take within this partnership. And so if it's a school operator, their role is to ensure that quality is then given for each learner. If it's an investor, then there's a capital responsibility that they have, making sure X gets to where it needs to go for the purpose it needs to get. So there is that risk sharing and also co-allocation. So we might not all contribute financially, but we are contributing in certain aspects. So it's financial and non-financial, allocations and contributions. Yeah. So that co-ownership then is a way that a partnership really can strengthen and get it closer to that common goal that we want to reach. Then the last one, and it's sad that to see measurement at the bottom, and that's the proof that, remember when I started, I said the business of investing in education. What evidence do we have that what we are investing in is doing what it's supposed to do?
Right.
It's getting the impact. And so how do we de-risk it? We make sure that there are ways in which we can measure the outcomes. If we're saying it's quality education, that one is a bit tongue-in-cheek, because what is quality education?
Yeah.
But there are certain things that we can measure. So let's make sure that there are things put in place that we can account for, which is to my last point, keeping us accountable. That we can account for, and when we're not delivering, how do we keep each other accountable for that? How do we move past that blocker? So that's how we can de-risk it. And you might ask then, okay, if that is how we're going to de-risk it, what kind of roles are we each playing? And I would say then, you stick to what your strength is. You stick to what your organization does well. So if it is a government entity, then policy and regulation, right? Making sure that we are in an enabling environment. That the infrastructure is there to allow us to establish, to implement, but also to grow in scale. And service delivery, what do we need in order for this to work? And if you're an investor, the same applies to you. Do we have the capital? And now I'm saying capital because do we have the right funding for this particular venture, right? Not all capital or funding is the same or can be used within education in the same way. Innovation, are we open to pivoting? Are we open to change? And are we open to redirect as things grow and change? And lastly, and I think this one speaks to how we get further together, is efficiency. Are we working with what we have to the fullest of that extent? And then can we grow from there? So that's how I would look at it.
So Wendy, I'm going to put some words in your mouth, because I'm going to say what I heard as an unsaid, just having listened to you. In your first response, you highlighted regulation as one of the things that often becomes a blockage. And as I listen to you speaking about what are some of the things that make PPPs work, you speak about the various partners bringing their various strengths into the game. And public sector partners, for example, bringing their regulatory or policy capability into the room. And the unsaid, which I'm hearing, is that sometimes if the thing that actually sours PPPs is when we take our strengths and we weaponize them against each other. And so the public sector partner weaponizes regulation. The funder or investor weaponizes the fact that they've got they hold the strings to the purse to the purse that actually makes this possible or not possible. So I think there's a conversation to be had to say, how do we bring those, what needs to be true for the strengths of the different partners in PPP to translate into strengths and not to become risks? Because I think the line listening to you is actually very fine. Absolutely. And it can go either way. Tafatwa, let me bring you in. Technical team, can I just have the poll up again? I just want to check something with Tafatwa. I like evidence and data so that I don't get into trouble. Tafatwa, there's the list. I think you can see it from there. This is what the audience is saying. This is where catalytic capital is most needed right now. When you think about the proposals and the requests for catalytic capital in education, what are the requests and the proposals for? Is the money for data measurement and outcomes, or are we finding more proposals for early childhood development infrastructure? I want to get a sense between to what extent is this picture an accurate reflection of the reality of the request and the demand for catalytic capital today?
Thank you. So it feels like an exam because the answers are here. And I'm happy data measurement and outcomes is going up. It started off as 1%. Yes. I was worried. And if you didn't select data measurement and outcomes verification, please sign up for an IMM course with AVPA in June. And to answer you on this one, there isn't a single element where I think it's more in the connection of these elements where catalytic capital is being attracted. But I should say data measurement and outcomes verification is the largest single blind spot, if I can call it that.
Okay.
Because, investment in education is considered risky. It's long term. The ones that require it probably can't afford it. Right now, how do investors price the risk if we don't have the data? How does the government draft the right contracts if they don't have the data? So I think what we have put at 4% here, if we can change that sort of distribution, we could potentially have investors coming into this space and looking at this as a not less risky space, but at least have the data to inform some of their decisions.
But are you then also saying, again, I'm putting words in your mouth, are you also now saying that perhaps it's traditional capital that should be looking at ECD infrastructure, and perhaps it's traditional capital that should be looking at teacher development? The sweet spot for catalytic capital probably sits in areas like data measurement and outcomes. How do you differentiate what is for catalytic capital and what is for traditional capital?
So we're not, I'll say we don't have a shortage of ideas within the education space.
Sure.
What we are lacking is capital to scale. So even within the early childhood development, traditional capital would come in, but there's a missing middle. What happens when, the social entrepreneur wants to scale. If they need an investment between 2 to 20 million, banks would probably consider it as risky. Grants would look at it as, traditional capital would look at it as too much. That's where catalytic capital needs to come in and help scale those models. And I think, as we heard earlier, we can fund elements such as governance, data systems. So that it's an interlinkage amongst all these, where there's a spot where traditional capital will end.
Yes.
So that addressing that missing middle, I think, remains the gap that catalytic capital needs to.
It's the missing middle. As you've said it, it is about addressing that missing middle. So I think that's fantastic. I'm going to move on to Elmarie. And Elmarie, I'm going to try my best to land these two questions really quickly. I can't remember who on the panel raised the fact that the Western Cape and Gauteng actually attract the most, that was Tafatwa. So you're going to, Elmarie, you'll take this one nonetheless. The question is from Gqibelo. And Gqibelo says, what is it about the Western Cape and Gauteng that attracts the most investment? And why are we not seeking to understand this and this trend in particular? Because we all know that the greatest need is not in those provinces. And so maybe to paraphrase is just to say, what is it about what's happening in the Western Cape and Gauteng that will attract investors much more than where in the Eastern Cape or even KZN, where the need is so much greater?
Okay, that's a tough one for me.
That's Gqibelo, that's not me.
Happy, no, for me to answer. I would like to give my opinion around that.
Sure.
Because I'm not that familiar with the Western Cape, but I can give you my opinion about what I think is happening. If we think about, and we just spoke about traditional capital. So if we invest in a traditional way, we invest in a bursary, we invest in certain things, that's our traditional. If we then look at the universities and institutions that we do find the strong ones in Gauteng and the strong ones in the Western Cape. So if we think about where the capital flows, is it possible, and I'm asking, that the capital is flowing to institutions where people feel the investment is safe, there's enough numbers, there's enough support, the system are there, so that's the one thing. And I think the other thing that we can do to counter this is to say, do we always just have to invest in tertiary education or post-school? Do we have to invest that in higher education? And I think if we're going to start switching into artisanal training, more technical training, we are then moving outside of that, and we can go back into rural areas where artisanal technical training follows the economic paths that are available in the rural areas. And I'm thinking that is maybe what is lacking. It was always the funding of bursaries, the funding of learnerships and those. And we do find them clustered maybe a lot in Gauteng and Western Cape. And I do hope and foresee in the future that if we start redirecting our capital into more technical, artisanal type of education, we can move beyond that and move it back into rural areas. Because if we look at artisanal training or we look at technical training, those are one of the best predictors of being an entrepreneur and creating new jobs. Because if I'm technical, artisanally inclined, or I have those qualifications, I stay in my area, I would be able to start my own business. Maybe sometimes better than if I studied in a tertiary place where I need an organization to absorb me to do my law or my finance. Much easier if I studied new solar technologies or something else. So that would be my opinion, but also maybe a solution, is to redirect capital into where we need the infrastructure, the capital to go to.
I think that's a very solid contribution, and I'm going to move on from there. I've got 9 minutes. I want to go to Yana, and I had quite a few questions for you, Wendy, so I might come back with one more. Jana, the question that I have for you here relates to this idea of operators, and perhaps you can correct me if I've got it in, if I'm misunderstanding this, that operators or education operators would probably have a bias towards more stable sources of funding so that they can forward plan, whether it's forward planning around their infrastructure or their growth and so on. And oftentimes when we talk about innovative capital and catalytic capital, that might not be as long-term and as stable as an operator might require. How do you balance that? How do you make sure that you are able to benefit from short bursts of capital that might be available, whilst at the same time having a capital, a backer that allows you to really think about how you sustain yourself into the long term?
I'm learning a lot of new words today. There's not traditional capital, catalytic capital, solid capital.
Innovative capital.
I've never heard of something like predictable capital. So, look, I think for me, innovation, if you do innovation for the sake of innovating, then of course, then that becomes a distraction. But I think if you're very clear about what your business model is, and you're saying that you innovate towards achieving that goal. So at Apex, we build and we run schools, grade R to 12. And so, I mean, it was interesting for me also on the poll to see one of the, I think the second highest category was teacher training, which I think is a very traditional thing that people spend on.
Yeah.
And it's a really important thing to spend on. But I think that's really rooted in the belief that education outcomes is going to shift if we better equip our teachers. Now, we're in a room of business people, so I just want to share some numbers. In high school, the state spends about, I mean, in the Western Cape, the state spends about 20,000 Rand per child per year in, let's say, the average no-fee, low-fee school. Those of you who've had a child in high school, let's say in the past 5 years or currently, I'm wondering what you spend if you believe that your child got a quality high school education, but I'm pretty sure it's not 20,000. So let's say it's 60,000, and my guess is that for many of you that number will even be higher. So what we're saying is the state has 20, and we know what those outcomes are. Quality costs 60, and we know that that's unattainable. Innovation is the gap in the middle.
Yeah.
And so, for instance, the model that we've come up with is in high school, we say that we're re-looking this role of the teacher to say we can teach 100 students simultaneously in a class. But so I think if you just stick to the traditional belief that we need to train more teachers, we need to train more teachers, we need to train more teachers, but the reality is even the best trained teacher is not going to deliver exceptional outcomes in a classroom that's overcrowded, where toilets don't flush and lights don't work. So I think when we think about these different funding models, the question is, you know, for me, it's almost irrelevant to say, like, do you spend on innovation? Do you spend on traditional capital? I mean, you need to run your business. Our organization needs to be financially sustainable, and that's my job, to make sure that between the different income streams, of which some are sporadic, of which some are school fees, of which some are government subsidies, but that we manage that cash flow in a way to ensure that we're financially sustainable. And I think that's the responsibility of the business when they do pitch for funding, so that they can show that they can achieve that.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of explaining that balance and what you need to think about, and that perhaps maybe we are getting caught up in the terms of the different types of financing instruments that are available. And at the end of the day, money is money is money is money, and we need to make sure that we have it in abundance, or at least enough to keep the lights on while we're building towards the future. So I would have wanted to come back with more questions. I've only got 5 minutes on the clock, so I'm going to give you a final billboard question, because our next speaker is online and we don't want to keep them waiting. I think they're joining us from the UK, if I'm not mistaken. And so the way I'd like to close this one is a little bit different. I'm going to ask the team to put back the poll, and I'm going to ask each of you to choose one of these that you think, actually, if we allocated catalytic capital to this, I think that this has the highest chance of unlocking education investment at scale. So you get to choose your one, and you get to make a sentence to backing it up, and that's how we're going to close it off. I think it's a lot easier than a billboard, so you're getting off very lightly. So Wendy, I'll start off with you. What would you put at number one?
If I had to choose,
Yes.
I would do the building a stronger pipeline of investable. I often say the issue is that it's not about whether there's funding, there's enough money available, circulating. It is the opportunity ready for that investment, and can it create sustainability within education?
Yeah. Is the opportunity ready for the investment, and does it have the capacity to deliver on the sustainable promise? So that would be building a stronger pipeline. That's for Wendy. Tafatwa, should I guess data?
Yes, you may. I'm happy to back it up. Data. The good pipeline would need to prove that it's good pipeline. How do they do it? They need to measure data. I would go data even a step further to say this is the only way we're going to prove that investment in education is good business.
Yeah.
It's not impact first. We're not looking at it as a corporate good. It's actually good business. So let's have the data, I think. Let's have the measurement and the outcomes verification. When the investors come, we are able to show them the proof that this actually works. If you put your money here, this is what you're going to get. Yes, it's risky. It's deemed risky. So
we're adding another P. Show me the profit.
So I'll be part of the 4%. But
so there we go. So philosophy, profit, proof, pathways, and protection. Almarie, what would you put at the top of the chart?
So I'm going to speak with my heart.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to say that the student finance and affordability mechanism, for me, as a mother that had 3 children that needed to finish university, the affordability, the pressure that we have in the systems, in our communities, and us personally, for me, that is something that is really close to my heart. And I think maybe if we can bring it back to the theme of our of today, it's really about the voices and the vision and the values. And I think we must always, although we spoke a lot about different types of capital, I think we must always remember that who is this capital meant to serve?
Yeah.
This capital is meant to serve a learner, a child. So affordability is absolutely critical. And even though we know that we are supporting somebody that might not have the affordability, I also think that we must not compromise on our quality and the dignity that we give in our education. So that for me is important. And that's why the affordability mechanism, just because it's not affordable, it cannot not be quality, and it cannot take away the dignity of somebody that could not afford it.
Yeah.
So that is my hard answer. And I think we must just, in our vision, understand that some things must just last longer than the investment. And I think that's why I chose that one, because it speaks a little bit to my heart.
Almarie, thank you very much. I think it speaks to a lot of hearts in the room, because I think many of us, with or without children, some of us have gone through education with lots of difficulty and struggle. So, and watch parents struggle to get ourselves and siblings through that system. So thank you very much for that. Yana, what would you put at the top of your chart?
So the bit that I understand about catalytic capital is the acknowledgement that it's limited. So for instance, I once saw this really nice infographic that shows the size of the bubble of philanthropic spend, the total philanthropic spend in South Africa versus the total bubble of the public sector spend.
Yes.
And the bubble of philanthropy, even together, and even though it's a lot, it's like very small, and public sector is really big. And in South Africa, I think about 80% of our children are in public schools nationally. So if you say you want to impact education, the question is, how can you spend the little bubble in the way that's going to have the biggest impact across the country? And so I think in that, I'm going to base my decision on everything. I mean, if you think about business, we say that if you find the right leader or the right entrepreneur, that they make it happen. And so I'm going to go with Wendy and say, if you find the right operator, they will take care of everything else on that list. So that's going to be my vote.
Thank you very much. So small bubbles to become big bubbles need catalytic capital. That's one of the things that I've taken away. But Jana, thank you very much. Can I give a round of applause to my panel? Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's been an incredibly important conversation that really has focused our conversation around where money matters most. And in particular, really fine-tuning our thinking around what types of money do what types of jobs. And I really, as a student of development finance, have really enjoyed this discussion. Let me invite you to please rate this session. Once again, we just go very quickly onto our app. It's going to pop up that 5-star rating. And please also don't forget, take a moment to jot down your thoughts, reflections in your notebooks, translate them, of course, onto the platform. Whether you're online or in person, we'd love to hear how the sessions are moving you in any way, what they are leaving in you, what is sitting not only as something of enlightenment, but even as a discomfort. I think that's really fantastic. One of the gifts that we've already realized here is the gift of all the questions. We don't get to all the questions on the app, but I think the questions are indicative of the conversations we still are yet to have around these particular areas. And so we are now ready to transition to our next Tri-Talk, and this is on the theme of reframing Africa and why narratives matter. This Tri-Talk is going to be delivered by Moki Makura. Moki is the Executive Director of Africa No Filter. Now, Africa No Filter is an advocacy organization, and they are dedicating to reshaping Africa's perceptions. Moki has worked as a TV anchor, an actor, a producer, an author, and a publisher. And she's also previously served as the head of communication, the African head of communications at the Gates Foundation, and she's also led communications at the Tony Elumelu Foundation. She speaks globally about narrative, the creative industries, media development, and the power of storytelling to influence perception, investment, and policy across Africa. Let's give Moki a warm round of applause as she comes online.
Great. Hello and welcome. And I'm really sorry I'm not there in person. I used to live in Johannesburg, but I don't anymore. But I've got 15 minutes to tell you about the story that is killing Africa. When I was introduced, it was clear that I believe in the power of storytelling, but I'm going to tell you a very quick story. I've only got 15 minutes. So I was on a train in Europe, and I was going to, from Berlin to Bonn. I was going to speak at a media conference. A Norwegian businessman got onto the train with me, and he sat in my carriage, and we started talking. He asked me where I was from. I told him I was from Nigeria. I asked him if he had ever been there or if he'd ever been to the continent. He said no. I asked him why. He said, well, because Africa wasn't a place that he felt he would enjoy. He felt it was a place that, it was kind of like poverty and just violence and just not a nice place that he would want to go to. And I asked him where he got that impression. And he told me quite dismissively almost that, yeah, from newspapers, from stories, from films. And he's a businessman. He could potentially have invested in Africa. He could potentially have come here on holiday. But his perception, which was based on the stories he heard, was keeping him from the continent. And it led me to know for a fact that stories matter. Stories influence your perception, they influence your behavior. And the current story about Africa is this. It's one that we are a broken continent, that we somehow are dependent and we're lacking, that we don't have even the agency to create the change that we need. We're broken down in debt. I know the conversation before me was all about financing and capital, and I'll talk about that. But it just seems as if somehow this continent never seems to work. As the introduction said, I run an organization called Africa No Filter, and this is the image that I see of us. We're like this organization fighting superhero power, fighting negative stereotypes about the continent, because there is work to be done. One of the things that we do a lot of is research. And I'm going to talk about 3 pieces of research that we've done. One is called, it's with the Global Media Index, where we ranked 20 global institutions or media outlets that cover Africa on how they cover Africa. The things that we saw that concerned me is that the story across all 20 of them, and I'm talking from The Guardian to The Washington Post, to the BBC to CNN, were these stories. It was either politics, so often elections, but poverty, but it was always crisis. What was interesting is that most of these publications, even though they say they cover Africa, actually only cover just over half the continent. A lot of countries don't even get a say in. The voices are not representative. In a lot of global media, it is not African voices we hear. It's actually sort of elite, authoritative voices. And when Africans show up, we're often victims. There's very little coverage in global media about innovation, about culture and progress. Basically, the narrative is not neutral. It is patent, and we need to do something about it. I think it's really important because the story has real world implications. 60% of young Africans across this continent want to leave. And even if they can't leave, they're not building, staying, thinking about a continent as a place of opportunity. They're waiting to get out. Immigration across Africa. Well, if you sit in Europe where I sit, well, in the UK, migration, Africans coming in, it's a huge political pressure point. A lot of countries are becoming more right-wing, trying to get immigrants out, and Africa is on that agenda. And if you have an African passport, and I am Nigerian, and my passport is probably one of the worst in the world, we are discriminated against. I mean, visa inequality in terms of the visa prices you have to pay to get in, the length of time it takes to get you a visa. But the most important conversation I think that's happening right now in this side of the world is the loss or the amount of money that we are no longer getting in aid. And I know South Africa has definitely been in the news alongside Kenya with a drop in funding for its HIV programs. And that is destined to go down. And it's not just America. A lot of the other countries have already been dropping aid. America just made it very, very sudden. So the story of the continent actually influences who stays, who leaves, who invests, and actually who gets left behind. The second piece of research that I want to talk about is one we did, what was called the cost of media stereotypes. And basically, we looked at how much this negative profiling of the continent actually costs us. And the way we did it was we looked at the risk premium African countries pay in terms of sovereign debt. And we extrapolated that across the continent, and we came up with a figure of $4.2 billion, which is actually enough to educate 12 million children every single year. But it's actually just a fraction of the total investment, because if you look at actual investments that don't happen because people don't want to come to Africa because of perceived risk of corruption, and the lots of other things that don't happen, we can't even count the number of people who don't come here to spend their holidays or don't come to tourism, come to South Africa because they're scared of the crime. That is not included in here. The point is that our countries are paying more. Argentina has defaulted on its debt 9 times, but yet they pay the same or less than we do as Africa. The reality of this number for businesses is that the countries are borrowing money more expensively, therefore our banks are borrowing money more expensively, therefore they are giving it to small businesses and to business much more expensively. In Europe and the US, the average borrowing costs, the interest rates businesses pay is between 4 to 8%. In Africa, it's 15 to 30%. I know I have a friend who runs a business. She's paying 33% on an overdraft every time she dips into it for her business. 2 to 6 times more? How is that sustainable? The challenge for us is that you cannot build globally competitive businesses on that amount of interest. There's this best brands that's done every single year. The 2025 one showed that only 11 of the top 100 brands in Africa are actually African. And this is a survey that's done across all countries, sort of measuring brands. We cannot build huge businesses if we're borrowing at that amount. Now, the third report I'm going to quickly talk about is one we did called Stereotypes About Africa in Britain. And what we did was that we worked with the University of Bath, and we looked at, and well, they actually did, they surveyed over nearly 2,000 people in the US and UK, asking them what they thought about Africa. Their findings were interesting. key thing is society was seen in a negative light. They linked Africa with instability and just a harsh environment. And the good things they saw, which they always see, is, the nature, the animals. That's what they associated if they had to push and were pushed about what is good in Africa. Stereotypes reduce their intent to purchase, because one of the alarming things that came out for me is that people in this survey felt that they would not buy anything important like a computer, something technology driven or something health driven. So they wouldn't buy computers and they wouldn't buy drugs from Africa. So no matter how much we build our businesses, that negative stereotype, that bias is already there. And we need to change that. But how did we get here? Because it didn't happen yesterday. The gentleman on the left is a man called Henry Morton Stanley, who was essentially, I guess you'd call an explorer and a journalist. But he was the first person that really documented and gave Europe, particularly England and English people, a perception about Africa. He wrote about us as savages and, just a lot of horrible stuff. It's all there on the internet. You can have a look. But at the time, that was what the lingo was. But he was the one that actually gave people a big impression about what the continent was, because many people had not been. On the right-hand side is a gentleman called Bob Geldof. Some of you may or may not know him. He ran a band, or he had a band called, the Boomtown Rats. But in 1985, he held one of the biggest concerts ever. People like Queen, Madonna at the time came, and it was all in aid of Ethiopia. Ethiopia was going through a massive famine. Over 1 million people had died. And he put on a benefit concert, which was watched by over 1 billion people in 150 different countries. Today, that equivalent would be getting Beyonce or Taylor Swift and Drake all on the same stage. Everybody was watching it. But these two pictures tell me something, that much of the narrative about us, it's been going for a long time, it lasts for generations, but it was actually built externally by other people outside the continent on our behalf. In 1985, these were the images. The top left-hand corner is Live Aid. It was absolutely massive. The rest are just the images that went across the world about Africa. Like I said, it was watched in 150 countries. The challenge for us is that actually the famine was in one country. It didn't represent all of Africa, but there was a dark side to it. 1985, in my opinion, sealed the continent's image as a broken one. This is when the actual sort of saving Africa industry began, when Madonna came to Africa and adopted a child with parents, when people were coming to help us all the time, and as if we just couldn't do it ourselves, and that our problems were so simple that it just needed £1 to save us. That was in 1985. The problem with that is that most of the people in decision-making positions today came out of this era. They were influenced by this era. So they are bank CEOs, they are heading up development organizations. That image was in 1985. This image is 2026. I'm telling you, things have not changed as much as we can when it comes to how the world sees us. This is a picture taken from the cover of New York Times. This is about the USAID cuts. Again, an African, nameless African dying, and we feel it's okay to take a picture and slap it on a newspaper. Again, it just speaks of, we just don't have what it takes to create the change. But the reality is things have changed. I'm going to ask you in the audience, where do you see your country? Is it on the left-hand side where global perceptions are, and a lot of local perceptions, because these narratives also affect us as Africans? Do you see, guns? Do you see poverty? Or do you see, on the other extreme, Wakanda, a place where everything's amazing? The reality is we're right bang somewhere in the middle. We are not as bad as the world thinks, and sometimes how we ourselves think. We're in the middle. The problem is that we need to, we're a continent on the move. We just need to make ourselves seen more. There's a lot happening on the continent. So how do we go from a broken continent that lacks no agency to one that does? One of the things I heard on stage is that we are not we don't have a problem with finding solutions. There are many solutions. I think the capital, which we've talked about, we need to mobilize domestic capital. We shouldn't be relying on outside funding. And a lot of countries have. That's why I like the Accra Reset, which if you've heard about, it's basically Ghana just saying that we are going to do this ourselves. We need better institutions, things like the African Credit Rating Agency. They've established that. There's lots of African banks, the AFC, Afrexim Bank, who are doing things on the continent. But the one big area that I feel is lacking, that we are not doing enough to support, is the narrative. And that's the bit that I care about. When it comes to narrative, we know that the only way to change a narrative is to actually change the stories that feed that narrative. So what we as an advocacy organization tell people to do is to tell better stories and to tell more stories. And by better stories, I want us to share the stories of progress, the things that are happening, the policies that are working, the places that are just better. We need to do that more. But also we need to tell more of the stories. We just don't have enough. Now, I can't tell you how much content there is on the internet, but I can tell you how much there is on Wikipedia. So using Wikipedia as a proxy for the internet, we know that less than 4% of the content on Wikipedia is African. There is more about Paris, the city in Europe, than there is about Africa, the continent, on Wikipedia. And less than 1% of that content is written by Africans. So we have a lot of work to do. I'm going to rush through this, just this quick slide. Every single headline on this slide is a real one. So it's not a lack of stories. It is just a lack of visibility of our stories. So I want to ask you, how are you telling the Africa story? Are you even telling it? Are you thinking about it at all? Are you inadvertently reinforcing these negative stereotypes? And just, very quickly, people, tell stories, about the work they're doing, but in order to tell that story, they're highlighting the problem. And I've seen it time and time again, where actually organizations, individuals really focus on the problem we have in Africa, never talking about the challenge. I mean, the opportunity there. I think there are things that you can do. If you are an organization, you can fund more storytelling ecosystems. Media is one of the least funded business opportunities on the continent. The creative sector, everybody talks about it, but very few people are actively funding in it. A lot of the time, we don't know how the model works. We don't know how musicians make money or content creators are making money. Is it a business opportunity? But there is opportunity there. We need to spend time amplifying African voices. We need to deliberately, shift to opportunity framing, asset framing, as opposed to the negative or the deficit framing. And we need to share the story. But the most important thing I think you can do is join the Opportunity Africa movement. I'm going to tell you very quickly what that is. It is something that Africa No Filter is starting. It's a platform of visibility to shine a spotlight on the institutions, the brands, the storytellers, the campaigns, the people who are making a difference. And the reason we're doing this is that we need to flood the internet with the progress stories. I believe that this campaign is different, mainly because it is practitioner-led, it's African-led, it's driven by a bunch of communications people who are a steering committee. It's internal as much as external, because people often don't realize that the narrative affects us as much as it does external people, us being Africans. But also, it's not designed to be a separate campaign. It's designed to be a unifying campaign that actually brings all the many initiatives together. The Creative Council, you may recognize Tebe Kalifeng, South African, who's represented. There's, who else is on here? Togo Modisa, who's head of comms for Brand South Africa. So we have a big group of people from across Africa, all of them in the brand and the marketing and communication space, who are the Creative Council for this. The campaign itself will launch on 25th of May, which is Africa Day, and it'll look a little bit like this. You may start seeing this, so you're privy to this. But please go to opportunityafrica.africa, take a look at what the initiative it is, and join, and absolutely join. Because it's so important we share more about our story. It is so important that we actually let people see that the continent has made a lot more progress than we think, because what gets seen gets counted. what gets counted matters, and we do matter. So let's not wait. That is my talk. Are you ready to join?
Moki, it's always an absolute pleasure being in conversation with you. And I can assure you that the round of applause in the room is absolutely resounding. We've got hundreds more people online, which I'm certainly are also deeply thankful for your contribution today. And so, Moki, we're not going to take any questions, but we're going to thank you kindly and say continue to do the good work. And of course, thank you for sharing the information around Opportunity Africa. We certainly will be supporting that. Ladies and gentlemen, Moki Makura. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it's time for our fourth and final topic for the afternoon. We're almost at the tail end of our day. But before I get us there, I'm going to ask for two things. One, I'm going to give away another NPO listing, but also I'm going to ask you if you feel the need just to move a little bit, if you want to stand up, if you want to give yourself a little bit of a shake, this is the opportunity to do that. Please feel free. This is home. There we go. I've got a beautiful stretch happening there in the middle of the room. We can follow suit. I see you, technical team. Technical team is leading. There's a yoga move happening in that corner. But whatever you need, just to regain energy and to recenter and to ready yourself for this final conversation, everything except leaving the room. Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm going to first lead with the NPO listing. And this is based on a comment that came after that amazing panel we had on catalytic capital. And I'm going to ask the team to please kindly close the doors so that we can minimize the noise coming in from outside as soon as those who have stepped out have done so. Janine McEvoy from Breadline Africa says, catalytic capital isn't charity. It's just what you need to get education to the point where it stops being scary for mainstream investors. We're not asking impact and commercial capital to do the same job. We're asking catalytic to go first so that others can follow. The money exists, the will exists, we just need the bridge. Beautifully said. Let's give Janine a round of applause, please. Janine, are you still in the room? Can we say, Yebo, thank you very much. Great to see you there. Fabulous. So ladies and gentlemen, our final topic is on the theme of how do we support the ecosystem and not just the program. And this is presented in partnership with MTN. Again, we hold our pattern. We lead with a sponsor introduction. We then go to our panelist, our panel discussion, which is preceded by a poll. So to deliver the sponsor introduction, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Marina Madale, Group Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Executive at MTN. And Marina leads MTN's sustainability and CSI strategy across its operations in Africa and the Middle East. Her work focuses on advancing MTN's commitment to improving lives through digital skills and digital jobs and national priority areas. She's played a central role in the launch of the MTN Skills Academy, a flagship initiative which is designed to equip young people with digital and financial skills to enhance employability and entrepreneurship. Marina, thank you so much for being here with us. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure to be here again this year. And I'm very scared for the questions that you're going to ask us, but we welcome it and we know it's a safe space. Thank you. So warm MTN yellow. Now this year, the team was very particular to say we need to dive deeper and speak about the systemic approach. I'm currently doing my executive MBA, and system thinking is a fundamental pillar, and I feel very prepared for the session as a result. So I think we know the statistics. I want to refresh our minds just on a few. We know in particular that South Africa is one of the highest youth unemployment rates globally. More than 6 in 10 young people under 35 are excluded from formal work. We also know 81% of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning. That one, I think, is probably the most reoccurring one that we hear everywhere. And I think what's critical is that these are not just gaps that can be closed by scaling individual projects alone. They reflect structural breakdowns across education, skills, connectivity, labor market access, and governance. For MTN, we fundamentally believe in education, in digital skills, in entrepreneurship. And we've seen real impact, but we've also had to confront an uncomfortable truth. Even strong programs barely move the needle when the surrounding system is not enabling success. And I think it's really critical for all of us, and we've seen this in MTN, and much like other corporates, we strive to be responsible corporate citizens. We start with well-designed programs. We strive to demonstrate success. We scale responsibly, and still we fall short from a systemic change perspective. And I think quite recently we did some work with Trialogue, and we call it our 3 white papers, just looking a little bit deeper into the education ecosystem. And I want to touch on just a few points. It looks like I'm already running out of time. I think the first, that connectivity without pedagogy doesn't work. Devices without teacher confidence fails. And I personally saw this firsthand in Engoba in the Eastern Cape when we handed over Multimedia Center, and there was a debate as to who will do the demonstration on the equipment that we had just installed. Now, content without contextualization is underused, and pilots without state alignments don't sustain. And so when you look at the bottom line, are there systemic changes in place? Are programs being defined and designed holistically? And if we continue to fund programs in a fragmented system, we will continue to get fragmented results. The question is no longer what program works. The question is, what does it take to shift the conditions that determine whether a program can succeed at all? This is the conversation we need to have. Thank you.
Marina, thank you very much for setting the scene so concisely and powerfully at the same time. We have 2 people who are actually going to be joining Marina up on stage, forming part of the panel. One of those is Dr. Godwin Khoza. He's the CEO of the National Education Collaboration Trust. I saw him towards the back of the room earlier. And he brings into this conversation as founding CEO of the NECT more than 30 years of experience in policy development and large-scale education improvement. He has also managed multiple substantive social initiatives with international development agencies, governments, and the private sector. Dr. Khoza, please, let's give him a big round of applause. As Godwin comes up, he is also going to be joined by Omashani Naidu, the Executive Director for SchoolNet. Omashani has taught mathematics and computer sciences before moving into broadcast education at Mindset Network, where she presented mathematics lessons on television and developed curriculum materials across print and video media. She serves as a master trainer for Microsoft, Google Education, Adobe, and Intel, and is the iEarn country coordinator for South Africa. Let's give Omashani a big round of applause as she comes up. Thank you so very much. And As usual, I'm going to remind us about the questions. I don't think much reminder is needed at this point because everyone has been so excellent about sending really strong questions. But I'm going to ask us to launch the poll for this particular segment. And the question is going to come up shortly. And it is, what do you think the most valuable contribution business can make to achieving systemic change in education is? Is it funding programs at a greater scale? Is it advocating for policy reform? Is it funding research and policy work? Is it sharing data, knowledge, and expertise with other stakeholders? Is it building the capacity of districts and other government officials? Or is it about building the capacity of implementing organizations? What do you think the most valuable contribution business can make to achieving systemic change in education is? And so as we see those numbers really interesting there, we seem to have a change of heart on data, but we'll see how that carries through. I'm going to let it run in the background for some time as we settle into the conversation. So Marina, maybe let's pick up a little bit where you left off, and thank you for that framing. What we do know is that MTN has committed a significant amount of resources to education, to skills development, and to entrepreneurship, and MTN has done this over a long time period, over a number of years. An honesty assessment. Have these delivered results? Point blank. But also, if we consider, I mean, we heard Yana was telling us about the size of the bubble of what's actually required. If you consider the fact that even this investment is a drop in the ocean relative to what is actually required, what are you articulating as the root problem? And what is that telling us about where the private sector needs to be playing and perhaps needs a reimagination of their role as well?
Thank you very much. I think every bit of assistance works. So if you ask the point blank question, do you feel it's been effective? I would say yes. I think COVID-19 redefined how we look at education. And I think, with the MTN online school, it went straight in there to provide a solution. And you've got over 800 into 900,000 learners, teachers, and parents on these platforms making use of it every day. Now, platforms are critical, one. Two, need to be integrated. And I think this was a comment I was actually remarking to a colleague that when I was in Ngoba, it wasn't us giving a multimedia center. It was us giving an ecosystem, which included teacher training, because after all, a multimedia center is not about teaching computer literacy. It's about teaching the power of technology to unlock every subject and to drive excellence and quality education at the end of the day. So looking at teacher training, the devices, the mechanisms, the connectivity, all of it holistically is absolutely critical. And then I think the last part is innovation. Sitting with the Eastern Cape the Department of Education, we saw they went and hired a formal Google lead, and they've built their own dashboard, and they're starting to see what companies, organizations, NGOs are playing in their space where education is concerned, so that you don't start seeing the programs in a fragmented manner, but you start seeing an integrated and collective response. And I think those kind of innovations need to be amplified even further.
Sure. I think you raise such interesting things, and before I'm going to come back to this, but you talk about an ecosystem thinking that's part of the work of reimagination, that got to think differently about the challenge in the first place. And I think when I listen to the conversations we've heard today, we know that that is the ideal, but it also comes with its complexity. Like, how do you measure your contribution to the ecosystem as an example? But what I'm hearing you say around the dashboard and the collective view that enables is that that's really interesting in terms of an opportunity to avoid duplication, to reduce duplication, to drive the collaboration. So when we talk common purpose, it's an informed common purpose about who is where doing what. So I hope we get to come back to that and excavate it a little bit more. But let me go to Godwin next, because Godwin, we saw the NECT making quite an intentional strategic pivot away from working at a programmatic level and saying, we're actually going to work with the district, with the department, and intentionally positioning it itself as a systemic player. What did that require from yourself and the team, both from a reimagination perspective, but also just from an operating architecture and mechanism? How did you need to reimagine the organization in order to make that transition?
Yeah, look, I mean, it took quite a bit in terms of reorganizing the NECT to deliver that. But perhaps to start with the main motivation.
Sure.
You know, I mean, we got to that point, you know, essentially after reflecting on what we were getting, how far we were, you know, going with the schools, what impact we're having, and so on, and realizing that there are actually a fair amount of the results that we see at the classroom level, which are actually a reflection of what happens upstream, above the school, at the circuit level, at the district level, and at the provincial level. So Marina spoke about this, you know, systemic, you know, approach to things, which actually it's a lens through which to understand the complexity of delivery of education. We have about 400,000 teachers whose job are to teach kids. There's about 25,000 schools that have to deliver education. And there's a few of us who are moving in between. There are 75 districts whose jobs are to make sure that the schools actually do what they're supposed to do. And there are 9 provinces whose primary jobs are actually to take what could be 80% of the 80 to 90% of the 320 billion rands that's put to education. So if you look at that, and if you look at the work that we do through corporate social, you know, investments and other funders and so on, which brings in about 6 billion of the 13 billion to basic education.
Sure.
Really, I mean, to move the dial here, I think you're going to have to leverage, you know, the system. And that was the observation that we made. So we got closer to it and we saw the gap and we thought, actually, in order to change what we see as a result at the school level, we've got to work upstream. So anyway, the NECT had to think about this, had to talk to people, had to talk to the very departments that deliver education to understand where the blockages and the shortfalls are. And because we're such a nimble, you know, platform with quite extensive networks in the country, we've been able to identify individuals who work at that level, connect them to start assisting those levels of the education system to look at the gaps, to find solutions, and so on. So organizationally, that's one thing that we had to do. But there's also one important soft change we have to bring about, is to up our game in as far as a building trust.
Sure.
And asking, you know, the
Yeah.
various levels of the system to open up and to really expose themselves. I mean, we now know where the gaps are, and you know, different to like investigative, you know, assessments. We go to them and say, here are the gaps, here are the opportunities, and this is what you can do. So those are the changes that we could make from the side of the NECT.
I want to ask what might sound like a silly question, but I hope you're going to indulge me. The assumption is that it would be significantly harder to operate at systemic level than just programmatically, just going directly through the school gates and working with the key stakeholder of a school governing body and parents and communities. Talk to me a little bit about that. What did that demand in terms of the posture that you and your team had to then take on to actually show up in a much bigger, wider, and perhaps more complex level of the game?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's much easier and cleaner to do projects and programs. Defined end, start to an end, results, and that sort of thing. And it's a little bit more messy, you know, to work with systems. So our earnest, you know, start with systems was with districts. And in fact, we looked at the situation and we found there's ineffective monitoring and support of schools, and we traced it back and found, oh, it's supposed to come from districts, and it's not coming. So we unveiled some of these things, and we asked questions. Why is it? You know, and then we started identifying gaps and differences in the system. Let me give you an example. There is a province that has a ratio of 1 district official for mathematics primary school to 500 schools.
To how many?
500 schools.
Sure.
And there's one that has a ratio of 1:43. So those are some of the complexities. And we are part of the same system.
Yeah.
You know? So it requires the likes of the NECT to look into that and say, how can we have these differences? But it also requires an optimistic, posture and say, where can we do something about it? I mean, if you have a province that has 1:43, you can do something tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, you can strengthen these guys and show them how to support the schools better. And in that way, I think we better get better returns on our public, past investment in education.
Thank you for indulging me, because I think that's precisely where I felt that we needed to go, because it is a shift. But I appreciate even your earlier comment where you talk about building the capability around building trust, because that's actually required at that level. Amashani, let me bring you in, because I think you really allow us to just reflect on what happens when the rubber meets the road. Because in the ecosystem, you're working with funders, you're working with schools, we're working with government, and so you sit at a sweet spot within that ecosystem with a vantage point to all the stakeholders. Practically speaking, what does supporting at a systemic level look like, and what are the various forms we should be thinking about? Because one can assume that there is not one way of playing at that system level. What have you seen as really effective, and some of the configurations that potentially could be replicated?
Thank you so much. I think with SchoolNet as a public benefit organization, as you say, we're sitting at a position where we can altruistically mediate the discussions. And part of that is understanding what are the wins and what are the hard truths that we're facing on the ground. And part of those hard truths are the fact that we are still trying to alleviate the stresses that the system is facing. We have schools that are still here from the apartheid era. We still have schools that are fighting sewage, running water. And these are systemic sort of flaws that are coming. So when we talk about whether it's access, whether it's digital connectivity, support for districts, support for anybody within the system, it is still about what are those redress points, at the same time trying to fix within the system, at the same time trying to say, okay, how do we build quality education and sustain the system, make sure that we build the independence that we're looking for our teachers to have. So it's a great difficulty, let's say that. So it's not an easy task, but it's a needed task. And part of that is looking at moving beyond just delivering access. And I think many funders and some that are in the room, delivering access is easy. It's a quick checklist. We can count how many devices, we can count how many bodies. It is a checklist. But the unglamorous work is the hard work. It's actually sustaining the system. And I think the panel before us, where Mandy and Yana were speaking about, actually, sustainability is more than just a checklist of things. It is building a system and looking at how do we build that. And teacher training is one of them, because teachers are in the system for 30, 40 years sometimes. So sustaining that system, whereas children leave our system within 13 years of their lives. So we're looking at how do you build that, but how do we build a pathway that is practical for our children? And practical so that it leads to equity and economic activity. And not where we're just saying, okay, there's 21st century skills, because we all know that speak. You will speak to any politician, that speak is there. But how do we internalize and integrate that within the classroom? And that's with great difficulty, because our curriculum perhaps is a little bit staid. perhaps it needs some regeneration around the approach that we take in terms of how we teach. And this is where digital plays such a huge role. And I think with funders, where there's intermediate discussions around, listen, this thing is not going to work. You might have some fabulous ideas, but it's not going to work because practically it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You need to consider these other things. And I think that kind of discussion needs to be deeper.
What I find fascinating about what you've just shared with us is that we start the conversation with this idea that the system, we need to influence the system because the system is sort of a little bit top level, right? So we think, and what I'm hearing you say is that unless the system speaks to the classroom, none of it is actually going to work. So I'm hearing you say, yes, it's important to think at a system level, to intervene at a system level, but unless we are courageous enough to test whether that works at a classroom level, that which we do at the system level actually is not going to matter at the end of the day. And I think it's such a beautiful call out for us to stay mindful of how these two ends of the spectrum actually have to meet in the middle at some point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite us to just look at the poll again, please, technical team. If we can just pull it up and just remind ourselves as the panel what the sentiment in the room is, and then we'll continue with the question. Just a reminder of what the question was is, what do you think the most valuable contribution business can make to achieving systemic change in education is? And at the front runner at 31% says, it's sharing data, sharing knowledge and expertise with other stakeholders. At 21%, it is funding programs at greater scale. 19% is saying building the capacity of implementing organizations, which I think is quite interesting. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as Godwin. There's at 10% or 11%, it's advocating for policy reform. And, I think it's going to be quite interesting, Omashani, to hear your voice on the advocacy piece, because advocacy is also one of those, I think the English word is ephemeral things, like really intangible things to begin to fund. So what do you make of the fact that that sits at 11%? And at 10%, it's funding research and policy work. 7% is about building the capacity of the district and other government officials. That's quite low down, Godwin. So I'm keen to see what you think about that. And then, of course, I think that actually is the lowest one. That is the lowest. That is building the capacity of the district and the government officials. Actually, Marina, before I bring a question to you, snapshot judgment reaction. What's your reaction to this?
Two things stood out for me. The first is that if you combine research and data, that makes up 41%.
Aye, Marina, wait. I can see the logic of it though, right?
No, I also see it. But what I'm wondering, if you do apply the systems thinking lens when you look at data and research, is it a case that we really don't know the stats and the data? Question mark, I'm wondering whether it is the underlying root causes and the factors that lie beyond the data and the research. Okay. I think in the education space, if you even read Trialogue's book, it says 40+% of corporate social investment is in education. Sure. So we're saying allocate mostly to research and funding. It's a question mark in my mind. I found it very interesting that the capacitating government, I understand partners, because partners is what supports the education ecosystem. So for me, I expected that to be a lot higher, because I think that's what needs to be strengthened to enable the ecosystem. And then I think the 20% is brilliant, because ultimately you have to replicate, you have to increase the scale of what it is that we're doing. So those are probably the three observations.
Okay. I wasn't going to go to Godwin, but I saw a little physical reaction as you were doing your analysis and putting together categories that are not together. Godwin, snap judgment reaction, what is the narrative that's coming out of this for you?
Well, I mean, that's the pattern of how we think about these things. And I want to build on to what Marina has been saying. And in a more kind of, it's really a joke. I go around and I get people say, 81% of the 10-year-olds can't read for meaning. And I say, yeah. Are you a subject advisor? Yes. are you a language subject advisor in Xitsonga? Yes. Tell me how many kids can't read for meaning in Xitsonga. Boom. You know? So I was like, listen, this data must not be in the air. This data must be practical. You know, so you know, the thing about research and data is important, but it's a clean and removed thing to do. And, you know, you really don't take much accountability.
Sure.
Don't dirty your hands. You come and say, how did you do it? Didn't do it well. This is the gap. This is how.
Did you ask the right questions?
It's really, the messy stuff is really difficult. You know, it's really difficult. So, you know, to get back to the question that you've asked me, look, I have seen it, and I'm in 30 years in this space, 33 years. I'm not an old croc. I just got in early. I've seen it. So my argument is that you've got between 6,000 and about 8,000 people who wake up every day to go into district offices, to go and take care of our schools.
Yeah.
And to translate a big part of the 320 billion rands into value. And I think it's not happening, you know? So that, for me, professionally, it's a point to leverage.
Yeah.
And perhaps above that, which is the provinces. And it's one thing to recognize and suggest that we must leverage there, but how can we do that? Some of the practical ways in which we can do that is when we do programming at a provincial or even regional level, we got to push the provinces and the districts to actually say and show how they want to bring about change in a sustainable way.
Yeah.
So that whatever we do plugs into something that is like meaningful. We have gone to 47 of the 75 districts, and we collected what were 22 critically important management documents. We reviewed all of that. What we saw out of that was very shocking. So these 47 districts operate at a wide, you know, continuum. There's districts that battle with what we call hygiene issues.
Yeah.
The meetings don't happen. Management meetings don't happen. The agenda is bad. There are no, to-do lists. There's no follow-up. People are running around and that sort of thing. And then there's those that are battling with like middle level issues. The plans are not aligned to the provincial plans and the national plans.
Sure.
There's no vertical alignment. Doesn't filter down to schools. There's no horizontal alignment and so on. And then there is generally a majority of the districts will battle with culture issues. You ask them, what's an excellent district? They haven't formulated that. There's no sense of what an excellent district is. So my question is, and my professional commitment is, how do we turn that around? And I do think that it's possible to turn that around, even if it's going to take 20 years.
Yeah.
I want to walk into the Pick and Pay shelves, and when I meet with a district official, I want them to speak like an education official. You know, I don't want them to talk like a local government official, somebody who doesn't care and that sort of thing. How do we drive a discourse?
There are people they are being touched by your comments.
So I think that's a higher order, development we need to get to.
So, so in the middle of choosing tomatoes and onions, you must sound like a district official. This is what I love. But you rightfully are pointing out that it actually starts as a culture. It's a culture issue. And this is why it's so interesting to also just, as a sidebar, follow the work of the Auditor General of South Africa and the extent to which the AGSA is trying to shift the culture within all sorts of government departments. Because if we don't get it right there, what are the chances that you're going to show up as anything while you're at Pick and Pay or anywhere else? I'd love to have your split judgment here, but honestly, I'm keen to hear what you think about the advocacy, in particular for policy reform and the fact that sits at about 11%, and anything else that stands out to you as a surprise or of interest.
Okay, let me...
Oh, sorry.
Not you, Godwin. No,
let me not take you.
No. Godwin has spoken.
Okay, Godwin. Stop it.
You can go. Go ahead, Omashadi.
Okay, so let me speak to advocacy first.
Yes.
And I think the fear around advocacy in many of our engagements is that many of us see it as a soapbox. Some people have a political agenda, some people have their own agenda, some have multiple sort of pinpoints in terms of what they want to get through. And in stakeholder engagement as well, we gather, we talk about what's fabulous, what's not fabulous, we identify the gaps, we create the frameworks and how we're going to fix it. And then we come back next year, it's the same story. So advocacy for the sake of talking is a waste of time, it's a waste of everybody's time and the budgets that are aligned to it, because there's catering involved. So when we talk about, and so advocacy for the sake of it, there is an awareness that's needed. And I think many of our people, in education particularly, don't even know some of the policies that are there. So when we call for policy reform, good people, we firstly need to understand the fabulous policies this country has.
Place, yeah.
Magnificent. Our constitution is the best in the world, but let me ask you, how many other countries have adopted the constitution that they claim is a fabulous one? Why? It's fabulous for us, because they had a hand in perhaps developing it, but it's not working for our people. So if it's not working for our people, how fabulous can it be?
Yeah.
So and this is why when I look at the various sort of elements, yes, policy change, okay, but first understand what policies we have, because we have magnificent ones. We don't articulate what the action points are perhaps to implementing it, but none of those elements. I would like systemic reform, because systemic reform means looking at what's working within the system and trying to see how do we alleviate those stresses that's best for our children.
Yeah.
And those stresses that are best for our babies that are leaving school and moving into employment or unemployment, because we have a fabulous, educated, unemployed sector. So how? We're not even looking at what's not working. What's not working? We know what's not working.
Yeah, yeah.
So we need to fix those elements, and
advocacy is not one of them.
Sorry, it doesn't quite cover it.
I feel so bad. I feel like from now on, all of these meetings won't have catering, and that was not that was not the intention of today. We need catering in the meetings. But let me go to some of the questions online, which I think are fantastic. So for you, Marina, there's a question from Seram Mtinto. And Siri says, telcos tend to generally speak about ecosystem support, and she puts it in inverted commas, yet in practice, they tend to still operate in silos, at times even duplicating efforts. For example, deploying to the same schools. In your view, what needs to fundamentally change for your sector to do a better job of collaborating?
And thank you for the question. I think as someone who was also in the sector, it's a good question from her. I think the biggest thing is to look at education not only as a system, but also as a value chain.
Yeah.
So, for example, our red competitors do a lot of work in the ECD space. MTN does a lot of work. There was some chuckles. I hope I'm accurately reflecting, because you must know one thing companies do is we benchmark. You know, so that's why I was describing the value chain. Sure. We benchmark, we look what others are doing, and so we see them playing in the ECD space. We're playing in the sort of high school, well, primary school into high school level. So you actually need sometimes to split the value chain and to do your parts in parts. That's part number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I do think there is greater collaboration that needs to happen. Obviously, in a country like South Africa, it's heavily regulated. There's competition commission and all of that. But when it actually comes to the social, sustainability, environmental space, we're not competitors. The size of the problem is simply too big. So I do agree that more needs to be done in terms of partnerships, collaborations, and working together, not to duplicate efforts
Yeah.
In like the example given at one school, that should not be happening.
Yeah.
And I think the interesting part is also the role of the aggregator, and the aggregator is government. So if you look at government is the one that all these companies, NGOs, implementing partners are all going to, and I think, the call to them is to say, help us in those moments to say, no, actually, this company is already doing this. Do you mind helping in this area or in that manner as well? Because at the end of the day, it's also an ecosystem of partners that sustain a system.
Yeah. And I think your earlier comment around the dashboard for a collective viewpoint becomes even more important. I don't want to move on because I want to just, I want to really squeeze this one in because I think it's related to this, where we are in the conversation. And that is funding programs that influence systems oftentimes means accepting less direct control within that ecosystem, and maybe even less visible returns on investment, what you can own as yours, what you can report back as your impact, your return on investment. And the question here is, at MTN, how are you making the case internally to get buy-in, to really invest at system level, in an ecosystem with these realities of less control and less visibility on what you can claim as your impact?
Yeah. We have to start at the beginning to remember, why do we invest in communities? We don't do it for brand visibility purposes. We do it for uplifting people, for improving access to quality education, addressing unemployment and so forth. So we always start with the end in mind to say, what is the outcome we're trying to achieve? And then the investments follow the outcomes. And I think we do need to, as professionals within the space, acknowledge that we need to keep doing more to measure the impact of the work that we do. An example of which is, for example, in the education space, there's a lot of conversations. You can say you've reached X number of teachers, X number of learners, but did that result systemically in an improvement in academic performance? We can't yet fully tell whether there's a correlation or not. And that's the evolution we need to do. And in business, we keep telling the story of impact at an MTN level, and we need to keep showing, and this is the conversation we've been having with the team, is to say we need a dashboard, just like the financial performance dashboard, to say this was the target, this is where we're sitting, are we on par, are we not? And those traffic light systems, if we start speaking to the business in the language they understand of trackers and dashboards and so forth, and show indicators and impact, I think we'll get even more buy-in.
Yeah. And that, I think that tallies with the earlier conversation around, you've got to speak the language of business if you want business on board. And that is essentially what it means to meet business where it's at, in order for the two or multiple partners in an ecosystem to journey together. Gordon, there's a number of questions for you. So I'm going to just try maybe just land two before I move on from you. So the one from Benita Reddy Williams says, Godwin, and you've used this word messy twice, and this is why I think Benita, messy. You've said messy twice in the panel so far. So Benita says, Gordon, when the work is as messy as systemic change is and how you've described it, how do you then measure? Because the outcomes must be specific. So you have a messy environment with a specific requirement. So how do you navigate out of the messiness into the specific?
Look, and I know which direction Benita comes from, and I agree with her that, the common use of a commonly used measure or metric in learning outcomes, it's a correct one.
Okay.
But even that metric is a very messy one,
That's 3 times.
Yeah, it's a very messy one, because for a child to perform, that's how she's taught, what materials they're receiving, in what environment they learn, how much homework they do, whether they've been fed, and so on and so forth. So those who do M&E would actually tell you, if they are honest, that it's a very messy business. It's not A plus B equals C. There's lots of intervening other, factors. But if you're going to do organizational strengthening at systemic level, like I'm talking about, there are metrics that you can use. We have observed a lot of gaps at systemic level. There's no agenda, but there are meetings. Or there are no meetings, they're not consistent. There's no follow through. So you gotta have to look for the opposite, for an improvement. Those are metrics. These guys did not meet last year, even once. This year they've met 3 times, and they focus on the right issues, and they're taking education forward. But there also are metrics that are indicative of how well things are happening at system level, at the school level. Let me give you an example. We went to 230 odd classes in Limpopo or schools in Limpopo and the Northern Cape to go and check how much written work is in the learners' books. That is a proxy for how much teaching is happening. Sure. It's also a proxy of how much monitoring is happening, right, by the district and so on. Even the districts were shocked when we told them the amount of writing is between 31% and 38% of what's expected.
Sure.
We have classrooms where they haven't given an exercise in the whole month. And that's a factor of a weak regional manager district. If a regional manager and whole do their job, they will know that that shop is not performing. They look at the sales and quickly pick it up, right? So there are metrics that you can use. It's a matter of changing our discourse, changing the way we look at education improvement. There are metrics, very reliable metrics, very valid metrics that we can use above the school level.
So the metrics are there and have the capability of moving us from the messy to the specific. I want to follow up with this very quick question. It's a longish one, so bear with me, Godwin. It's from Janine. And Janine says, a bulk of the 6 billion spent on education by CSI funders is mainly on curriculum strengthening. The one area that takes long to transform has multiple hoops of stakeholders to be involved, and the outcomes take long to track. Hence, the notion that we are never doing enough. And here's the question. How do you expect someone to perform when they don't have proper school facilities? So I think it's a two-pronged question here. It's one, is the focus correct on curriculum strengthening, or should we say classroom buildings and infrastructure first? And I know that, the priorities question is always going to be a chicken and an egg one, but from your vantage point, from where you sit, what should come first? Is it the structure and then the curriculum, or do we have to do them at the same time?
So, I think the first challenge is that when you do government delivery work, there's no prioritization. You do like matrix delivery. Everything gets done. Those who do infrastructure, they run and do that. Those who do curriculum do that, and so on. And I think it's a fundamental primary challenge with government. I truly believe that circumstances differ from region to region, right? Mm-hmm. What would work in the Western Cape in one region would not work in KwaZulu-Natal in another region. What becomes a binding constraint or friction in that regard, it's the low ability to process kind of regional challenges into regional priorities, which, the private sector can come or NGOs come and support. And, I don't think that it's ever too late to start. We've got to build programming capabilities at district and provincial level so that they lead in terms of how we bring about change, and they create clear opportunities for those who are coming to assist to hook in and support a coherent, education improvement, planning. It's got to do with pushing these levels to do what they're supposed to do by way of planning, and I think providing indications on why support is required. I can tell you those capabilities are very low at the moment. And I can tell you, I think we're wasting time by not putting some of our attention to addressing those. I do think that some of the significant players in the education improvement space should start, applying some Pareto principle. take 15% and 20% of your investment, strengthen the system.
Sure.
Continue with your 80% with the schools that you know. And I think if we do that as a matter of principle, in 5, 10, 20 years, we speak the same language with the levels above the school. We've built, capacity of the capability of the state to plan and to monitor and to implement. We've even helped them to improve how they allocate the huge resources that they have and utilize them.
Sure. Thanks, Gordon. And I think, again, really, really substantive response and contribution. So, Omashani, let me bring this question from Munya Ratzi. And I think this is a great question. Munya says, in what ways can business influence education systems beyond funding? Because I think to a large extent it's quite possible to get stuck in the funding conversation as if money is the only thing that matters. What else beyond money do you think is one of the ways in which business can really show up at a system level?
Well, I think funding is a huge aspect, but there's nothing stopping businesses from adopting schools. And I know this was our president's program a while back, but, adopting schools doesn't mean where it's monetary. It could be, we wait until the 18th of July for Nelson Mandela Day, and then suddenly everybody's abuzz with what are we going to do to help the world. But we need to be doing things sustainably. And so if a business adopts a school in an area, then you make it your own, fixing the fences, growing the plants, making it an environment that your child would be proud to be in, and you would be proud to have your baby in there. So looking at volunteerism, painting, fixing desks. Fundamentally, sometimes when we go to schools, it's a matter of screws not being there for the desks to be fixed. And that's something small. That's not funding huge amounts of money. It's a simple thing. There's a screw missing on that desk. If I can get them, I'm going to have a desk for a child. So looking at how practically that can work. And it can, if we take a concerted effort to actually looking at what does that school need? Not coming there with preconceived ideas. I know you need this. And then going and putting it in there. It's looking at what are the needs really on the ground and looking at ways in which you can alleviate it without it being a photo moment.
And so I suppose this next question that I'm bringing to you is quite important in the context of what you've just landed, which is there are big projects and there are small projects and all of them matter within context, right? And Daniel Jacobs is asking, saying massive education reform is obviously necessary. Why are we not seeing this as a dire sense of urgency? And that's the sum total of the question. And I'm keen to hear from you whether you get the sense that there's an urgency around stepping into the educational arena and improving the outcomes, whether it's infrastructure or performance in teaching and learning, or whether you think we're kind of okay with fiddling at the edges for now and tracking along where we are. From where you sit, what does the heat feel like?
Well, it's a very complex question because the heat is felt from all angles, as Godwin was alleviating too. It's like, we've been in education now. I've been in education for 28 years, Godwin, so close on your tails there. But when you look at education and curriculum and the needs on the ground, you're looking at more than just what's the heat now. It's looking at what are those things we want for our children? What do we want a future South Africa to look like? And if we can articulate what that is and then build the system to actually create this child of the soil, then that's what we need to do. And unfortunately, we're still functioning within a system that was serving a minority. And we need to break those chains. And it's a long time coming, unfortunately, because we're still working within the confines. Because as Moki was pointing out, when you're looking at funding mechanisms from first world countries, it's under the process-driven sort of elements. And Africa doesn't function like that. We are community-based. So we are functioning as human beings with each other, talking to each other, learning from each other, and that is not articulated within our system, and is not articulated sufficiently. So what we need the heat is multiple, but it is necessary for us to look at what do we want. And unfortunately, politics take the bulk of the conversation away from the need. And I think when we stop thinking about separatist thinking, then we're going to function as a cohesive to articulate what our people need. And we're nowhere near that.
Sure. I think it's such a powerful, sort of like a ribbon around the day's conversation. How do we transition from separatist thinking to really begin to see what we need collectively? So I've got to let you go. You've got 3 minutes on the clock, which means billboard time. And then we begin to close. So this one is, what do you think is the most untapped opportunity at a system level? The most untapped opportunity at a system level. If you could put that on a billboard, how would you articulate that? And in particular, take into consideration that that opportunity might be the next place where somebody's organization could be potentially looking, who's sitting in the audience or is online with us. So let me go just down the line. Godwin, I'm coming to you, whether you're looking in the far corner or not, I'm going to make my way to you. Wendy, let me start off with you. Marina, why did I just call you Wendy? Sorry, my apologies. Wendy was sitting in this chair one panel ago. Marina, the one untapped opportunity at a system level, what would that be for you?
Multiplying excellence. I think that when we look at the education system, we look at the ecosystem, you break it down. Sometimes we get so caught up in seeing the problems and not seeing the opportunities. There are students that have academic excellence. How do you get them out there to encourage other learners towards academic excellence? There are teachers that are superb. Let's multiply them, let them impart their learnings on others. Let's get them on e-learning platforms so that their teaching methods can reach even more teachers.
Yeah.
So I think for me, if we could do one thing, I would have the look for excellence and multiply it.
Yeah, and that's such a strong point, because we do get it right in, for example, the sporting fraternity. We know how to look for excellence, and when we find it, we know how to boost it and fuel it. The only difference is that oftentimes that's excellence behind just one individual, but that's exactly where you're saying we should start. And then that actually ignites others as we go along. So multiplying excellence as one billboard. Godwin, what is your one untapped opportunity at a system level?
So I think it's people. We've got, as I said, between 6 estimated to 8,000 people who sit in districts. And I can tell you that the tools box is empty or half empty. If we can fill the tools box, if we can inject some energy, we probably would relieve ourselves from this running around that we're doing in schools.
And when you say toolbox, you're referencing skills in particular?
It's skills, it's tools like monitoring tools, this, that, and even energy.
Yeah.
If we can get those people a little more productive,
yeah,
we can all go home and sleep.
Sure. And I think, Godwin, that dovetails into your culture question really, really strongly. And I wasn't going to do this, but I want to just read what Khumutso wrote with regards to culture before I come to your final comments. Khumutso says, excuse me, let me take a sip of water. When Dr. Godwin speaks about culture, it is important that we approach it holistically. Culture is not abstract. It is built through arts, sports, and cultural activities at school level. Over time, many of these activities have become increasingly privatized. As a result, regional and provincial platforms have been weakened, and access has become uneven. Yet these spaces are where identity is shaped, talent is nurtured, and social cohesion is built. If we recognize that, then our foundation is set. And I think that's really, really well said. And I would imagine, Godwin, you're nodding to Khumutso's comment. All right. Omoshani, let's get you to take us home. what would you say is the one untapped opportunity when it comes to the system and interventions that can be made at that level?
I think I support Marina's point of view where funding access is important. However, we must expand exponentially the fact that we must get our children's leaving schools to be there's practical pathways to earning. Their earning potential must be leveraged. And I'm not talking about the fact that we got certificates and yes, an online platform, absolutely, because it provides the medium for how our babies can have access in an otherwise not, right? But what we need is the last mile. It's not okay for us to just have an educated society where we've got babies with certificates that are unemployed. We need to get them employed. And what does that look like? Entrepreneurial spirit, yes, some of that comes within schools.
Yeah.
And it's looking at how do we tap into that creativity and not use the words because we speak about 21st century skills and what, but we need to make sure that when the teacher articulates their approaches to teaching and the child is learning, they're learning in those approaches already, so that when they are leaving school, whether it's higher education, whether it's entrepreneurial spirit, whatever it is that a post-school leaver encounters, there must be strong individuals that are independent thinkers and not just reliant on AI for the sake of it. I was surprised that we didn't bring in AI, but when we start thinking about who we want, and that practical earning last mile, let's make our children hopeful that this world has something for them and they have something to offer it. And that's not the glamorous work that many people fund, unfortunately, but it's necessary.
And I'm thinking about Nonhlanhla Makakula sitting there, who had made the comment earlier on that after all is said and done, does the young person have the opportunity to participate meaningfully in the economy? And if we can answer that, then the job is done. And so, again, to your point that it does start with multiplying excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please can you give my panel a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Might I invite you to please rate this session as well. And I just need a few more minutes. I see a few people jumping up on their feet and walking out. And if you could just indulge us as we begin to move towards the tail end of our program. Rate the session, share your reflections, your insights on the platform as well. We'd love to hear from that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to release the stage for who I would describe as the superstar of day one. This person is going to come and speak about and deliver a tri-talk on the topic of seen, heard, included, what real inclusion looks like for youth. Her name is Buntle Mutatsa. She's the National Strategy to Accelerating Action for Children representative for children and adolescents. Having served as the Representative Council of Learners President for the Northwest in 2024, she has engaged on child rights and well-being across national and international platforms. She has written for the Daily Maverick on the importance of meaningful child participation in shaping policies and systems that affect young people. She is currently a student at Northwest University, and she is standing by to share some of her brilliance with us this afternoon. Please help me welcome Buntle Mutatsa to the stage.
Thank you so much, MC. Good afternoon, everyone. By the way you clapped hands for me, I do know that you are happy to have me, and I am happy to be had. Now, when we often refer to South Africa as the Rainbow Nation, right? And it is a term that was first coined by Archbishop Desmond Tutu and later elaborated on in the early democratic period, including by President Nelson Mandela as a vision of a nation of many colors, many histories, and many voices. A rainbow, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when we look at a rainbow, we tend to take it all in at once, right? And we assume that we have seen all that it has to offer. What we do not always do is look closer, because within each of those colors are variations, shades that are less visible and often overlooked until we intentionally choose to zoom in. And it is in that space, ladies and gentlemen, of what we assume we have seen, but yet might have not, that my conversation with you today sits. Now, all of you in this room represent the visible spectrum as decision makers, funders, and implementers. You are the voices that are seen, that are heard. But I, ladies and gentlemen, stand in front of you as part of that spectrum that is not intentionally and consistently zoomed into. And that part is the South African youth. And now this brings us to inclusion. Inclusion is often understood as being present. It's understood as presence, being invited into the room, being seen, being acknowledged, and having a few people shake your hand before you leave. But when measured by that yardstick, ladies and gentlemen, and in that form, it can often become symbolic. It can be participation without influence, visibility without power. Meaningful inclusion, however, is something else entirely. It is participation with influence, where young people shape priorities, inform decisions, and define outcomes. And the distinction is very crucial, because what we have deemed as inclusion can and has become, in practice, tokenism. And we see this in the number of conferences, consultations, panels, and reports that are centered around youth inclusion. We see it in the policies and frameworks that kept on reiterating the importance of youth participation and the importance of youth voices. We even see it in the commitments that we have made as a country. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, despite this, as young people, we are often brought into spaces when decisions are already made and consulted without any clear influence on outcomes. We are consulted as a matter of the process only. And we must note that young people participating is not just a matter of good practice. It is a matter of principle. Because, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa, you see, has ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which gives children and young people explicit rights to participate in decisions that affect our lives. Participation, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is not a favor that should be extended to us. It's not a favor that is just extended. It is a right that requires implementation. So the question, my beautiful people, is no longer whether young people should participate, but it is how that looks in practice when that right is taken seriously. And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, for example, what has just been talked about here. It looks like education, quality education for that matter, being accessible to all South Africans, irrespective of which demographic they belong to. It looks like socio-economic and political challenges being addressed from their roots, as we have said the whole day, and those roots are in communities. Roots that are unique to every community and how they grow. And when young people and their communities are able to design the solutions to those challenges, it is then when we see improvement. Because in many ways, ladies and gentlemen, involving young people is similar to involving communities. Because as young people, we exist in the intersection of generations. We carry with us the realities of the present, the influence and cautions of our past, as well as the responsibilities of the future as South Africa's is. And when young people, ladies and gentlemen, are included, we are able to translate also ideas across age groups, across languages, and across lived experiences. So when we are included, those policies do not just remain on documents, and the conversations that we have, the information we share, do not just remain in boardrooms like this one, but they are able to move into communities, as I said, in ways that that community uniquely understands it, is able to trust it and act upon it. And when this happens, ladies and gentlemen, this is where now we will be able to see real ownership. And when there is ownership, there is accountability. Where there is accountability, there is sustainability, and what you'll be most interested in, a return on your investment. Now, without that participation, the opposite is true. Programs designed without youth often lack context. They struggle with uptake, and they fail to sustain impact. When that happens, what remains is what looks like success on paper, because what we always write is always clean and wonderful, just like our policies. But then, in reality, what we have is well-funded guesswork. Because programs designed for young people, without young people, are not solutions, they are assumptions. Any program, for that matter, designed without the people whom it affects are not solutions, they are just assumptions. Yeah, and yet, ladies and gentlemen, we must be considerate, and I must be considerate, of the fact that not all young people have the equal position to participate. Not all of us have the language. Not all of us have access to such formal spaces, nor confidence or the exposure to participate in structured programs. But that must never be an excuse. Because when we only rely on insight from those who are accessible and articulate, like some may say I am, what we are doing is choosing convenience over meaningful inclusion. So what this dilemma, thank you. So what this dilemma then reveals to us is that meaningful inclusion is not something that just happens by default. You do not rub a lamp and then ask a genie. It is something that has to be curated carefully. And it requires us to move from normal consultations and to engage with people, with young people in their contexts. To understand that insight does not always come in polished language. And therefore, we need structures. Hence, we have frameworks like the NSAC, the National Strategy to Accelerate Action for Children, the National Youth Policy, and also platforms like the Y20 and the Children's Forum under the South Africa's G20 processes. But however, and even other programs that you may have, even these very frameworks cannot function in isolation. They require alignment between government, the private sector, and civil society. They require investment and collaboration, as well as moving from support in principle to action in practice. And this means, ladies and gentlemen, this means designing for young people, not just designing for young people, but with us. It means, ladies and gentlemen, ensuring that such engagement are not just once-off things, but that they are continuous and we get feedback and there is correct monitoring, even by us who are involved in it as young people. It means that there is active action taken to resource participation in a way that it is accessible and sustainable, and that loops are created to keep us informed and to show us how our inputs are influencing these decisions. Because when young people are not informed and are not kept in the loop, when there is no follow-through, we are able to see that it means our inputs are not important to you, that they do not matter. And ladies and gentlemen, we must also recognize that for there to be meaningful participation, what we need is not just all of these programs. What we need is tolerance, accountability, collaboration, and a willingness to work across generations. Because working as one, working together is not something that is meant to replace certain voices. It is a process that is meant to make sure that we build together. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us back to the idea of the Rainbow Nation. If, ladies and gentlemen, we're not willing to do this, then the Rainbow Nation will remain just a vision and not something that we realize in South Africa. Because for us to achieve it, we need to work as one, not in silos. Because a rainbow, ladies and gentlemen, is not made only by colors in isolation. It is formed by the blending of light. And in the same way, nation building requires us to connect, to collaborate, and to ensure that all of us are visible in the change and actively. And us as young people are not separate from this process, ladies and gentlemen, but we are the bridge. We are the link between community and institutions, between present realities and future outcomes. And when we do that, ladies and gentlemen, when we work as a real rainbow does, when we blend together as that light blends to create all those beautiful colors, it is only then that the South Africa's Rainbow Nation emerges. It is only then that our Rainbow Nation emerges. Thank you so much.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. I did say President Bothatsa in the house. Thank you very much for a powerful tri-talk, but also some hard truths. And I think that is the tradition of how we begin to close here at Trialogue, is that we always want to leave with a little discomfort sitting at the pit of our belly. And this is why when we close, we don't rush to ask you what's your takeaway. Instead, we allow you to go home, sit with it, and we ask you in the morning, what stayed with you? And I think many of the things that we've just heard will stay with us, the call-outs for sure. So ladies and gentlemen, as we now begin to close, we go to another tradition that is a very important part of this experience, and that's for us to turn to each other to have a final conversation before we leave. And typically, at least in the last two times I've been here, we've been sitting in round tables. And so it's always been easy just to eyeball the people around your table. We're in rows today. And so what we're going to be asking of you is that everyone who's seated at a row with an odd number, that if you're sitting at a row with an odd number, that you're going to turn around and have a conversation with the people behind you. And obviously, if you're sitting at a row with an even number, you don't turn around. Otherwise, we're going to be speaking to your back. And in this reflection time, we're actually going to tackle two questions. The first thing is just to share something new that you heard, unexpected, that you hadn't heard before, or something insightful that has stayed with you throughout the day. And the second thing, of course, is to share something practical that you're going to be taking back and potentially implementing in your organization or as a project, wherever it is that you may be. And so we're going to put a timer up on the screen. We typically like to give this a good amount of time so that it's not a superficial ticking off of the box as we close the day, but rather it is a genuine pausing of really reflecting on the day and what it is that has moved us throughout the day. So if you could indulge us, odd numbers, if you could turn around. And what I will do is I'll walk the aisle and I'll get 2 or 3 contributions, and that's how we will close. So thank you so very much. And we're going to start our reflections now. So we're in our final 5 minutes now. We're in the final 5 minutes before we begin to wrap. Our final 5 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in our final minute. We're in our final minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention one final time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for leaning into that invitation. And I can see that we need a lot more time for these things in future. Thank you for your kind attention. It always surprises me without fail, every single year, that at the end of an incredibly long day, when we come to this session of reflecting and sharing the things that have stayed with us, that the engagement almost shoots through the roof. And I think it's testament to the fact that these are conversations that really demand our attention, and that perhaps we don't have as much thinking space as we were challenged about this morning to pause, to get in the room with like-minded people, to ask ourselves and each other the difficult questions, and to immerse ourselves in the conversations. And so I'm not going to keep you any longer. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to ask us for 2 or 3 reflections, and then I'm going to give you announcements for tomorrow, and then I'm going to release you to the cocktail, because I know I'm standing between you and the cocktail. So what I'm looking for is a hand. I've got some roving mics in the room. Just anybody who would like to share what was new that they'd never heard before, an insight that has stuck with them, or even just a reflection on the second question, which is, what's the practical thing that I'm going to take away with me? Of course, if you're online, I know that you've contributed in the chat as well, and so I'm going to end with a contribution from our online audience. Starting in the room, anyone who would like to volunteer? Thank you very much. I've got a hand right here. Can I get some quick running? And as you get the microphone, if I can invite you to kindly please just introduce yourself, turn to the room and share your reflection. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Tamiko Shur. I'm the Executive Director of the African Institute for Entrepreneurship. So my questionee was Brian Siegel, who works in the field of emotional intelligence. And I think for all of those who you work, particularly in youth, you know how important this is as a future skill set. So one thing Brian said that quite surprised him is that government needs to be part of the solution. So I think it's interesting for those of you who are in government. Oh, I hear laughter as well. So this is not a joke, okay? All right. The second was the inclusion of youth. I think we were both very struck and very moved by the young woman who stood up. It's vital that they are included. He was really struck by the intelligence of voice. I myself also have young people, and I said, I have a young person who I call my Buddha. I go to him and I say, hey, how do you think this should work? And I think we're in an era, and I work in new technologies, where we need to be asking the youth for direction. We need to be asking them for the answers. So systems change is really about thinking outside the box and finding the wisdom from Brian in their youth, in their ideas, in their creativity, their freshness, and combining it together with those of us who've been around the block and know how to run the operational side. So it's turning over some of that wisdom to the young people, and they have the dreams for the future.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much. So a shout out to Buntle, but also a reflection on the intergenerational conversation that she called for, and the fact that we say it so many times. Government should be part of the solution, but what is that insinuating in the first instance? And if we are saying that we're not seeing that proactive solutioning posture, what needs to change for that statement to be true? So that when we do talk partnerships, when we talk public-private partnerships, as just one of those examples, we are talking about it with all parties wanting to be a part of the solution. So thank you very much. Do I have another hand? I do. I have one straight over there. I've got a few more that have now popped up. I'll take that hand and I'll take your hand as well. That will bring us to 3 in the room. I'll see if I can get you in one more time. Let's have a look. Please go ahead, madam.
Okay, greetings everyone. My name is Gugu Khoza. I'm from Memeza Shout. I'm the Business Development Coordinator. So we had a very insightful conversation here. I think I'll touch on 3 very quick points to answer the 2 questions. The first one is we actually realized we've been coming to these things that we actually never heard something new. I don't know if you guys got the same, let me not include the crowd, but we actually never had something new mentioned. It's something that's been mentioned, if not last year or the year before this year. What does that mean? It means the conversations have been going on, but what's being done? And I'm not taking away for those who are implementing it, but that's the biggest gap. And I think we saw that with Buntle's speech, is it that we need the new voices to come in so that we can have that new, fresh perspective? Or could we even dabble into, is it that because what we've been doing hasn't been implemented with proper impact for there to allow a space for new voices to come in? Are we still fixing what we've been discussing for years? You understand? So that was the one new thing that we take, which led to exactly what Buntle said, you know. Bring the 2Ks, as they call them. Bring the youth there. Bring those who have those beautiful ideas. If you guys have private interactions with them, you'd be shocked by some of the designs, ideas, educational implementations that some of them have. But fear of, I won't be heard, I won't be invited, or it's just going to get stuck there, or someone's going to take my idea, is kind of shadowing that entire thing.
Sure.
So the second point that I think I wanted to highlight was, I love how the first person who got up said that we need government to actually be a part of it. I know in this space there's a lot of decision makers and stuff, but I remember if there's a Department of Education, I don't know if he's still here, but I'm sure there's government people watching. The thing that we wanted to discuss is, you know, with the private sector, when you guys actually invest in these educational programs and things to have this done, you get the rebate. So government, whoever's watching, we're like, why not increase rebate? For those who don't know, if a company does the CSI works and stuff over the years, they get 150% rebate. Why not offer a specific channel about implementation outside of the research? I'm not playing dumb on that. It's very important. But imagine if government were to offer a 200% or 180% rebate specifically for private entities that invest in CSIs that are being implemented and actually bring results that are showing the change in that community. You can imagine how that would boost that connection and give us the access to the funding and also simultaneously build the trust between the country and the government. That's what we discussed here, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And of course, as a conversation strategist, I hear you loud and clear when you say, what's changed in the conversation? And perhaps it is a call out to say, have we introduced new questions? Have we introduced new framing? How have we deepened and nuanced the issues? Because not all conversations can be even solved in a short time span. But in staying in the conversation, is this conversation evolving, or is it static and cyclical, and we're talking about the same things over and over again? And I think there's a distinction there, and I think it's a great call out, not only for this space, but for all spaces that we step into as we take time out of our days. What am I contributing to? Where am I leaving this conversation relative to where it was when I first arrived? So let's take this final reaction. Please go for it.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Bertha Magoge. I am from the African Children Feeding Scheme. And on our table, we discussed about the powerful presentation from the lady from the UK, Moki.
Yeah.
And, you know, just how powerful her presentation was about how Africa is presented to the world. And I think our conversation was really more about what's our contribution in each of our different programs to that sort of narrative? And how do we, especially some of us who are in the NGO world, who need money desperately, and we want to sell a very desperate story, in order for us to get the funding. So, rethinking how we also create positive images about the work that we do, and not necessarily look at ourselves as desperate basket cases, with begging bowls, all the time. In the education section, we also really paid attention to, there was a lot of mention of funding outcomes, focusing on outcomes. I think a lot of our presenters, touched on that. Our question is, what is that outcome? Is it commonly understood? Is it commonly defined by big business? Or, is each business looking at what outcome best meets their strategy, and that's also, if it's not addressed, means we continue to be a desperate sector, because we will, perform to the strategy that funds us. And does that necessarily mean that that is in the national interest? So just as much as we see a lack of uniformity in government structures and systems, we also need to take a look at ourselves in terms of our unity and strategy, and cohesiveness, at business and NPO sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to pause here and to say that I think a lot of us were moved by what Moki said, and I want to just underscore what you've said, to say, one of the things that I've heard today is that actually maybe the emotional case doesn't work anymore in any event. It's the business case that we need to be leading with. And so perhaps the narrative change does start with us in how we frame the ask, especially with the international community and external donors. And I also hear you when you talk about, what strategy are we performing to, because that determines whose outcomes actually matter. And I think that's probably an entire panel on its own, because it does speak to the power dynamics that are so inherent in this particular space, and whether we are ready to confront them for what they are. So let me say this. Firstly, I apologize to everybody who has their hand up before this. I have to release you. I was supposed to release you 14 minutes ago, so I apologize that I'm going to pause us here. I want to say thank you to those that have engaged and leaned into this invitation. I did check online, and I did not see any contributions from our online audience, so I haven't omitted you, but I have noted that there haven't been any contributions till now. Let me just then take a moment to make a few announcements. The first of these is that you might have noticed that we missed a video in the program. It was intentional. It was part of me flexing my moderator superpowers. And that was because Buntle was so powerful, we decided that that was the perfect place for us to pause the moment. There was no need to say anything else after she had spoken. And so what we're going to do is we're going to integrate that video into our program tomorrow. So that's the first thing. The second one is the cocktail is on the first floor. So don't miss out. Don't linger on the ground floor. It's on the first floor. That's where it's happening. Tomorrow we start at 8:30 sharp. And I say sharp just not for the sake of it, but because we've got an online audience that honors the time. And we cannot start if this room is empty. And that means we're doing a disservice not only to people in South Africa, but we've got people from across the continent. When I ask people to shout out where they were coming from, we have people in Kenya, in Kigali, in Nigeria, all logged in, all the way up north to Egypt. So let's honor the global conversational space that we're holding, and let's be in the room to start at 8:30 sharp. And then lastly, if you're driving in and out, remember there is a parking code that you might be asked for. If you've, I don't have it top of mind, but if you need it, you can take a picture of it. It's at the Trialogue stand, and it's the same code for tomorrow as well. And that's going to give you seamless entry in and out. And finally, lost and found. If you've lost anything, please go and check at the Trialogue desk. And if you found anything, same procedure. Please hand it in at the Trialogue desk. Enjoy the cocktails, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you so much.